Invisible Leviathan. Marx's Law of Value in the Twilight of Capitalism. By Murray E. G. Smith. Contents. Foreword 9. Michael Roberts. Preface to the second edition 14. Preface to the first edition 19. Acknowledgements XXII. Figures, charts and tables XXIV. 1. Invisible Leviathan, Marx's Law of Value in the Twilight of Capitalism. 1. Reflections on Wealth, Human Development, and the Triumph of Capitalism. 2. The Triple Crisis of the 21st Century. 6. 3. The Necessity of Marx's Value Theory in the Twilight of Capitalism. 9. 2. The Value Abstraction and the Dialectic of Social Development. 19. 1. The Value Abstraction in Pre-Capitalist History, Cognitive Faculties as Forces of Production. 23. 2. Cohen, Sayer, and Soenrethel on Historical Materialism. 30. 3. Value Relations and Social Progress. 39. 4. An Unresolved Issue. 43. 3. Science, Ideology, and Economic Value. 45. 1. The Labor Theory of Value in Classical Political Economy. 46. 2. The economics profession repudiates the labor theory of value. 49. 3. Labor Value, From Ricardian Socialism to Marx. 50. 4. Marginalism versus Marx. 53. 5. Science, Ideology and the Theory of Value. 55. 4. Marx's Capital and the Early Critiques. 58. 1. Elements of Marx's Theory of Value. 58. 2. Value, Capital, and Exploitation. 75. 3. Value, Capitalist Competition, and the General Rate of Profit. 81. 4. Traditional Criticisms and Orthodox Responses. 83. 5. The Controversy Surrounding the Transformation Problem. 91. 6. Contents. 5. Currents within the Value Controversy. 97. 1. The Second Phase of the Value Controversy. 98. 2. The Neo-Ricardian Challenge. 1013. Neo-Orthodoxy and the Rediscovery of the Value Form. 110. 4. Fundamentalist Value Theory. 120. 5. Trends in the Value Controversy since the 1990s. 137. 6. An Assessment of the Value Controversy. 163. 1. Preliminary Thoughts on the Road Just Traveled. 163. 2. Some Philosophical and Methodological Considerations. 165. 3. Theoretical Considerations. 182. 4. Value Theory and Program. 189. 7. Value Economy and Crisis. 195. 1. Capitalist Development and its Cyclical Crises. 198. 2. The Falling Rate of Profit and the Dimensions of Capitalist Crisis. 202. 3. Tendencies Counteracting the Fall in the Rate of Profit. 207. 4. Theoretical Arguments Surrounding the Law of the Falling Rate of Profit. 210. 5. Dimensions of Capitalist Crisis. 215. 6. Crises of Valorization and Crises of Realization. 217. 7. The Historical Structural Crisis of Capitalism. 220. 8. Socially Necessary Unproductive Labor, Valorization, and Crisis. 223. 1. Marx and the Problem of Unproductive Labor. 223. 2. SNUL and Marx's Value Categories. 229. 3. Constant Capital and Capital Fetishism. 235. 4. Theoretical Advantages of Treating SNUL as Constant Capital. 238. 9. Imperialism, Unequal Development, and the Law of Value. 241. 1. Unequal Capitalist Development on a World Scale. 241. 2. Emmanuel's Theory of Unequal Exchange. 243. 3. Critiques of Emmanuel. 246. 4. Sheik's Critique of Emmanuel and the Ricardian Theory of Trade. 249. 10. Testing Marx in the Twilight of Capitalism. Marxian Value Categories, National Income Accounts, and the Crisis of Valorization. 253. 1. Part I, The Profitability Crisis of the 1970s and 1980s, Contradictory Testimonies of Empirical Marxian Research. 256. 2. Part II, The LTRPF and the Rise of Fictitious Capital, The Case of the U.S. Economy, 1950 to 2013. 272. 3. Profitability Trends in the U.S. Economy, Some Recent Findings and Debates. 284. 4. Appendix 1, Data Sources and Methods for Smith Study of Canadian Economy, 1947 to 80. 304. 5. Appendix 2, Data Sources and methods used in Smith-Taylor's study of the Canadian economy, 1947-91 305-6 Appendix 3, Data sources and methods used in Smith-Butofsky's study of the U.S. economy, 1950-2013 306. 11 Beyond the Law of Value, Class Struggle and Socialist Transformation 307 1 The Working Class, Value and Anti-Capitalist Struggle 311 2 Value Theory and Socialist Construction 334. Forward. The message of Murray Smith's book is aptly portrayed by its title, Invisible Leviathan. The book sets out to explain why Marx's law of value lurks invisibly behind the movement of markets in modern capitalism and yet ultimately explains the disruptive and regular recurrence of crises in production and investment that so damage the livelihoods of the many globally. This book is a profound defense of Marx's law of value and its corollary, Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, against the criticisms of bourgeois, mainstream economics, the sophistry of academic Marxists, and the epigones of the classical school of David Ricardo and Adam Smith. As the author points out, even the great majority of left commentators concur that the causes of the Great Recession of 2007-09 and the ensuing global Islam are not to be found in Marx's theories, but rather in the excessive greed of corporate and financial elites, in Keynes's theory of deficient effective demand, or in Minks's theory of financial fragility. When acknowledged at all, Marx's value theory and his law of profitability are attacked, marginalized, or dismissed as irrelevant. None of this should be surprising given the main political implication of Marx's laws, namely, that there can be no permanent policy solutions to economic crises that involve preserving the capitalist mode of production. I am reminded of the debate at 2016 annual meeting of the American Economics Association between some Marxists and leading Keynesian Brad DeLong, who seemed to characterize us as waiting for Godot, that is to say, as passive utopians, waiting for collapse and revolution, while he stood for doing something now about the deplorable state of capitalism. But as Smith explains, so elitist practical Keynesian swore ethereal utopians and imagining that actually existing, 21st century capitalism, characterized by crises, war, and the avarice and irresponsibility of the rich, can still be given a more human and progressive face. Against the many variants of practical economics, Smith's book sets out to uphold Marx's original analysis of capitalism, not only as the most fruitfully scientific framework for understanding contemporary economic problems and trends, but also as the indispensable basis for sustaining a revolutionary socialist political project in our time. It does so by examining the crisis-inducing dynamics and deepening irrationality of the capitalist system through the lens of Marx's value theory, which, despite the many unfounded claims of its detractors, has never been effectively refuted and which continues to generate insights into the pathologies of capitalism unmatched by any other critical theory. Marxian value theory has been subject to ridicule, distortion and incessant rebuttal ever since it was first expounded by Marx 150 years ago. And the simple reason for this is that value theory is necessarily at the core of any truly effective indictment of capitalism, and essential to refuting its apologists. What truly motivates the Marx critique of the bourgeois mainstream is graphically confirmed by the famous argument of Paul Samuelson, according to which Marx's value theory is redundant as an explanation of the movement of prices in markets. The market, you see, reveals prices, and that is really all we need to know. It is instructive to note that, shortly after Samuelson's 1971 broadside against Marx, the neoclassical economist William Baumol offered a trenchant response to Samuelson's crude propaganda. In a paper from 1974, Baumol pointed out quite correctly that Samuelson had entirely misunderstood Marx's purpose in his discussion of the so-called transformation of values into prices. Marx did not want to show that market prices were related directly to values measured in labor time. Quite the contrary. The aim was to show that capitalism was a mode of production for profit and profits came from the exploitation of labor, but this fact was obscured by the market where things seemed to be exchanged on the basis of an equality of supply and demand. Profit first comes from the exploitation of labor and then is redistributed among the branches of capital through competition and the market into prices of production. The whole process reveals the invisible Leviathan at work. Unfortunately, it is not just mainstream economics that has tried to rubbish Marx's value theory. Post-Keynesians like Joan Robinson and neo-Ricardian Marxists like Piero Sraffa and Ian Steedman have also done so. Like Samuelson, they resort to the argument that Marx's value magnitude analysis is redundant, unnecessary, and above all fallacious. As an alternative, Sraffa claimed that prices in capitalist markets can be derived directly from physical output. Murray Smith demolishes these critiques and revisions, standing firmly on what he calls a fundamentalist position that involves a return to both aspects of Marx's fundamental theoretical program, the analysis of the form and the magnitude of value, as well as a concern with the relationship of each to the social substance of value, abstract labor. I join him under this banner. According to Smith, Marx's theory of value yields two postulates that are central to his critical analysis of capitalism: 1. Living labor is the sole source of all new value, and 2. Value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude that establishes parametric limits in prices, profits, wages, and all other expressions of the money form. From this flows Marx's fundamental of capitalist accumulation that the tendency of the social capital to increase its organic composition must exert a downward pressure on the rate of profit, the decisive regulator of capitalist accumulation. The book's theory of capitalist crises rests firmly on Marx's law of profitability. But, as Smith insists, Marx's law of value is merely a necessary presupposition of this law of profitability, not a sufficient one. Yet, there is a sense in which the latter stands as a corollary to the former, even if not a theoretically ineluctable one. For capitalism is a mode of production in which the goal of economic activity is only incidentally the production of particular things to satisfy particular human needs or wants, while its real, overriding goal is the reproduction of capitalist social relations through the production of value, that social substance which is the flesh and blood of Adam Smith's powerful yet also fallible invisible hand, of our invisible Leviathan. And so, Hezbollah provides a compelling basis for the conclusion that capitalism is, at bottom, an irrational and historically limited system, one that digs its own grave by seeking to assert its independence from living labor even while remaining decisively dependent upon the exploitation of living wage labor for the production of its virile blood, the surplus value that is the social substance of private profit. Smith is by no means content with a purely theoretical defense of Marx's analysis of capitalism's invisible Leviathan. He moves on to empirical verification of the economic law of motion of capital as postulated by Marx. I share his view that this is essential. The contrary opinion of certain Marxists is that it is simply impossible to verify Marx's laws, as the latter are about labor values and official bourgeois data can only detect movements in prices, not values. Moreover, according to this line of thought, statistical verification of Marx's value theoretic hypotheses is unnecessary, as the regular recurrence of crises under capitalism is a self-evident fact revealing its obsolescence. But this is passing the buck. Any authentically scientific socialism demands rigorous scientific analysis and empirical evidence to verify or falsify its theoretical foundations, and Marx himself was the first Marxist to look at data in an effort to confirm his theories. In this connection, Smith writes, Marxist analysis of the historical dynamics of the capitalist world economy ought not to dispense with serious attempts to measure such fundamental Marxian ratios as the average rate of profit, the rate of surplus value, and the organic composition of capital. To be sure, such attempts can never offer much more than rough approximations. Even so, they are vitally important to charting and comprehending essential trends in the trends that can usefully inform, if only in a very general sense, the political programmatic perspectives and tasks of Marxist socialists in relation to the broader working class movement. Murray Smith's own empirical analysis is original and somewhat controversial. He revives the approach of Shane Mage, whose pioneering empirical work of 1963 on the rate of profit treated the wages of socially necessary unproductive labor as a systemic overhead cost that should not be regarded as a non-profit component of the surplus value created by productive labor, but rather as a special form of constant capital. In Smith's view, by conceptualizing SNUL as a necessary systemic overhead cost, the constant capital approach emphasizes that capital's room for maneuver with respect to is quite limited, giving Marx's proposition that the true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself a somewhat new twist. And indeed, his analysis of the U.S. capitalist economy does reveal a long-term Phalantheaverageratab profit that is significantly correlated with a secular rise in the organic composition of capital, entirely in accordance with Marx's view. This hugely important result has been replicated by many other Marxist studies in the last 20 years, several of which appear alongside Smith's In the World in Crisis, a volume edited by Guglielmo Carchedi and myself. Many are also referenced in my own recent book The Long Depression. Point 1 Theory and evidence should lead to practice, which means not waiting for Godot. At the end of the book, Smith refuses to evade the practical upshot of his theoretical and empirical investigations. The essential programmatic conclusion emerging from Marx's analysis is that capitalism is constitutionally incapable of a progressive, crisis-free evolution that would render the socialist project unnecessary, and furthermore, that a socialist transformation cannot be brought about through a process of gradual, incremental reform. Capitalism must be destroyed root and branch before there can be any hope of social reconstruction on fundamentally different foundations, and such a reconstruction is vitally necessary to ensuring further human progress. In this bicentennial year of his birth, I can't help thinking Marx would be pleased. The enemies of his transformative, socialist vision will no doubt be disgruntled. Michael Roberts. London. January 2018. 1 Roberts 2016. Preface to the second edition. This edition of Invisible Leviathan appears 25 years after the publication of the original in 1994. For the most part, the contents of that first edition have withstood the test of time remarkably well. Several chapters have required little in the way of revision or updating, although they have, I hope, benefited from my efforts to improve their literary quality. Approximately half the chapters have been supplemented by new theoretical and empirical materials that have significantly strengthened the core arguments of the book. A new chapter on socially necessary unproductive labor, valorization, and crisis has been added, and an old one, the original chapter 11 on modernity, postmodernism, and the law of value, removed. The original chapter 8, entitled Respecifying Marx's Value Categories, an empirical study of the law of the falling rate of profit, has been replaced by the new chapter 10, entitled Testing Marx in the Twilight of Capitalism, Marxian Value Categories, National Income Accounts and the Crisis of Valorization. The different subtitles of the two editions speak not only to the revisions that the book has undergone, but also to the very different times in which they were produced. The subtitle of the first edition, The Marxist Critique of Market Despotism Beyond Postmodernism, suggested that the book was both a defense of Marx's critical analysis of capitalism and a rebuke to postmodernist intellectual fashions that were flourishing in the early 1990s, in good part owing to the widespread belief that the demise of Soviet bloc Stalinism signified the definitive death of Marxism. Replying in 1998 to what still stands as the most substantial commentary on the first edition, I observed that Marx's theory of value provides some important keys to resolving a number of long-standing problems that postmodernist thought has exploited in order to advance a mode of theorizing and a politics that is fundamentally counterposed to Marxian socialism, adding that it was for this reason that I agreed, at the urging of my publisher, to include a reference to postmodernism in the book's subtitle. Point 1 The subtitle of the first edition may have succeeded in attracting the attention of a small number of left intellectuals interested in furthering the project of what Castry called an ambivalent modern/postmodern Marxism, but a definite price was also paid for using it. In a generally favorable review, The Marxist economist Alfredo Saad-Filho noted quite correctly that very little space is given to the Marxist critique of postmodernism, in spite of the title. To my somewhat plaintive response, recorded in my reply to Castries, was to insist that my intention had not been to develop a full-blown critique of postmodernism, but to demonstrate the continuing relevance of Marx's critique of capitalism beyond the assumptions, preoccupations, and shibboleths of postmodernist thinking, and that an extended explicit engagement with postmodernist theory was not at all necessary to such an undertaking. 3 The extent to which its subtitle might have dampened interest in the first edition of Invisible Leviathan is arguable. The timing of its publication was in any case less than auspicious. Interest in Marxism and in Marx's theory of value was at an all-time low. The rapid ascendancy of neoliberal and postmodernist ideas testified that Marxism, if not yet dead, was at the very least in precipitous decline as an intellectual and political force. Early in the 2000s, the book's publisher, the University of Toronto Press, announced that Invisible Leviathan was officially out of print, just as the proverbial zeitgeist was making ready to change course. The new millennium saw an explosion of anti-corporate globalization protests as well as massive worldwide demonstrations against the Bush-Blair drive to war with Iraq. Anti-capitalism was making a comeback as a new generation awakened to the reality that the defeat of communism and the end of the Cold War, far from conferring a peace dividend of real value upon the popular masses, had actually emboldened the capitalist rulers to aggressively contain the intensifying crisis tendencies of 21st-century capitalism at the expense of the poor, the working class and ever-widening segments of the middle class. The slogan "Another world is possible" came to be embraced by millions of young people repelled by the neoliberal fallacy that there is no alternative. The Great Recession of 2008-09, the inaugural moment of what Anwar Sheikh has called the First Great Depression of the 21st century, definitively dispelled the long pall cast by the death of communism propaganda machine. Marx was back, and Marxist analysis was once again finding an audience. Several portions of Invisible Leviathan were resurrected for include 2 quoted in Smith 2014, p. 202, and 2. 3 Smith 2014, p. 202, and 2. 16 Preface to the second edition. Zion. In my 2010 book Global Capitalism in Crisis, Karl Marx and the Decay of the Profit System, which became the subject of a 2011 review symposium for the online journal Global Discourse. In 2012, one of the more directly political arguments of that book was republished under the title Vertical Inadbusters, the iconoclastic publication credited with instigating the Occupy movement. In 2014, my book Marxist Phoenix, Studies in Historical Materialism and Marxist Socialism was published as something of a companion volume to Global Capitalism in Crisis. In its preface, I described the two works as joint sequels to Invisible Leviathan, but I was nevertheless acutely aware that their availability failed to compensate for the latter's out-of-print status. Hence, when Sebastian Budgen encouraged me to submit a publication proposal to the Historical Materialism book series for a new edition of Invisible Leviathan, I was only too happy to comply, and not least because it afforded the opportunity to attach to the book a more fitting subtitle than the one with which it had been saddled in 1994. In light of the revisions and additions I decided to make to the book, the criteria for a new subtitle came quickly. First, it needed to eliminate entirely any reference to postmodernism, consistent with my decision to excise the last chapter of the first edition on modernity, postmodernism, and the law of value. 4 Second, I wanted it to resonate with a major theme of Marxist Phoenix as signaled in the latter's introduction. The theoretical interests and preoccupations displayed here are not dominated by questions pertaining to how the capitalist state might be incrementally democratized, or how the capitalist economy might be made more stable and its distribution of income more just, or how the phenomena of racial and gender oppression within particular wealthy nations might be mitigated while leaving intact the structures of capitalism, imperialism and oppression on a world scale. Rather theater-shaped. Be my intention to make the case that a mass socialist workers' movement must be built, and built soon, to rescue humanity once and for all from the perils and increasingly onerous burdens of a rapidly decaying capitalist order. 5. Finally, the subtitle needed to speak to how the invisible Leviathan had run its course in promoting human development, and how its malignant presence now threatens the survival of its host, human civilization itself. Marx's law of value in the twilight of capitalism fit the bill perfectly. Indeed, the preface to the first edition could easily have been written with the subtitle in mind. The French Marxist philosopher and sociologist Henri Lefebvre formulated our contemporary conundrum very well as long ago as the 1960s. There is acute conflict today between the quantitative and the qualitative. It is accompanied by mounting complexity in social relations, which is masked and counteracted by opposed elements. Control over external nature is increasing, while man's appropriation of his own nature is stagnating or regressing. The former falls primarily under the head of growth, the latter of development. 6. Real human development requires a qualitative leap beyond capitalism, beyond a system dominated by the imperative of mindless quantitative growth, of markets, profits, capital, and GDP, and increasingly of debt, weaponry, waste, and destitution. It requires a leap into socialism, a global civilization in which the condition for the free development of each is the free development of all. 7. And upon which a rational and sustainable relationship between humanity and the natural world can be founded. Marx's theory of value provides us with the indispensable intellectual tools needed to expose the madness of the prevailing capitalist world disorder, to demonstrate that this sorry state of affairs is by no means inevitable, and to inspire a vision of a new and far superior civilization that is within our grasp if we can only muster the intelligence and the will to fight for it. The stakes surrounding the value controversy could not be higher. And that is why this book has been republished at a time when the potential audience for it should, at long last, be burgeoning. In addition to those mentioned in the preface to the first edition, I wish to thank the following individuals for the support and advice they have given me in the writing and production of this new edition: Sebastian Budgen, Adam Haney, Danny Hayward, and Simon Mussel, the two anonymous peer reviewers enlisted by the editors of the Historical Materialism book series, the production team at Brill, Michael Roberts for contributing a foreword to the volume, Josh Dumont and Takia Sato for their commentary on various parts of the manuscript as it progressed, and Jonah Butovsky for his contributions to Chapter 10, a good portion of which is based on work I co-authored with him. All remaining errors and shortcomings are, of course, my responsibility alone. Niagara Falls, Ontario. April 2018. Preface to the first edition. This book is unified by a concern to reassert the pivotal importance of Marx's theory of labor value, the labor theory of value as it is more commonly known, to an understanding of our social world and its historical development. The broad picture that I draw challenges the idea, more hegemonic in the early 1990s than at any time since the First World War, that free market economics are better suited to meeting human needs than any conceivable alternative. It does this by building a case for the proposition that the capitalist market economy has substantially exhausted its potential to further human progress, notwithstanding the collapse of socialism in the former Soviet bloc and in spite of the triumphalist declarations of Francis Fukuyama and his ilk that liberal democratic capitalism now stands at the end of history. In brief, the principal thesis proposed here is that, while value relations have played a role of paramount importance in the development of human society, the point has been reached where these relations need to be superseded by a new set of social arrangements that must, at a minimum, provide for a qualitative increase in the degree to which human social and economic affairs are governed by conscious decision-making at the level of the human collectivity as a whole. The individualistic rationality of Adam Smith's fabled invisible hand, linked to the idea that the clash of economic interests individually pursued will produce the greatest amount of wealth and well-being for the largest number of people, must be definitively supplanted by a form of rationality that takes the social whole as its starting point and the all-round development of each and every human being as its goal. A secondary theme of the book, intimately linked with the latter point, is the book's defense of Marx's dialectical reason against both the subjective reason invoked by the currently fashionable school of so-called analytical Marxism and the cynical reason promoted by post-structuralism and conservative postmodernism. Today, more than ever, a reassertion of the claims of Marx's dialectical reason is indispensable to sustaining belief in humanity's continuing potential for social progress and therefore to a worldview informed by historical optimism, an outlook that has been in rather pronounced decline in recent years. In making these arguments, I realize that I am swimming against some very powerful currents. The recent dismantling of the Stalinist administrative command systems in Eastern Europe has strengthened the claims of neoliberals and neoconservatives that planned economies are neither workable nor desirable. Yet the case against planned economies, while ideologically vital to legitimating policies that give freer rein to capital and that erode social gains previously won't be working people linth west, is insubstantial and based to a considerable extent on impressionistic analysis, myopic ideology, and selective memory loss. Impressionistic analysis because it attributes the failure of the administrative command system to the planning principle rather than to the real and intensifying contradictions of an order that was constitutively incapable of stimulating and harnessing the consciousness, creativity, and intersubjectivity necessary for a rationally planned economy. Myopic ideology because it assumes that the free market economies of the West are not themselves characterized by significant elements of economic planning, for example the military Keynesianism of the Reagan White House and the large-scale planning of those few hundred corporate giants that accounted recently for some 70% of the industrial output of the global capitalist economy. And selective memory loss because it forgets that Soviet planning, for all its contradictions and irrationalities, permitted a rate of economic growth over a period of several decades that was well above that of the capitalist West. The debate between proponents of socialist planning and corporate capitalism is far from over, despite the defeat that has been inflicted on a decrepit travesty of socialism beaten black and blue by a world capitalist order commanding many times its resources. Indeed, the endemic inability of world capitalism to satisfy even the basic needs of the great majority of the world's population ensures that this debate will not only be re-engaged in scholarly discourse but will eventually be joined to a struggle of living social forces on a scale never before seen. The greater part of this book represents a substantially revised version of certain sections of my doctoral dissertation, The Value Controversy and Social Theory, an inquiry into Marx's labor theory of value. The dissertation was written under the guidance of an advisory committee composed of David Schweitzer, Bob Ratner, and Blanca Murat-Oriol, all of whose criticism, good counsel, and insistence upon clarity helped me to hone arguments on a theoretical terrain somewhat remote from their own areas of specialization. I can only now fully appreciate how rare a privilege it was to have been allowed the intellectual latitude and freedom afforded to me by this committee. They, and I, had the good fortune to rely on the specialized knowledge of Bob Chernomas of the Department of Economics at the University of Manitoba. Professor Chernomas's conscientious critical review of several chapters pertaining to value theory, capitalist crisis, and the history of political economy, performed, it should be said, on an entirely unofficial and voluntary basis, contributed greatly both to a theoretical strengthening of the dissertation and to the peace of mind of the members of my advisory committee. I thank all four of these colleagues for their advice and friendship. Thanks are also due to Graham Johnson and Derek Sayer for their roles in the final examination of the dissertation. Professor Sayer, in particular, made several valuable suggestions that have been duly incorporated into the present work. My dissertation and this work grew out of an intensive study of Marx's critique of political economy that began in 1980. Since then I have been fortunate to receive fellowship support from the University of Manitoba, the University of British Columbia, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council of Canada, to each I express my gratitude. I owe my thanks as well to the many teachers, colleagues, and friends who have assisted me in my research, influenced my thinking, and critically reviewed my literary production since 1980. In addition to those already cited, I would like to mention Wayne Taylor, Mikhail Vitkin, Ken Campbell, John McCommand, Ken Waldhauser, Don Forgey, Roy Turner, David Mole, Michael Labotas, David Leibman, Grant Amiot, Gregory Albo, Leo Panich, and 2 anonymous readers of the manuscript originally submitted to the University of Toronto Press. While few of the above are likely to be fully comfortable with all of the arguments developed in this book, I gratefully acknowledge that each has contributed something of importance to its general lineaments. I should also like to extend special thanks to Virgil Duff, the executive editor of the University of Toronto Press, for his advice and encouragement over the past 2 years, and to my family, for suffering with good humor the frequent petulance of a distracted academic author who has been juggling too many workloads for rather too long a time. St. Catharines, Ontario. January 1994. Chapter 1. Invisible Leviathan, Marx's Law of Value in the Twilight of Capitalism. I authoriziand jivuk maritov governing myself tothis man ordo this assembly of men on this condition that thojivuk thyritohim and authorizealous actions in like manner. This done the multitudis united in one person is called a commonwealth, in Latin civitas. This is the generation of that great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, of that mortal God, to which we owe under the immortal God our peace and defense. Thomas Hobbes, Leviathan. Neither intends to promote the public interest, nor knows how much he is promoting it. He is in this case, as in many cases, led by an invisible hand to promote an end which was no part of his intention. Adam Smith, The Wealth of Nations. Labor is not the source of all wealth. Nature is just as much the source of use values as labor, which itself is only the manifestation of a force of nature, human labor power. Socialist program cannot allow such bourgeois phrases to pass over in silence the conditions that alone give them meaning. Karl Marx, Critique of the Gotha Program. 2 Chapter 1. 1 Reflections on Wealth, Human Development, and the Triumph of Capitalism. Shortly before the dissolution of the Soviet Union and the consolidation of Boris Yeltsin's capitalist restorationist regime in Russia in late 1991, the Italian political economist and sociologist Giovanni Arrighi published an article in New Left Review entitled World Income Inequalities and the Future of Socialism. Marshalling empirical evidence for a world system twist on the theme that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, it argued that the global spread of free market economic forms in the 20th century had produced a dramatically widening gap in average living standards between the rich and the poor countries of the capitalist world economy. In this connection, Arrighi declared, "The wealth of the West cannot be generalized because it is based on relational processes of exploitation and relational processes of exclusion that presuppose the continually reproduced relative deprivation of the majority of the world population. Processes of exploitation provide wealthy states and their agents with the means to initiate and sustain processes of exclusion. And processes of exclusion generate the poverty necessary to induce the rulers and subjects of comparatively poor states to continually seek re-entry into the world division of labor on conditions favorable to wealthy states. 1. Despite this historical verdict, the post-communist states of the former Soviet bloc, with widespread though hardly unanimous support from their populations, had just opted for the most massive and abrupt re-entries in history, their new rulers promising democracy and eventual prosperity through a difficult yet purportedly necessary transition to a capitalist economy. Far from welcoming these moves with a new Marshall Plan of significantide to these converts to free market economics, the major capitalist powers adopted a posture of benign neglect, as if to confirm that the original Marshall Plan, following World War II, had been motivated preeminently by Washington's geopolitical determination to save Western Europe from the possibility of continental socialist revolution. No doubt, by the early 1990s, Washington, and the capitalist West in general, considered such a massive economic assistance package as not only well beyond their fiscal means but also quite unnecessary. To prevent a sharp left turn and socialist outcome to the fluid and still volatile events that were unfolding in the post-communist countries. Complementing all this nicely was an article by Canadian sociologist François Moreau for the inaugural issue of Socialist Alternatives in the fall of 1991. Reprising Samio Arrighi's theme as well as Immanuel Wallerstein's argument that the process of absolute immiseration of the working class was operating on a world scale, if not in the advanced capitalist societies too. Moreau analyzed the Human Development Index data of the United Nations Development Programme and showed that the claims then being made for capitalism's unique capacity to generate human well-being and development were altogether vacuous. Point 3. While a core capitalist countries like the US, the UK, and Canada ranked high on the HDI, peripheral capitalist countries like India, Nigeria, and Bangladesh ranked very low. Somewhat more surprisingly perhaps, the transitional countries, as of 1987, when they were still nominally socialist, ranked well above the average HDI for the rest of the world. Point 4. The capitalist world's average HDI was just 629, while the average HDI for Eastern European and Third World transitional societies stood at 764. What's more, the Eastern European transitional countries on their own averaged an HDI score of 916, not far below the 970 boasted by the advanced capitalist core. Summing up, Moreau commented, "What the UNDP analysis shows, no doubt without consciously intending to do so, is that transitional societies have actually achieved a higher level of human development for a given level of economic development than capitalist countries. UK of the Third World could indeed achieve a significantly higher level of human development with a different socio-economic system." Point 5. In light of these findings, it was to be expected that the return of the Eastern European countries to the capitalist fold would produce results precisely opposite to those anticipated by the free market fideists. Capitalist restoration, Moreau predicted, would result in falling HDIs, an outcome anticipated by Arrighi's thesis concerning the oligarchic and concentrated character of wealth in the capitalist world system. To see what the condition of the working class is like under capitalism and what awaits Eastern European countries if they turn capitalist, averred Moreau, one should indeed turn, not to Sweden or Austria, but rather to newly industrialized countries such as Mexico. With an estimated GDP per capita of $4,624, adjusted for purchasing power, this country actually stands very close to the world average for capitalism as a whole, as computed by the UNDP. Point 6. This average capitalist country, then in the vanguard of third world trends toward trade liberalization and privatization, had experienced a cumulative decline in real wages of about 60% between 1976 and the early 1990s, considerably worse than the 10 to 15% loss suffered by US and Canadian wage earners over the same period. Moreau's dire prediction for the former Soviet bloc countries soon proved accurate, and particularly so for the former republics of the Soviet Union, where severe economic contractions and dismantled social infrastructures resulted in skyrocketing mortality rates and excess deaths numbering over 10 million between 1991 and 1997. Asilarovno capitalist kleptocrats emerged and amassed huge fortunes in such newly independent countries as Russia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. Living standards for the great mass of their populations fell drastically, and they have remained substantially below their Soviet-era levels well into the new millennium. Fast forward a quarter of a century. In 2014, the present author observed, "By almost any measure, the record of world capitalism in the post-Soviet era has been an abysmal one. It is a record of burgeoning economic inequality and social malaise, an alarming resurgence of neocolonialist adventurism and militarism, the productive torpor and escalating hubris of the sole remaining superpower, and the steady erosion of average living standards and democratic rights in many of the richest capitalist countries." Pointing to a disturbing paradox in the way that many intelligent, purportedly well-educated people living in the developed world were thinking about the state of humanity, I wrote. On the one hand, there is a strong and quite realistic sense that we are sliding into a global era of ever-worsening social, economic and environmental conditions, an era that could end with the extinction of our species either through high-tech wars or an accumulation of ecological catastrophes. On the other hand, there remains a persistent and remarkably pervasive unwillingness to assign the blame for this perilous situation to the operations of capitalism, the globally dominant socio-economic system, and a still greater unwillingness to seek a solution to it through fundamental systemic change. Point 7. Despite a notable upsurge in vaguely anti-capitalist and pro-socialist popular sentiment in the new millennium, contemporary political discourse remains safely within the confines of respectful acquiescence to the twin institutional pillars of capitalist society: private property and the means of production and the allocation of the lion's share of economic resources via market mechanisms. The specter of communism that Marx and Engels evoked in their Communist Manifesto of 1848 and that haunted capitalism throughout most of the 20th century seems to have been all but exorcised from our world. And yet the contradictions and crisis tendencies endemic to capitalism, analyzed so well by the founders of Marxist socialism, remain very much with us. Indeed, they have intensified considerably over the past 25 years. By early 2016, Oxfam International was reporting that global inequality had risen to the point that the 62 richest individuals in the world commanded as much wealth as the poorest half of humanity, whose share of global wealth had fallen by 38%, about $1 trillion, since 2010.8. Meanwhile, global economic growth remained slow in the aftermath of the most severe crisis since the Great Depression of the 1930s, and the possibility of a new, more devastating financial crisis was looming large in an increasingly debt-burdened and financialized world economy. The death of communism and the triumph of capitalism, long trumpeted by the capitalists and their well-paid retinue of politicians, ideologues, and publicists, had created a world careening toward a succession of mutually reinforcing catastrophes: globalist economic slump, rapid climate change, growing tensions between the U.S. superpower and its great power rivals, tensions threatening to explode into direct military conflicts, and a rising tide of right-wing populism and ultranationalism in response to the biggest refugee crisis since World War II. Here was the fruit of world capitalism's victory over communism, a world in which youth unemployment was reaching record levels, in which imperialist hubris and militarism were instigating small wars and threatening larger ones, stoking communalist and nationalist violence from Libya and Syria to Nigeria and Ukraine, in which irrationalist and paranoid moods were casting a pall over rich and poor countries alike, in which would-be progressives, preoccupied with marginal issues, averted their gaze from world-shattering crises unfolding in plain view, a world in which few, it seemed, held out much hope for the future. Remote from any serious program of fundamental social transformation to meet the manifold threats to humanity's survival, the official workers' movement and the left, including elements of the nominally communist or revolutionary socialist left, have been engaged in a fight to curb the worst excesses of neoliberalism, while pursuing the dream of a more equitable capitalist economy, a more perfect liberal democracy, and, of course, more places for themselves in administering the capitalist state. The experience of Greece during 2015-16 illustrates this perfectly. Having won election on an anti-neoliberal, anti-austerity platform, in the midst of an unfolding social and economic catastrophe, Syriza, Greece's coalition of the radical left, immediately entered into an alliance with a small right-wing party to secure a majority in parliament and capture the reins of government. The neoliberal excesses of the previous New Democracy administration were soon to be surpassed by this broad left government. After organizing and winning a referendum to obtain a popular mandate to reject a draconian ultimatum from the International Monetary Fund, the European Central Bank, and the European Commission, the Syriza-led government moved swiftly to impose a still greater austerity on the beggared Greek population, a new and harsher set of troika conditions to secure yet another phony bailout. In doing this, Prime Minister Alexis Tsipras signaled not only his surrender to the demands of international finance capital, but more fundamentally his allegiance to an irrational and morally depraved economic order that was openly admitting it had nothing to offer Greek working people but a menu of despair. Not a few commentators have suggested that what Greece is today, the rest will be tomorrow. To the triple crisis of the 21st century. Global capitalism, with humanity in tow, is now facing a triple crisis: 1. A deepening structural contradiction of the capitalist mode of production, one money. Fest as a multidimensional crisis of valorization, that is to say, a crisis in the production of surplus value, the very lifeblood of the profit system. 2. An acute crisis in international relations stemming from the fact that the global productive forces are bursting the confines of the nation-state system, whose individual units continue to address their gravest problems in primarily national ways. And 3. A growing metabolic rift between human civilization and what Marx called the natural conditions of production, the ecological foundations of human sustainability. Together, these interrelated crises suggest that we have now entered a twilight era of capitalism, one in which humanity will either find the means to create a higher and more rational order of social and economic organization, or in which decaying capitalism will bring about the destruction of human civilization. Very few on what passes for the left wish to consider, much less accept, this assessment. To the contrary, most would-be progressives cling desperately to the notion that neoliberal capitalism is but the ugly mutation of a set of short-sighted policies that the capitalist ruling class may prefer but might also be pressured to abandon in favor of a more humane, just, and equitable species of capitalism. For this reason, the established, reform-oriented left is loath to characterize neoliberalism for what it is, a predictable and inevitable strategic response on the part of capital and the state to a deepening crisis of the capitalist profit system, a crisis that has been unfolding now for several decades. Even many who describe themselves as Marxist socialists often deny, or at least downplay, the extent to which economic trends have served to confirm Marx's major predictions regarding capital's laws of motion, above all the law of the falling rate of profit, and his related observation that the real barrier to capital is capital itself. 9. In the last analysis, such attitudes reflect the still hegemonic view that capitalism is, or can be made to be, a rational system. To be sure, given the power of the capitalist class to shape the dominant ideology of capitalist society, this view has always been difficult to combat, despite the growing weight of evidence against it. All the same, it has only gathered renewed strength with the disappearance of Soviet-style actually existing socialism, as well as the turn toward a socialist market economy in China. 10. Rational or not, most have concluded, capitalism is here to stay, and escaping from it simply impossible. This fatalistic outlook has a clear elective affinity with the fading hope that capitalism might still be reformed in progressive ways, and that it may not be as irredeemably irrational as Marx thought. For the more complacent segments of the left intelligentsia, Marx's analysis of capitalism's economic law of motion strikes an inconvenient blow to that hope, and is, in any case, too uncompromisingly radical in what it calls for by way of remedial action. On those grounds alone, according to the reformist argument, it must be dismissed. Not exactly a scientific attitude, to be sure, but one that is plainly comforting to many would-be progressives, especially if reassurances are forthcoming from a host of left intellectuals that the status of Marx's own science is suspect. All the semi-Morathan blind faith in capitalist rationality has been involved in deterring interest in Marx's scientific critique of capitalism and its relevance to explaining our contemporary troubles. Undoubtedly, some specific features of the financial crisis that erupted in 2007-08 have encouraged a revival of interest in non-Marxist theories that emphasize the long-term impact of growing inequality, stagnant or declining real wages, and consumer indebtedness as the fundamental cause of capitalist crisis. Many avowed liberals and non-socialist progressives have called for a return to classical Keynesian policy nostrums to stimulate aggregate demand, along with measures to rein in financial capital. High-profile academics and journalists like Paul Krugman, Thomas Piketty, Robert Reich, Joseph Stiglitz, and Martin Wolf have been especially prominent in this chorus. 11. In my book Marxist Phoenix, I commented on this development as follows. Virtually all such commentators agreed that the cause of the Great Recession of 2007-09 was to be found in the excessive greed of corporate and financial elites. For a generation or more, they argued, capital had succeeded in claiming ever larger shares of national income at the expense of labor. Concurrently, the deregulation of financial institutions and market had freed up the big banks to engage in ever riskier practices that had allowed the rate of profit in the financial sector to soar to unprecedented heights. In view of these undeniable trends, it was by no means obvious that Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall had very much relevance. In contrast, Keynes, with his theory of deficient effect, of demand, and Minsky, with his notions of financial fragility, surprise events, and debt deflation, seemed to have anticipated the principal contours of the first Great Recession of the 21st century. What's more, Keynes and Minsky had offered seemingly practical solutions to the crisis: a redistribution of national income in favor of labor, increased taxation on the rich, stimulation of aggregate demand through increased government spending, and more stringent regulation of banks and financial markets, solutions that were aimed at stabilizing and saving the economy from the avarice and irresponsibility of the rich. Even many ostensible Marxists joined the bandwagon, petitioning the U.S. Congress to adopt a left Keynesian economic policy and re-regulate the banks. 12. It is worth noting here, in anticipation of arguments developed later in this book, that among the ostensible Marxists or neo-Marxists avidly supporting a turn by the U.S. federal government towards such policies are many proponents of the notion that capitalist crises stem from underconsumption or problems in realizing surplus value, and not, as Marx insisted, from inadequate production of surplus value. It should also be noted that such policies have found scant support in ruling class circles and political elites, their main function being, it seems, to keep alive the hope that capitalism with a human face is at least a theoretical possibility, the better to discourage interest in socialism as an alternative amongst workers, youth, and left-leaning intellectuals. 3. The necessity of Marx's value theory in the twilight of capitalism. Against the current of all such ostensibly progressive thought, the purpose of this book is to uphold Marx's original analysis of capitalism, not only as the most fruitfully scientific framework for understanding contemporary economic problems and trends, but also as the indispensable basis for sustaining a revolutionary socialist political project in our time. It does so by examining the crisis-inducing dynamics and deepening irrationality of the capitalist system through the lens of Marx's value theory, which, despite the unfounded claims of its detractors, has never been effectively refuted and which continues to generate insights into the pathologies of capitalism unmatched by any other critical theory. Capitalism, Marx insisted, is above all a class-antagonistic mode of production with several characteristics that are peculiar to it. But as with all previous modes of production founded on class exploitation, it faces definite historical limits rooted in a conflict of material interests between its major social classes, the wage-earning working class and the capitalist class. At a certain stage of development, Marx wrote, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or, this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms, with the property relations within which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. 13 To assert that capitalism has reached its twilight phase is to say that it has long since reached a stage where the conflict between its forces and its relations of production has become acute. The relations of production are constraining the development of the creative and productive capacities of humankind in crisis-inducing ways, and those already well-developed capacities are in turn disrupting the social imperatives and logic of a society that remains divided into antagonistic classes. 14 The result is a historical structural crisis that only Marxism can illuminate, for only Marxism offers the necessary theoretical framework for grasping the contradictory, irrational, and increasingly dangerous trajectory of the capitalist mode of production, an ensemble of social relations and human capacities, of technology and societal organization that, more than ever, demands to be understood in a global context and that, no less than in the past, remains in the grip of a law that its own property relations and institutional forms imperiously necessitate, the capitalist law of labor value. The terms of our discussion to this point, development, growth, capital, labor, wages, value, wealth, profitability, wealth concentration, inequality, exploitation, competition, are all part of the vocabulary of Marxian value. Theoretic analysis, they are the concepts that capture both the objective presuppositions of the capitalist law of value and its real effects. Most of them play some role in non-Marxian accounts of capitalist economy as well, although inequality and exploitation are infrequent players in the discourse of neoclassical economic theory and its progeny. To be sure, the theoretical weight given to these latter concepts depends entirely on the weight one attributes to them as elements of objective social reality. Apologists for capitalism typically view them as aberrations from some ideal capitalist norm. Yet this imagined capitalist norm, first formulated by Adam Smith in the mid-18th century, and entertained by the true believers in liberal democracy and free enterprise ever since, has now had over 2 centuries to materialize. 15 Despite its undoubted contributions to promoting human productive capacities, however, actually existing capitalism has revealed itself, in the fullness of time, to be constitutively inimical to the general well-being of humanity and conducive only to rising levels of exploitation and oppression, monstrous disparities of wealth, and a truly maniacal subordination of the requirements of ecological sustainability to the profit motive. Ardent believers in capitalist free market economics have long contended that, in principle, the crisis tendencies bred by capitalism can be significantly mitigated and eventually fully contained once at the right mix of state economic policy as is formulated. But again, the history of actually existing capitalism suggests otherwise. Despite the confidence expressed by mainstream economists during the 1950s and 1960s that world capitalism would never again experience a severe depression, the period from 1974 to 2009 saw 4 of the most severe global recessions/depressions of the past century, and the world economy remains today in the grip of a malaise that shows little sign of lifting. To reiterate, Marx's theory of labor value remains the indispensable foundation for explaining economic phenomena that non-Marxist economic thought has manifestly failed to explain or even to anticipate. Why has capitalism been unable to outgrow its tendencies toward severe economic crisis? Why is capitalism so capable on the one hand of stimulating progress in science, technology, and labor productivity, and so incapable on the other of translating this progress into enduring gains in living standards for the great majority of the working population? Why are positive rates of growth in productivity on a world scale accompanied by declining average rates of profit for productive capital? And why has capitalism, as a world system, ceased to contribute to the progressive development of the productive forces of humankind, most obviously by chronically underutilizing the talents and energies of billions of people around the world now relegated to the status of precariat or, more accurately, surplus population? 16 For those who grasp the essential theses of Marx's theory of value, surplus value, and capital, the answers to these questions are in clear focus. The anomalies and the irrationalities of capitalist reality are to be explained fundamentally by the fact that this reality encompasses 4 tendentially contradictory principles of social organization, 4 interpenetrated yet distinguishable relations of production and reproduction, the relation of formal equality existing between economic actors and the products of labor within capitalist markets, the exploitative relation existing between those who monopolize the ownership of the means of production and those who must sell their labor power for wages or salaries in order to secure a livelihood, the competitive relation existing between all economic actors in markets between the owners of capital, and the cooperative relation existing between producers in a global division of labor that has become ever more detailed, elaborate and interdependent. While the coexistence and interpenetration of these social relations would seem to be quite problematic, historically their interaction within the totality that is the capitalist socio-economic system has been a source of great dynamism in extending human productive capacities. All the same, Marx insisted that this dynamism was destined to become ever more inside and that in due course capitalism would substantially exhaust its role in promoting human progress and development. Accordingly, Marx rested his indictment against capitalism not simply on the claim that the system was unjust, but centrally on its growing tendency to generate waste, to block the development of human capacities, and to divert human energies into non-productive and increasingly destructive pursuits. Marx's theory of labor value is at the very core of this indictment against capitalism. At bottom it is an account of what might be described as an invisible Leviathan, a structure of socio-economic relations that has usurped from conscious humanity effective control over the socio-economic life process and imposed a set of socially grounded laws that are both very powerful and deeply hidden from view. Is crowning law the capitalist law of value compels humanity perforce to apply a single yardstick in the measurement of wealth, the yardstick of value, of abstract socially necessary labor. Time. Within a society founded upon capitalist social relations of production and reproduction, the measurement of social wealth in these terms is unconscious, in that it is effected through impersonal market mechanisms, and yet decisive to the developmental trajectory of the economy and the division of labor as a whole. Accordingly, certain forms of activity will be recognized as wealth generating, while other forms will not enter the economic calculus at all, despite their socially valuable character. As capitalist production as a whole meets the demand generated by aggregate purchasing power with a range of goods requiring less and less labor input, the material wealth of society in physical terms may expand even as its measurement in terms of labor time suggests, rather perversely, that society is becoming poorer. This is because the measurement of material wealth in terms of social labor time means that, under conditions of labor-saving and labor-displacing technical innovation, capitalist society tends toward a zero-sum situation in which any gains in income or real wealth must come at the expense of other economic agents, and in which it is quite possible for aggregate purchasing power to decline. In other words, social wealth is measured by criteria informed by the socially antagonistic character of capitalist production and exchange. At bottom, Marx's theory of labor value states that the sole source of value within a capitalist society is living human labor and that the sole source of surplus value is the surplus labor performed by workers in excess of the necessary labor required to produce the value represented by their wages. To the great majority of the population who rely for their livelihood on the sale of their labor power, these propositions should require little proof, a point that I have underscored elsewhere. In a capitalist society, the material output of the economy-wide division of labor is distributed and consumed in accordance with people's ability to purchase it with money, which service not only as a means of exchange but, above all, as a claim on abstract social labor. Marx's proposition that money is the necessary form of appearance of abstract social labor may not seem immediately obvious. But consider this: apart from those who subsist on state-funded social assistance or private charity, people possess money for two basic reasons: they either earn it through the performance of labor or they obtain it by virtue of their ownership of property. The vast majority of the population immediately sees the connection between their labor and the value represented by the money in their possession. At the same time, however, the origin of the money income of those who do not labor and have never labored for a living seems more obscure. Even so, it's not difficult to understand that those few who hold significant property assets earn their money primarily by getting others to perform labor on their behalf. There can be no money profit, money rents, money dividends or any other form of money income for those who own factories, mines, land, apartment blocks, retail stores, or banks unless there are people laboring to create the value that finds expression in corporate profits, ground rent, interest and wages. To put the matter starkly, the class of big capitalist property owners can earn income only by exploiting those who labor for a living, that is to say, by paying workers far less than the total new value created through the performance of their labor and by appropriating the difference as surplus value. 17. The fact that, in the face of these rather obvious realities, proof for the labor theory of value can still be demanded by the capitalists and their ideological apologists attests to the remarkable ability of capital to represent itself as an independent source of value and to confuse the categories of value, money, and wealth. The point of Marx's theory is precisely to establish that the economic category of value, together with those of wages, profit, interest, and so on, is bound up with the existence of the social relations of production/reproduction characteristic of a commodity economy, that of capitalism. Value and wealth are therefore by no means synonymous. Indeed, implicit in Marx's theory is the notion that the measurement of wealth in terms of value at first stimulates but eventually impedes the production of wealth. This is the burden of Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Capitalism simultaneously promotes improvements in the productivity of labor, through labor-saving and labor-displacing technological innovation, while continuously measuring material wealth in terms of money representing abstract social labor. A diminishing volume of newly created value relative to the money capital invested means lower profitability, in spite of rising productivity. This perverse state of affairs, falling profit rates associated with rising labor productivity, points to the fundamental irrationality of capitalism and reveals starkly why profit must always be inimical to the satisfaction of human needs. But this irrationality is not at all inherent in the human condition, for the productive forces developing within bourgeois society create also the material conditions for the solution of this antagonism. 18. Highly advanced technology, very high levels of labor productivity, and a workforce capable of reorganizing society along socialist lines. Thus, while Marx would doubtless solidarize with the intent of Giovanni Arrighi's critique of the inequalities and oligarchic wealth that continue to define contemporary capitalism, he would also wish to make the point that wealth can indeed be generalized to all of the world's people once it ceases to be measured in socially antagonistic ways, relationally, to be sure, but above all in terms of abstract socially necessary labor. This is a revolutionary suggestion. Yet it flows quite logically from a theory with an excellent track record in charting the course of capitalist development. As such, it deserves to be considered with the utmost seriousness, particularly when it is appreciated that decade over decade, the rate of growth of the global economy has fallen since the 1960s, and that, so long as capitalism exists, higher growth rates for all sectors of the world economy are needed to provide for growing populations and to mitigate practices contributing to ecological degradation. 19 For if Marx's forecasts are indeed confirmed for our time, if the capitalist law of value has exhausted its potential to contribute to the creation of real wealth and to meeting human needs on a global scale, then it becomes incumbent upon us to seek out a new form of socio-economic organization, one that can transcend this obsolescent law while also subsuming under itself the tremendous developmental potential of the science, technology, and world division of labor that capital has fashioned over the past few centuries. I am well aware that the objection will be made that Marx's own prescription for this new social form has been found wanting in practice. Although the principal purpose of this book is not to refute this now tiresome argument, a few comments are perhaps in order. 20 In my view, Marx's own vision of the transition to a socialist society presupposes several conditions that have been largely absent from all of the experiments in socialist construction over the past century: a revolutionary working class movement, pursuing its emancipatory project on a global scale, a functioning democracy of the associated producers and consumers, a highly developed level of productivity, the availability of ample free time permitting the full involvement of working people in political, cultural, and civic activities, and a well-articulated socialist international division of labor. Lacking in these conditions, the transitional, Stalinist-ruled societies of the East registered many impressive accomplishments, though at a human cost exceeded only by Western capitalism in its era of industrialization and worldwide expansion. They were not, however, able to reach the critical threshold of truly socialist relations of production. In my opinion, the responsibility for this failure is one that ultimately falls most heavily on those ostensibly socialist and working-class leaders in the advanced capitalist world who retreated from the program of social transformation and who justified this retreat in good part by denying the validity of Marx's value-theoretical critique of capitalism, almost always without having ever bothered to study or understand it. Let us speak plainly. The rhetoric of free market economics is the euphemistic ideological mantle of a despotism that has most of humanity in its grip, capitalists and workers alike, the despotism of Adam Smith's invisible hand, of market forces operating behind the back of the human collectivity whose destiny they shape. This despotism has decreed that the economic life of human beings, the basis upon which all modes of life depend, is to be governed by the capitalist law of labor value, whether or not its subjects consciously understand this, and whether or not it serves the collective needs of humanity. To defeat this despotic power will require an uncompromising revolutionary will to break free from the fetters imposed by capitalist social relations and to subject the processes of production and reproduction to the conscious decision-making of working people collectively organized. Such revolutionary resolve, however, must be nurtured by a hard-won prior recognition, that the capitalist law of value is by no means an eternal feature of human society and that it can indeed be transcended. Of course, the question remains, can this historically bounded law be transcended in such a way as to enable humanity to deal with our most pressing socio-economic, cultural, and ecological problems? The record of the transitional societies, for all their manifest shortcomings, provides us with many indications that it can. Yet something of a leap of faith may still be needed, one requiring a rehabilitation of the good name of human nature and a rebirth of socialist imagination, something that has been in desperately short supply since erstwhile communists and capitalists joined hands in proclaiming the insidious identity of Stalinism and socialism/communism. It is precisely the sort of imagination that Marx's theory of labor value can serve to stimulate by challenging the bogus inevitability of value relations and by reaffirming the capacity of human beings to radically alter their socio-economic relations. Arguing in a similar vein, Frederick Jameson has written, "The market is Leviathan in sheep's clothing. Its function is not to encourage and perpetuate freedom, but rather to repress it." Market ideology assures us that human beings make a mess of it when they try to control their destinies, and that we are fortunate in possessing an interpersonal mechanism, the market, which can substitute for human hubris and planning and replace human decisions altogether. We only need to. The notion that the market, and the invisible Leviathan of capitalist value relations that forms its real basis, will see to us grows thinner and thinner with the passage of time. But it can keep us in line only so long as we fail to understand and expose its most precious secret, that it has already overstayed its historical welcome as a means to furthering the material wealth, the social and cultural development, and the general well-being of humankind. Chapter 2. The value abstraction and the dialectic of social development. The idea that history displays a pattern of development rooted in a human propensity toward technical, labor-saving forms of rationality is fundamental to Marx's materialist conception of history. Yet the dialectic of forces and relations of production as traditionally conceived in historical materialist discourses has found only weak expressions in social formations dominated by pre-capitalist modes of production. In this chapter, I advance the hypothesis that simple commodity production and exchange, and therefore rudimentary commodity value relations, may have been of decisive importance to the historic emergence of cognitive faculties capable of giving a systematic impulse to the development of science and technology, and therefore to a pre-capitalist forces relations dialectic. This permits a new way of appreciating Marx's ranking of the Asiatic, ancient, feudal, and capitalist modes of production as progressive epochs in the development of human society, while illuminating the socio-historical provenance of the categories of human thought. More generally, the chapter offers a philosophical and historical framework for conceptualizing the historically specific, and limited, contributions of value relations to human progress. My starting point involves three basic premises that I take to be central to Marx's materialist conception of history. The first of these is the monistic proposition that the reality confronted by human beings is an ontologically unified ensemble or totality, embracing natural, social, and ideal aspects. This premise is consistent with the basic philosophical materialist tenet that matter has ontological primacy as the substance of reality, but breaks from traditional philosophical materialism in its insistence that material reality is subject not only to natural law but to the transformative influences of human practice as well, that is to say, the influences of social relations and conscious activity. In my view, this is the fundamental theme of the new materialism announced in Marx's theses on Feuerbach. The second premise is that the subject of history is the real living individuals referred to by Marx and Engels in the German ideology, that is, human individuals whose actions are shaped by both natural and social imperatives and constraints. The historical subject, on this view, is most emphatically not a transcendental logos, a reified first principle, or a fixed human nature, but rather human beings seeking practical solutions to the natural, social, and intellectual problems they confront, precisely through natural, social, and intellectual means. The more complex the problems and the more varied the available means of recourse, the greater and more varied the creative responses of human beings are likely to be. The third premise is that humans are driven to seek material security in the face of hostile natural and social forces. This is the basis for a certain duality within the elusive notion of human rationality. Manifestations of technical rationality are certainly distinguishable from various forms of sociological rationality, but not because of any ontological schism within reality of the type implied in the dualistic social ontologies that are so pervasive in modern and postmodern social theories. They are distinguishable, and usefully distinguished within a dialectical monistic social ontology, precisely because they can and do enter into complex and potentially contradictory relationships with one another. At the same time, their common ground should be clearly recognized: purpose of human activity as founded upon the socially mediated transformation of nature, both human and non-human. 1 Tendentious but ill-conceived inclinations to privilege technical rationality over forms of rationality rooted in antagonistic social relations, or vice versa, have motivated recurrent attempts to attribute deterministic primacy to either the productive forces or the relations of production in the development of society. Indeed, the desire to accord primacy to the productive forces may well have been the inspiration of Marx's most deterministic historical materialist text, the 1859 Preface to a Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. This text happens to contain one of the most controversial and enigmatic passages in Marx's entire corpus. In broad outline, the Asiatic, ancient, feudal and modern bourgeois modes of production may be designated as epochs marking progress in the economic development of society. 2 While my purpose here will not be to summarize or even identify the many debates that have sprung from the interpretation of this passage, a careful reading of it suggests that Marx is by no means positing, in rigid, dogmatic fashion, a theory of stages through which all societies are destined to pass, but rather ranking these modes of production with respect to their potential to engender progress. In this sense, it calls attention to a pivotal Marxian idea that I will seek to defend, namely the notion of a universal human history marked by a determinate, though by no means inexorable, developmental logic. The key that Marx provides to understanding this history is precisely the forces-relations dialectic as this unfolds in both pre-capitalist and capitalist eras. A caveat is necessary here. Skepticism concerning the reality of a pre-capitalist, forces-relations dialectic contains an important grain of truth. The objective laws governing the historical movement of capitalist society are much stronger than those influencing the economic development of pre-capitalist social formations. 3 This is so because capitalism alone is under the sway of a fully reified law of value, a law that becomes fully determinative only under conditions of market competition. 4 Capitalism's economic law of motion, moreover, is defined by the contradictory relationship of elements internal to its social production relations, relations that are at once equalitarian, exploitative, and competitive. 5 These features distinguish capitalism from all pre-capitalist societies quite decisively. At the same time, it is precisely the interplay of social production relations belonging to different, yet coexistent, modes of production that appears to furnish a developmental dynamic conducive to the growth of the productive forces in pre-capitalist economic formations. This unique interplay is one aspect of David Laibman's important argument concerning the role of simple commodity production, during the European feudal era, in stimulating the development of the intensive capabilities of the productive forces and thereby creating an intensive surplus that enables commodity production to assume a new role, eventually moving to the center of the. 6 I concur with Laibman in regarding simple commodity production as a critical and much underestimated element in the forces-relations dialectic of pre-capitalist history. To this extent, the argument I present below should be seen as complementary to his stress on the importance of an individually appropriated intensive surplus to the development of the productive forces of Western European feudal societies. but I go beyond Liebman in suggesting that it is not only the competitive relations embryonic in simple commodity production that propel the growth of labor-saving technology, but the equalitarian relations implicit in them as well. Indeed, it is precisely the equalitarian aspects of commodity value 7 that I regard as fundamental to the specific contribution of the value abstraction to the extension of human productive capacities during pre-capitalist eras. Where I depart from Liebman is in my rejection of the notion that human technical rationality must prevail over class-appropriate rationality or indeed over other forms of sociological rationality, in determining the course of history. No such presumption is, in my view, warranted on purely theoretical grounds. In the end, what must determine the outcome of the clash of these relatively distinct forms of rationality is the class struggle, and this can issue just as easily in the common ruin of the contending classes as in the inauguration of a more progressive epoch. 8 Marxism, of course, has no pretensions to being a pure theory. It is defiantly a theoretically informed program and a programmatically informed theory, a practical project embracing a specific vision of human history and the struggle for a better future. And for just this reason, it can be affirmed with confidence that even the late Marx of the 1870s and 1880s, who faced something of an intellectual crossroads as he moved away from the still heavily Eurocentric standpoint of the 1859 preface, who explored a far richer ethnography than he had previously imagined, and who even ruminated over the Russian peasant commune as a potential starting point for socialist development 9, never wavered from the idea that human history is possessed of a meaning to the extent that the rational human imperative to extend the productivity of labor can be said to hold sway in human history. The propensity of human beings toward labor-saving technical rationality of this sort was a fundamental premise of his philosophical anthropology, one that contained the promise of the eventual emergency of a mode of humane existence in which, for the first time, all human individuals would have the chance to develop their many-sided talents and capabilities unconstrained by either material hardship or social antagonism. All ethnocentrisms and postmodern relativisms aside, this is surely an emancipatory vision worthy of all humanity, and one that is just as much a guiding thread of Marx's thought as any other that might be cited. 1. The value abstraction in pre-capitalist history, cognitive faculties as forces of production. The proposition that Marx was committed to a definite concept of human progress linked to the propensity of the human species toward technical rationality has been most prominently associated in recent times with the influential work of Gerald A. Cohen. In Karl Marx's theory of history, A Defense, Cohen undertook to champion what he characterized as an old-fashioned historical materialism according to which history is, fundamentally, the growth of human productive power, and forms of society rise and fall according as they enable or impede that growth. 10 Cohen readily admitted to a technological interpretation of human history, but was circumspect with respect to whether his account should be termed technological determinist. No doubt this was because his argument was not so much that technology dominates other aspects of social life as that human beings tend to select those social forms that are most propitious to the extension of their productive powers given a certain level of development of technology and technical knowledge. Human history possesses a definite pattern because human beings can be expected, in the long run, to behave in a technically rational fashion. Cohen's overall theoretic methodological framework might therefore be described as a rational choice functionalism or as a functionalist praxeology. The issue of Cohen's functionalism is not a central concern of the present discussion, although it is certainly among the features that render his account of historical materialism both novel and contentious. Of greater concern is the analytically rigorous fashion in which he insists upon interpreting the material-social distinction in Marx's thought and in the 1859 preface in particular. According to Cohen, the material aspects of human existence pertain strictly to the content of human society, whereas the social aspects pertain just as strictly to the issue of form. On this basis he develops a somewhat non-traditional understanding of the following famous passage from Marx's 1859 preface. In the social production of their life, men enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will, relations of production that correspond to a definite stage of development of the material productive forces. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real basis on which rises a legal and political superstructure, and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. Point 11. The real novelty of Cohen's interpretation of this passage has to do with the way he specifies the distinction between the forces and the relations of production, and the distinction between the economic structure of society and the legal and political superstructure. On his account, the forces of production belong to the material side of the material social distinction, while the relations of production belong to a social side. Once this is recognized, Cohen claims it becomes possible to specify with analytical precision those elements of reality that belong to the material forces of production and those that belong to the social relations of production. At the same time, according to this interpretation, the economic structure of society refers to the totality of social relations of production within a particular socio-economic formation and is not at all a synonym for mode of production. That is to say, unlike Marx's concept of mode of production, the economic structure does not encompass the material forces of production, rather the material forces of production belong to a material substratum existing below the economic structure. While the material aspects of reality are conceptually excluded from the economic structure, the ideal aspects of this same reality are just as resolutely excluded from his conception of the social superstructure. For Cohen, the latter is comprised exclusively of legal and political institutions that function to stabilize and reinforce the economic structure. Accordingly, the superstructure does not, strictly speaking, encompass ideas or consciousness and therefore does not refer to any ideal sphere or level of reality. There is much in Cohen's restatement of the basic concepts of the 1859 preface that ich limut beautisom lamite dextenthi hasid mirably captured a key aspect of Marx's social ontology, one overlooked by many other commentators. For this self-described analytical Marxist philosopher has painstakingly demonstrated that the point of departure of Marx's historical sociology is not the sort of material ideal distinction that pervades the greater part of bourgeois social theory, but rather a material social distinction 12, and that, related to this, ideas and consciousness are not part of an independent realm but are always embedded in the social and material conditions and practices through which human beings make their own history. Hence, it is not only necessary to insist that many cultural phenomena cannot and need not be included in Marx's base superstructure metaphor, it is also necessary to underscore that productively relevant ideas and knowledge are themselves essential elements of the material forces of production. On this view, tools, productive machinery, and even skilled labor power cannot be said to exist independently of such knowledge. I wish to extend this latter argument still further by suggesting that the practical, technical knowledge embodied in the physical means of production is itself predicated upon the capacity of human beings to think in problem-solving ways. Moreover, the premise of any systematic development of the productive powers of human beings is the emergence of cognitive faculties favoring a technical scientific form of rationality. Unlike Cohen, I do not claim that the human propensity toward technical rationality is explicable simply with reference to the human mammal's excellent brain. The existence of such a brain is certainly a necessary corporeal condition for the development of technical rationality, but the former's mere existence, even in the context of perennial human struggles with the inclemencies of nature, cannot be regarded as a sufficient condition for the development of the latter. Claims that particular social form shave decisively mediate the relation between the excellent brain of human beings and the human struggle with an inhospitable nature, and that only certain social forms have encouraged the emergence of cognitive faculties capable of giving a systematic impetus to the development of technical scientific rationality and labor productivity. These faculties may themselves be considered mental elements of the productive forces at a certain stage of the latter's development. The cognitive faculties in question refer to the categories of abstract reason to which the German idealist philosopher Immanuel Kant attributed a transcendental origin. Yet any such idealist explanation of the provenance of the abstract intellect must encounter the same objection as Cohen's explanation of the origin of human technical rationality in the interaction of excellent brains and the inclemencies of nature. For Kant's theory too fails to account for the fact that across tens of thousands of years of human prehistory and several thousand years of early civilization there is little evidence of the existence of an abstract intellect or the systematic influence of the categories of pure reason on human activity. Point 13. All of this suggests that the categories identified by Kant must not only have a social provenance, as Durkheim following Marx suggested, but also definite historical origins. Yet it was only with the publication of Alfred Sohnrethel's Marxist Critique of Epistemology in 1978 that a plausible historical materialist account of the social historical origins of these categories of reason was finally given. For Sohnrethel, the emergence of the cognitive faculties associated with classical Greek philosophy, mathematics and modern natural science is directly connected with the emergence of the real abstraction of exchange attendant to the appearance of commodity production and money. The implications of Sohnrethel's insight are clearly immense with respect to the place of simple commodity production/exchange in defining a pre-capitalist forces-relations dialectic, for it is entirely reasonable to hypothesize that the development of simple value relations might well have been the spark that ignited a veritable cognitive revolution, without which the development of capitalism would have been impossible. It is this cognitive revolution, I contend, that marks a profound epoch-making transition within pre-capitalist history. In the classical Marxist tradition such a notion is most clearly foreshadowed in a passage from Engels as the origin of the family private property and state. The appearance of private property in herds of cattle and articles of luxury led to exchange between individuals, to the transformation of products into commodities. Here lies the root of the entire revolution that followed. The Athenians were soon to learn how quickly after individual exchange is established and products are converted into commodities, the product manifests its rule over the producer. With the production of commodities came the tilling of the soil by individual cultivators for their own account, soon followed by individual ownership of the land. Then came money, that universal commodity for which others could be exchanged. But when men invented money they little suspected that they were creating a new social power, the one universal power to which the whole of society must bow. Point 14. It was unable to really acquire until the emergence of modern capitalism. For money to appear as the one universal power to which the whole of society must bow, commodity production had not only to exist, it had to be well on its way to being generalist, to becoming the general social form of production. This was not the case in either Greek or Roman antiquity, despite the considerable extension of trade and commodity production that occurred during that epoch. Even so, Engels's argument should not be wholly dismissed, nor indeed should his related thesis that the law of value has its historical origins in the value relations established over thousands of years of simple commodity production. Point 15. To be sure, such pre-capitalist value relations must be seen as rudimentary antecedents of the capitalist law of value, yet the existence of commodity production and exchange, even where it is decisively subordinated to other economic forms, still signifies the existence, if only in a rudimentary sense, of a trade-based division of labor and of a type of economic activity that is predicated upon the recognition of private property rights. It need hardly be pointed out that such rights, which Sohnrethel quite properly defines in terms of the laws of the separation of exchange and use, can have no meaning except where market exchange has become a significant social form of the process of production. I wish to argue, however, that the impact of this social form and of the new social power it represents may be greater in its nurturing of new cognitive faculties than in its direct influence upon economic intercourse per se. Not only might simple commodity production sponsor a law of value sui generis that directly enters into the forces relations dialectic of pre-capitalist history, it may well give rise to a modality of thought that is conducive to labor-saving technological innovation and the extension of the productive powers of humanity. The crucial historiographic issue then becomes, to what extent have particular pre-capitalist societies permitted the proliferation of simple commodity production/exchange, together with related social forms, and tolerated the technical scientific consciousness arising from a trade-based division of labor? An argument can easily be made that, of all the pre-capitalist modes of production identified by Marx, only the feudal mode of production possessed the specific features and the endogenous dynamic that could give a systematic impulse to both of these developments. Moreover, it is for just this reason that capitalism grew out of feudalism and could not have grown directly out of the Asiatic, ancient, or Germanic modes of production. 16 Feudalism should be ranked higher among the epochs marking progress in the economic development of society, not only because it encouraged the growth of a trade-based division of labor, but because it erected fewer obstacles to the technical scientific progress made possible by the unleashing of the abstract intellect. To buttress the credibility of this argument, we need only draw upon a few well-established theoretical and historiographic points pertaining to the specificity of Western European feudalism in relation to other pre-capitalist modes. The first is that feudalism is distinguished from despotic or slave-owning or other tributary societies in its decentralist political structure, its dispersal of political power. 17 The absence or weakness of a centralist political authority opens the way to a wide array of social forms, including those based upon the postulates of equalitarian commodity exchange and individual surplus appropriation. This leads to the second point. It is just such social forms, proliferating in the pores of feudal society, that may be most responsible for the intensive development of the productive forces stressed by Liebman. The same point extends to Robert Brenner's important distinction between absolute and relative surpluses in the transition from feudalism to capitalism. 18 Pure feudal relations are likely only to engender an absolute surplus, but feudal societies have a weak ability to maintain their purity. Hence, over time, the stage is set under feudalism for simple commodity production and long-distance trade to stimulate the intensive productive forces that make possible the appropriation of a growing relative or intensive surplus. The final point concerns the fact that productively relevant knowledge tends to be less centralist and is more likely to be applied to production under feudal conditions than in other pre-capitalist, class-antagonistic contexts. This is not only because the incentive to use such knowledge is greater in feudal societies, it is also because despotic states promote a radical division of intellectual and manual labor as between state functionaries and the direct producers. Non-feudal state classes are notorious hoarders of knowledge, which they use primarily to reinforce and perpetuate the essential conditions of their own rule. What's more, such elites are apt to erect and sustain formidable ideological obstacles to the spread of technical scientific forms of rationality. An adequate specification of any pre-capitalist forces relations dialectic requires recognition of both the pivotal role played by simple commodity production in developing the forces of production and the limits imposed on this role by other, more dominant pre-capitalist forms. Fragile as it might have been in pre-capitalist eras, and incapable as it might have been of imposing its own norms and laws upon societies ruled by despots, slave owners, or feudal lords, simple commodity production was nevertheless successful in sponsoring an extremely subversive form of human consciousness, a mode of thinking and of problem-solving which itself must be ranked with land, labor power, and productively relevant knowledge as a major force of production. Its development, in tandem with other forces of production, could only eventuate in a challenge to the feudal relations that had nurtured it, particularly when the feudal mode of production itself entered, for numerous reasons, into protracted crisis. 19 It should be underscored that the cognitive revolution postulated here had an extremely uneven and historically discontinuous development. It began in antiquity, but could not possibly have triumphed in the ancient societies. It was unleashed to some limited extent wherever a trade-based division of labor took root, but was repeatedly suppressed by social forms as varied as the despotic state and the European guilds. Its ultimate triumph was predicated on the emergence of a particular balance of social forms, as well as favorable geographical and historical circumstances. All of which could very easily suggest that this cognitive revolution and the growth of the forces of production that propelled capitalist development had a somewhat fortuitous character. This I take to be true. Yet this in no way contradicts the thesis, which I hold to be central to Marx's historical vision, that human history possesses a pattern of development to the extent that it is guided by a growing propensity toward technical scientific rationality. There is no hint of a unilinear theory of human history here, still less of any speculative historico-philosophical theory of the type berated in the German ideology. Nor is there any evolutionary inevitabilism or fatalism implicit in such a formulation. All that can be said is that history has unfolded in such a way as to unleash the productive power of technical rationality, that capitalism has emerged as the dominant mode of production on a planetary scale, and that this has created the potential for a global development toward the sort of socialist society envisaged by Marx and Engels. It should be stressed once again that this interpretation of Marx's materialist conception of history is free of any idealist teleology of the sort that would claim that human history is unfolding according to some transcendental logic toward a preordained goal via a series of definite stages. But it does insist upon the possibility that human history may assume a determinate developmental pattern if the balance of social forms comes to favor the full flowering of technical scientific rationality. The reality that Marx was faced with, and that we continue to be faced with, is that in the course of human history such a development did occur. And it is only by virtue of this that we can now entertain ideas about the contemporary results and future prospects of a universal human history that has materialized before the eyes of humanity over just the past few centuries. While Marx never discussed these issues in precisely these terms, I consider the argument set forth here as fully consistent with the fundamental concepts and premises of his historical materialism, particularly as these have been elucidated in recent years in relation to some basic principles of his social ontology and epistemology. 2. Cohen, Sayer, and Sohnrethel on historical materialism. The argument presented above departs from Cohen's more traditional account of historical materialism in its stress upon contingency in the historical interplay of social forms and productive forces. At the same time, it is predicated upon a more radical break from the dualistic ontology from which Cohen only partially distances Marx. Central to Cohen's account is the role of human technical rationality in promoting the development of the material forces of production and in selecting the social relations of production historically suited to technological progress. Yet the human propensity toward technical rationality is never explicated adequately. Indeed, this propensity is posited outside of the material social relation that Cohen identifies as key to historical materialism, seemingly springing from a socially unmediated relation of human beings to nature that he associates with the material or natural content of society and that is posited as externally related to the social forms assumed and discarded by concrete societies. Thus, in defending the notion that Marx's theory of history highlights the material social distinction and not a material ideal opposition, Cohen has disclosed a necessary but not a sufficient basis for reasserting Marx's dialectical social ontology as against the claims of philosophical dualism. Indeed, in his handling of the form-content relation, Cohen has succumbed to the typically Kantian habit of regarding this as an external relation, and in so doing has readmitted an ontological opposition between consciousness and social being. It need only be assumed that content has ontological priority over form to conclude that human technical rationality must ultimately prevail over all forms of consciousness that are rooted in mere social relations. Here, indeed, is where Cohen's interpretation of Marx finally sanctions a rather crude, and historically indefensible, technological determinism, one incapable of accounting for the historical viability and resilience of class-appropriative forms of rationality that have often proven inimical to technical rationality and human progress. Cohen's incomplete break with the dualistic social ontology has theoretical consequences that have been most fully explored by Derek Sayer in The Violence of Abstraction, The Analytic Foundations of Historical Materialism, a work that represents a substantial advance over Cohen's in its grasp of Marx's historical sociology. Proceeding from an internal relations perspective of the type elaborated by Bertel Ollman, 20 Sayer suggests that for Marx neither the material social distinction nor the form-content distinction has any hard and fast character. Indeed, Marx's dialectical social ontology enjoins us from drawing the sort of analytically precise boundaries between such concepts as the forces of production and the relations of production that Cohen draws. We can no longer assume that terms like forces and relations of production, or base and superstructure, refer unambiguously or consistently to different, and mutually exclusive, bits of empirical reality as they would in an atomistic ontology. On the view argued here, the empirical reference of Marx's concepts may neither be mutually exclusive, nor consistent across space and time. The upshot is that productive forces should not be treated as a set of things, but as attributes of human beings in association, their collective capacities, while the relations of production should be conceptualized as any and all social relations which are demonstrably entailed in a given mode of production, or way in which produce their means of subsistence. 21 Such an approach makes it possible to see not only the internal relationship of social form and material content but also the social content of things, and the material forms assumed by social relations, an analytical agenda splendidly pursued by Marx in his analyses of commodity and capital fetishism. Sayre's critique of traditional historical materialism has the considerable virtue of emphasizing Marx and Engels' seminal historical materialist proposition that the production of life appears as a double relationship, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relationship. 22 Thus, the same activities must be seen as having social and material dimensions. This means that the forces of production have a social dimension as well as a material one, just as it means that the relations of production have both material and social expressions. It is only on this basis that one can explain Marx's repeated reference to such unmistakably social phenomena as the community, money, trade, and state activity as productive forces. Equally, it is only on this basis that it becomes possible to give an adequate general definition of the concept of relations of production as one that encompasses, in different times and places, material relations of production and superstructural relations, as well as Cohen's relations of ownership or relations of effective power over persons and productive forces. 23 This already suggests a second major area of Sayre's critique of Cohen and of traditional historical materialism. For if a hard and fast distinction cannot be made between the material and the social, it is no less true that the distinction between the mode of production and the superstructure is necessarily a fluid one. This is particularly so when analyzing pre-capitalist societies, where the organic unity of the human community admits no distinction between economy and polity as discrete spheres. In a very real sense, the notion of a political and legal superstructure arising on the basis of the economic structure could only be conceptualized from the standpoint of capitalist society, and the transferability of this metaphor to per-capitalist formations is therefore highly problematic. Yet Marx's notion of the superstructure involves something more. Despite the wording of the preface, which Cohen takes all too literally, the superstructure is for Marx not so much an institutional sphere as the ideal form in which the totality of material relations which make up the base itself are manifested to consciousness. 24 Marx's abundant references to ideal and ideological superstructures in many of his other works make this clear. For Sayre, the base superstructure metaphor recapitulates Marx's long-held philosophical position that the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. 25 Cohen's failure to grasp this aspect of Marx's philosophical perspective is of crucial importance, for it leads him in the direction of a dualistic epistemology in which ideological forms of consciousness are associated with social forms while technical scientific forms of consciousness are imbricated in the material content of society. Sayre insists against this that human consciousness, on Marx's view, must always be a projection of the double relationship in which human beings are inescapably implicated, a material world governed by both natural and social relations. This in no way vitiates the necessary distinction between science and ideology, as elements of consciousness. But it should alert and sensitize us to the fuller meaning and contradictory implications of Marx's postulate that social being determines consciousness. At the same time, Sayre's interpretation of Marx's concepts closes the door to the proposition that the forces of production must enjoy primacy over the relations of production in determining the course of history. Once the form-content relation is treated as an internal one, it is no longer meaningful to ponder the sort of question to which Cohen admits he has no good answer, namely, how productive forces select economic structures which promote their development. 26 Once forms are regarded as immanent in contents, this problem of selection quite simply disappears. More problematically, however, Sayre suggests that so too does the problem of causality, at least insofar as we are speaking of the interrelationship of relations and forces. After a compelling critique of Cohen's primacy thesis, Sayre proceeds to dismantle the converse proposition that social relations of production dominate the productive forces. Simply to reverse the line of causality between forces and relations obscures the important extent to which, for Marx, the growth of human productive power does remain the fundamental dynamic of historical progress. Yet the point of Sayre's argument is not that an internal relations perspective absolves Marx or any theorist of the responsibility to specify the causal links existing between phenomena. Indeed, Sayre is explicit in associating Marx's method and ontology with a realist position that requires that giving a causal explanation necessarily involves elaborating a theory of causal mechanisms. Point 27. His point is that it is simply mistaken to establish a line of causality between forces and relations understood as discrete and externally related categories. For Sayre, the causal mechanisms identified by Marx lie ultimately in the actions of real individuals, and consequently the causal explanation of social phenomena must be historical rather than functional. In a related vein, he argues, contrary to Cohen, Marx's concepts of forces and relations of production do not then denote items which are more basic than actions. These items are reactions, forms of human relationship, and the whole point of Marx's critique is to unmask them as such. Behind the authorless theater of fetishism lie real living individuals, for Marx the true and the only subjects of history. Point 28. For Sayre, the problem with traditional historical materialism is that it has fetishized and reified Marx's categories of forces and relations of production in the process of theoretically reducing them to lists of empirical items. The all too predictable result has been the positing of more or less implausible connections at the level of general theory, for which the indicated antidote is a minimum of a priori theory, and the use of empirically open general categories, which are analytically capable of letting the real world in. Point 29. Sayre's critique of Cohen is compelling and his proposed agenda for historical materialist inquiry attractive. Yet there is something not altogether satisfying about his plea for a more empirical redefinition of the historical materialist project. A clue to the deficiency is to be found in his repeated insistence that the starting point of analysis must be the real, living individuals invoked by Marx in the German ideology. For Sayre gives insufficient weight to the ability of concrete, historically existing individuals, to create, through their activities, those reified structures and economic laws that come to dominate and constrain their existence. Human activity does indeed construct the theater of fetishism, but once constructed, this theater has a way of transforming its builders into scripted actors who sustain the theater's operations. No doubt, the operations of the law of value are ultimately rooted in the actions of real individuals. All the same, an adequate causal explanation of these operations must consider the real existence of such holistic structural entities as abstract labor and the world of commodities, entities that arise as collective expressions of a multitude of individual actions. Oddly, much of Sayre's argument leads away from this and lends itself to a methodologically individualist interpretation of Marx, one that is irreconcilable with his insistence upon Marx's opposition to atomist ontologies. A further problem with Sayre is that there is very little in his account of historical materialism that enables us to understand his claim that for Marx, the growth of human productive power does remain the fundamental dynamic of historical progress. Point 30. If human productive power refers to social relations as well as material objectifications, what objective criteria can be deployed to assess whether growth and therefore historical progress is occurring? In this connection, it should be noted that in an earlier work, For Mao, Sayre expressed agreement with the ultra-voluntarist Maoist notion that even the poorest of societies can build socialism provided the requisite social forms are in place. 31 This political perspective may also explain his interest in late Marx's sympathy for Russian populism and for the proposition that the Russian peasant commune could be a base for socialist construction. 32 Yet there is no theoretical warrant to proceed from the recognition that the social phenomenon of cooperation ranks as one of the forces of production in the development of capitalism to the idea that social forms and mental attitudes are all that matter in the construction of socialism. As Sayre acknowledges, the productive power of social labor may indeed, in the course of human development, increasingly become embodied in things, like machines, and undeniably it is through such embodiment that it is most enhanced. This is what is so revolutionary about modern industry. For Marx it represented a qualitative break, a veritable quantum leap in the unfolding of human productive potential comparable only perhaps with the Neolithic Revolution. Human beings are, distinctively, creatures who purposefully objectify their collective capacities in the material world they create through transforming nature, and this is fundamental to Marx's sociology. 33. Yet human beings are also creatures who may purposefully seek to shelter themselves, as individual entities, from the worst inclemencies of nature by turning their excellent brains to the enterprise of subjugating and exploiting their fellow humans. This is perhaps why the transformation of nature and the growth of human productive potential have been so painfully slow and discontinuous in the course of human history. For throughout this history, technical forms of rationality have had to wage a long battle against forms of appropriative rationality rooted in antagonistic social postulates, postulates that find expression in modes of class exploitation and state forms. This leads to a third critical observation concerning Sayre. Unlike Cohen, who is openly dismissive of Marx's law of value, Sayre regards Marx's value theory as a critically important component of his historical materialist analysis of capitalist society. And yet, consistent with a fashion prevalent among many contemporary value theorists, Sayre fails to address the extent to which value relations might be said to have impacted on pre-capitalist societies. 34 Not surprisingly, in view of this, he also fails to address the issue of the impact of real abstractions on pre-capitalist history. This is a crucial omission, for it must result in a failure to appreciate the cognitive revolution sponsored by simple commodity production and exchange. It is here that a closer examination of Sohn-Riethel's argument becomes mandatory. As discussed earlier, Sohn-Riethel's fundamental thesis is that it is the historical appearance of a real abstraction, the commodity or value abstraction, that makes possible the development of those conceptual abstractions associated with classical philosophy, mathematics, and modern nat. Ural science. In substantiating this thesis, Sohn-Riethel begins by pointing to a striking similarity between the value abstraction and the thought abstractions of science. The economic concept of value is characterized by a complete absence of quality, a differentiation purely by quantity and by applicability to every kind of commodity and service that can occur on the market. These qualities of the economic value abstraction indeed display a striking similarity with fundamental categories of quantifying natural science without, admittedly, the slightest inner relationship between these heterogeneous spheres being as yet recognizable. While the concepts of natural science are thought abstractions, the economic concept of value is a real one. It exists nowhere other than in the human mind, but it does not spring from it. Rather, it is purely social in character, arising from the spatio-temporal sphere of human interrelations. It is not people who originate these abstractions but their actions. They do this without being aware of it. 35. It is important to be clear as to what Sohn-Riethel is saying here. The economic concept of value is a real abstraction rather than a thought abstraction because it derives from a real social process, that of commodity exchange. The reality of the commodity abstraction, however, defies the standard philosophical criterion for what is real as opposed to ideal, an empirically specifiable content. It is precisely the empirical emptiness of this abstraction that renders it abstract, just as its provenance in the socio-temporal sphere of actual human interactions, as founded upon definite social norms, renders it real. The existence of such a real abstraction within the human mind suggests a social origin for the non-empirical concepts whose basis traditional philosophical materialism has never adequately explained, and whose undeniable importance has been key to the success of philosophical idealism in accounting for the duality of the sources of knowledge. Sohn-Riethel elaborates on this as follows. The entire exchange abstraction is founded upon social postulate and not upon fact. It is a postulate that the use of commodities must remain suspended until the exchange has taken place. It is a postulate that no physical change should occur in the commodities, and this still applies even if the facts belie it. it is a postulate that the commodities in the exchange relation should count as equal despite their factual difference. None of these form concepts imply statements of fact. They are all norms which commodity exchange has to obey to be possible and to enable anarchical society to survive by the rules of reification. 36. The burden of Sohn-Rethel's argument is thus to establish that an inner relationship does exist between the value abstraction and the thought abstractions of mathematics, philosophy, and natural science, and that, in fact, the real abstraction operating in exchange engenders the ideal abstraction basic to Greek philosophy and to modern science. 37 If any of the elements of the real abstraction of exchange are correctly identified within the human mind, the result must be the formation of concepts that are as non-empirical as the exchange abstraction itself. Sohn-Rethel's detailed theoretical analysis of the formal elements of the exchange abstraction, as suggested by Marx's theory of value, serves to demonstrate that not only analogy but also true identity exists between the formal elements of this abstraction and the formal cognitive constituents of those forms of thought that issued in the development of modern science. In particular, the concepts of abstract quantity, abstract time and space, abstract movement and strict causality are all notions that have real counterparts in elements of the act of exchange. Kant's categories a priori, then, are not transcendental properties of the human intellect, but historically produced concepts originating in specific types of social interaction and founded upon a real abstraction. Yet it remains importantly true that once the elements of the real abstraction have assumed conceptual form, their character, rooted in social postulates, evolves into the dialectic of logical argument attached to the concepts. 38 The autonomy of this dialectic of logical argument from social being follows from the fact that the exchange abstraction is an abstraction associated with the actions of people and not with their thinking. It is an abstraction of which people are not consciously aware, but which is nevertheless reproduced in human consciousness in the form of the abstract intellect. It is in this rather special sense that value may come to exert itself as a significant social power long before the advent of capitalism. To be sure, so long as exchange does not play a dominant part in giving social form to production, the forms of thought deriving from the value abstraction must wage an uphill battle against forms rooted in different social postulates, the more or less conscious, yet pre-scientific, modes of socio-economic regulation that are founded on custom, tradition, and social privilege. All the same, this in no way obviates the thesis that the value abstraction causally influences the growth of scientific and technical knowledge, and in this specific way enters into the forces relations dialectic as this unfolds in pre-capitalist history. 3. Value relations and social progress. The view that ideas and the categories of thought are rooted in social relations and the activities of real, living individuals originates with Marx. In the German ideology he wrote that ideas, categories are but the abstract ideal expressions of social relations. 39 And in a letter to Engels he remarked that the logical categories are coming damn well out of our intercourse after all. 40 The young George Lukács was to further explore the connection between the commodity structure and the abstract intellect of bourgeois society in his essay Reification and the Consciousness of the Proletariat. 41 But it was left to Sohn-Rethel to provide ontological depth to the analysis of how commodity exchange engenders the categories of thought associated with technical rationality and how these could develop even in commodity-producing societies where the fully reified capitalist law of value did not yet hold sway. According to Sohn-Rethel, the relationship between use and exchange as contrasting kinds of activity contains the real key to the abstraction of exchange. Moreover, this is a relationship that resides at the very heart of the formal structure of exchange. In defining this structure, he refers to the following passage from Marx's Capital. So long as the laws of exchange are observed in every single act of exchange, taken in isolation, the mode of appropriation can be completely revolutionized without in any way affecting the property rights which correspond to commodity production. The same rights remain in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer who exchange equivalent for equivalent Canaan Rick himself only by his own labor, and in the period of capitalism, when the social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who are in a position to appropriate the unpaid labor of others over and over again. Point 42. This passage is significant because it suggests that for Marx the laws of exchange remain invariant across socio-economic epochs distinguished by different modes of exploitation. Point 43. Moreover, commodity production is characterized by specific property rights that remain formally invariant as between simpline capitalist commodity production. For Sonry Thelitis precise lith characteristics of commodity exchange as these are articulated on the basis of these rights that are central to the analysis of the value abstraction. The point is that use and exchange are not only different and contrasting by description, but are mutually exclusive in time. They must take place separately at different times. This is because exchange serves only a change of ownership, a change, that is, in terms of a purely social status of the commodities as owned property. In order to make this change possible on a basis of negotiated agreement, the physical condition of the commodities, their material status, must remain unchanged. Commodity exchange cannot take place as a recognized social institution unless the separation of exchange from use is stringently observed. Point 44. All of this suggests that commodity exchange involves a socially specific type of restriction of use. Where such restrictions are associated with exploitation based on unilateral appropriation as opposed to the reciprocity of exchange, we are dealing with instances of what Marx calls direct lordship and bondage. In such instances the restriction of use is a result of conscious design and deliberate intent but not of objective necessity. Things stand altogether differently with the restriction of use associated with commodity exchange, and it is this difference that is key to appreciating both the cognitive revolution associated with the exchange abstraction and the significance of the first tentative stages in the transition from personal dependency relations to objective dependency relations as promoted by simple commodity production. Point 45. It was precisely his belief that the latter relations were absent from Oriental life that prompted the young Marx to regard it as a purely natural and barbarian form of human existence, one outside of history. Just as it was his later recognition that some objective dependency relations existed under the Asiatic mode of production that led him to include the latter in his sequence of historical epochs. Point 46. This point returns us to the issue of Marx's appreciation of progress in human history. At the beginning of this chapter I suggested that Marx's vision of human progress was ultimately shaped by his belief in the realizability of a form of human society that is free of both material insecurity and social antagonism. Yet the realization of such a society is dependent upon a definite development of the forces and relations of production made possible only by capitalism. In a world historical sense, capitalism is indeed the necessary prelude to socialism, in part because it lays the basis for a world economy, but also because its encouragement of technical rationality creates the indispensable material premises of socialism and communism. The historical contribution of the capitalist mode of production has been to bring together technical rationality and appropriative rationality by giving technical rationality an appropriative form. This was mainly accomplished through the commodification of labor power and the subordination of natural science to the demands of surplus value production and realization. The corollary to this, however, is that technical rationality has served the development of the productive forces under capitalism only to the degree that it has served the appropriation of surplus labor. It is precisely the object of Marx's Capital to disclose the limits of the convergence under capitalism of these historically antagonistic principles, labor-saving technological progress, on the one hand, and surplus labor appropriation, on the other. Indeed, the contradiction between these principles within capitalism is at the very heart of Marx's law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit, a law that Marx considered to be in every respect the most important law of modern political economy, and the most essential for understanding the most difficult relations. Point 47. But if all this is so, how are we to explain Marx's revised estimation of the Asiatic mode of production and his fascination with the Russian peace and commune as a possible basis for socialist development in the last years of his life? A definitive answer is, I believe, beyond our reach. but it would seem that Marx in the 1870s and the 1880s moved toward a position that recognized that capitalism had created a world history to which the primary social formations of the East could now contribute. To be sure, Marx never embraced the populist notion that socialism could be achieved within Russia alone thanks to the collectivist social relations inherited from the peasant commune. Still, he was prepared to entertain the idea that the task of building world socialism might be jointly shouldered by formerly capitalist and Asiatic societies alike. Thus, while a socialist revolution might well begin in semi-Asiatic Russia, the construction of socialism would still depend decisively on the enormous technological resources and productive capacities bequeathed by advanced capitalism. The contemporaneity of Western production which dominates the world market, enables Russia to build into the commune all the positive achievements of the capitalist system, without having to pass under its harsh tribute. 48 This, along with many of Marx's other formulations in the various drafts of his letter to Verazay-Sulich, suggests a position far closer to Leon Trotsky's law of uneven and combined development and his theory of permanent revolution than to either Stalin's or Mao's versions of socialist economic autarky. Finally, a few words should be said in defense of technical scientific rationality and the social progress that it has made possible. When all is said and done, Marx's concept of human productive powers can only refer to the capacities of human beings to transform the world we inhabit in such a way as to reduce the burden of toil, increase the margin of material security, and attenuate the degree of social antagonism that we collectively confront. Technical scientific rationality has contributed mightily to the development of these powers, and therefore to the potential for human well-being. To free it from its subordination to the logic of appropriation inherent in capitalist social relations, however, requires the promotion of a socialist rationality grounded in a vigorous commitment to human progress, to the realization of a society in which human individuality can develop unhampered by material hardship or social antagonism. Such a concept of human progress still stands as the loftiest of goals to which human beings can aspire. Yet its realizability and even its desirability must be persistently denied by forms of consciousness no less deeply rooted in the exchange abstraction than the prevailing form of technical rationality. Ironically, the division of exchange into cease contrasting types of activity, together with the division of intellectual and manual labor that has been profoundly ramified by the generalization of commodity relations, must promote an abstract intellect prone to a profoundly dualistic worldview, one which habitually views the relations between fact and value, is and ought, freedom and necessity, theory and practice, as external and eternally problematic. For many who share such a worldview, the epistemological and cultural relativism that is promoted by postmodernist thought may well appear to be the most humane as well as comfortable of intellectual options. But for those who reject it, together with its social basis, it must appear as the last line of intellectual defense of a social order that has now exhausted its progressive historical mission. For an unresolved issue. A possible implication of my argument is that the cognitive faculties associated with the commodity value abstraction have not only stimulated technical rationality but have in large part been constitutive of this form of thought. Yet such a conclusion must be qualified by two observations. First, that prior to the cognitive revolution associated with the historical appearance of this real abstraction, labor-saving technological innovation was not at all unknown, and second, that myriad human communities untouched by this abstraction have developed unique technologies that enabled them to adapt successfully and often ingeniously to their particular physical environments. 49 Thus, technical rationality in general should not be regarded as identical to the abstract intellect referred to by Sohn-Rethel, who, incidentally, regards the non-empirical concepts drawn from the real abstraction as constituting the paradigm of mechanistic thinking. 50 What's more, modern technical rationality, as promoted by the particular cognitive faculties associated with the commodity abstraction, may well be subject to further historical transformations sponsored by the development of new, post-capitalist social forms. 51 Thus, Kant's categories of pure reason are by no means the last word in defining the formal constituents of the abstract intellect. As Marx averred, The categoria serenamori turnald hantha relations thi express. Theatera historical and transitory products 52. Indeed, even the scientific critique of these relations, as Marx's own work testifies, may help generate new theoretical categories and perspectives of relevance to the social and the natural sciences alike, for example, the categories of totality and real contradiction. In light of these considerations, it may well be fruitful to explore the question of the socio-historical provenance of quantum theory, scientific realism, and the chaos paradigm as substantial recent examples of an ongoing, dialectical process of cognitive revolution. The following chapter explores the vicissitudes of the concept of value resulting from its evolving relationship to the scientific and ideological requirements of the principal social classes of modern capitalist society. Chapter 3. Science, Ideology, and Economic Value. The concept of value has been both a perennial and an elusive one in the history of economic thought. While value and price are usually thought of as coextensive if not synonymous terms, and even though most economists effectively conflate the two, there is clearly a sense in which value is considered to be the basis of price and therefore as something conceptually distinct from it. Consumers, reflecting on the quality and the price of a particular commodity, routinely make a determination as to what is a good value and what is an unreasonable price. And while, at this level of apperception, the value of a good or service is certainly a subjective judgment, it is also one that has a substantial grounding in human experience, above all the common sense yet well-founded understanding that price and value do not always coincide, that is to say, that the same commodity can be variously priced. The interconnection between value and price obscures the fact that the significance of value extends well beyond the processes of individual price formation. Certainly, this was Marx's view. Yet neoclassical economists have maintained a curiously dogmatic insistence that any theory of value that is not primarily of direct use in explaining the constitution of individual prices is unworthy of consideration. Indeed, it is just this prejudice that sanctions the dismissal by most conventional economists of all notions of labor value in favor of the marginal utility theory of value pioneered by Stanley Jevons, Karl Menger, Leon Walras, and Alfred Marshall. To be sure, a growing contingent of non-Marxist economists now dismiss the marginalist theory in the same way that the marginalists have long rejected the concept of labor value, by labeling it metaphysical. Neo-Ricardian, post-Sraffian, Cambridge School, and post-Keynesian economists, in particular, are strongly inclined to dismiss any notion of value as ideological mystification. All the same, the apparent even-handedness displayed by Joan Robinson in rejecting the scientific claims of both marginal utility theory and Marx's labor theory of value may only mask a new twist on a familiar ideological bias. Thus, Robinson could easily have been speaking for the economics profession as a whole when she dismissed the labor theory of value as a politically motivated and unscientific basis for Marx's thesis that capitalists do not steal from workers but rather exploit them. She averred in this connection that such a theory is ideologically, much stronger poison than a direct attack on injustice, since it leads to the conclusion that reform is impossible. 1. Notwithstanding her often crude critique of Marx, Robinson was clearly onto something here, for the operational significance of Marx's theory of value is precisely that it serves to underpin his rather provocative proposition that the true barrier to capitalist production is capital itself, thereby establishing the historical necessity to not merely reform or fine-tune capitalism but to replace it with a higher order of socio-economic organization. The labor theory of value did not always have such subversive implications, at least not in the anti-capitalist sense. Indeed, the career of the labor value concept provides a fascinating object lesson in how prevailing social relations of production and opposing class interests may intrude on the delineation of science and ideology, and affect the vicissitudes and relative fortunes of each. 1. The labor theory of value in classical political economy. Classical political economy emerged as a specialized field of inquiry some 300 years ago, its rise inextricably bound up with the breakdown of the feudal system, the proliferation of simple commodity production, the spread of European colonialism, and the articulation and rapid extension of national and international markets. Intellectually, it was part of the Enlightenment Great Awakening that characterized the last phases of monarchical absolutism and the mercantilist trade system. From its inception, the political economy enterprise was associated with perhaps the two most important currents of thought of the emergent bourgeoisie in its ideological struggle against the established feudal society, utilitarianism and natural law. 3 Practically, it was concerned with the economic affairs of the state, as distinct from the management of a family household or individual business enterprise. More specifically, the political project of most of the early political economists was to influence states, above all the English state, to adopt policies favoring the interests of the rising bourgeoisie, interests that they took to embody the well-being of the great mass of the population, save the most recalcitrant and backward-looking elements of the landed aristocracy. As Simon Clarke observes, the economic theories of classical political economy established the viability of capitalist society and showed that such a society could be ruled by reason and not by custom, as social order and class harmony were achieved on the basis of action oriented by enlightened self-interest. 4 In France, the program of political economy found an early expression in attacks on the tax system of the Ancien Regime, that is, in opposition to the immunization of nobles and clergy, and in the proposal for a single tax on land. In England, it found a more advanced expression in the ideas of laissez-faire and free trade, against which were arrayed not only significant sections of the aristocracy but also mercantilist elements of the bourgeoisie with an interest in preserving existing trade monopolies. As Robinson notes, Adam Smith's main argument was directed against mercantilism, while Ricardo's theory of rent led up to the abolition of the Corn Law. 5 The early popularity of the labor theory of value among the classical political economists needs to be situated within this general intellectual and political programmatic context. While inklings of a labor value theory are traceable to medieval canonist tracts, its first systematic elaboration was at the hands of the economic and philosophical thinkers of ascendant capitalism. Both Thomas Hobbes and John Locke subscribed to theories of labor value, and both incorporated the notion into their broader political philosophies. In particular, Locke sought to use the idea of labor value as a premise for his argument against the alienation of property, conceived as a product of labor, from those who produce it. The target of this critique was the transparently exploitative relations existing between the landed aristocracy and the actual cultivators of the land under feudalism, whatsoever then removes out of the state that nature hath provided and left it in hath mixed his labor with, and joined to it something that is his own, and thereby makes it his property. 6 Here a labor theory of value was invoked to support the notion of a natural right to property, one violated by the feudal order but enshrined by the rising bourgeoisie. If Locke used a labor value theory in support of his political theory of possessive individualism, 7 The notion of labor value found an altogether different status and use in the writings of Adam Smith and David Ricardo, the two preeminent figures of classical political economy. In Smith's writings, the theory appears as an adjunct to his case for a free trade policy as the indispensable means of encouraging productivity gains and the accumulation of capital stock. What is distinctive about Smith's ruminations on labor value, however, is that he identifies embodied labor as the determinant of the exchange value of commodities only in an early and rude society preceding the accumulation of stock and the appropriation of land, that is to say, preceding the emergence of social classes. In other words, for Smith, the labor theory of value has full validity only where class divisions are not yet present. Once economic theory allows for the existence of ground rent and profit, land and capital must then be considered along with labor as factors determining market prices. All the same, Smith regarded labor not only as the principal source of value but also as its sole measure. The real value of all the different component parts of price is measured by the quantity of labor which they can, each of them, purchase or command. Labor measures the value not only of that part of price which resolves itself into labor, but of that which resolves itself into rent, and of that which resolves itself into profit. 8 Hence, One can say that Smith's theory of labor value is confused inasmuch as he mixes notions of labor commanded with the labor expended. 9 An understanding of society as divided into social classes similarly shaped David Ricardo's conception of economic value, yet unlike Smith, Ricardo saw the analysis of the distribution of national income among these classes as the key task of political economic theory. In Principles of Political Economy and Taxation, he writes, the producer of the earth, although is derived from its surface-united application of labor, machinery, and capital, is divided among three classes of the community, namely, the proprietor of the land, the owner of the stock of capital necessary for its cultivation, and the laborers by whose industry it is cultivated. To determine the laws which regulate this distribution, is the principal problem in political economy. 10. In attempting to disclose the laws governing the distribution of this social wealth, Ricardo confronted the problem of its measurement, and it was precisely in this connection that he felt obliged to move his analysis beyond the sphere of relative commodity price to the origin of the value constituted by this wealth. While Ricardo distinguished between natural prices and market prices, and anticipated the distinction, to be refined by Marx, between labor expended and necessary labor, his theory of labor value failed to make any rigorous distinction between value and price. The consequence was that, in observing that even natural prices are constituted by influences independent of labor time, Ricardo arrived at a 93% labor theory of price, which suggested that while labor, under normal conditions, is the strongest determinant of commodity prices, it is never the sole determinant. 2. The economics profession repudiates the labor theory of value. Ricardo was the last of the major classical political economists to enunciate a labor theory of value, and since his time, most economists within capitalist societies have dismissed all notions of labor value. The prevailing attitude of mainstream, professional economists is captured well in Joseph Schumpeter's assertion that, for economics as a positive science, it is important to ask how the labor theory of value works as a tool of analysis, and the real trouble is that it does so very badly. 11 Schumpeter neglected to add, however, that the worth of any analytical tool can only be judged by how well it serves a specific analytical agenda, as well as the practical project with which that agenda is associated. In light of this, Itkanius Alib argued that the main reason for the repudiation of the theory of labor value by most economists was that, after Ricardo, the concept of labor value was no longer contributing to the project to which conventional economists have always been devoted, namely, the elaboration of ideas useful to the legitimation and/or fine-tuning of the existing capitalist order. As Clark has put it, the essential ideological weakness of the Ricardian system is that it does not provide a very satisfactory basis on which to defend profit. 12 Such an argument gains cogency once one appreciates that economics, as a vocation, is indeed subject to ideological as well as scientific determinations, and that its leading theorists have been overwhelmingly committed to the promotion and perpetuation of capitalist economy, whether through fiscal tinkering or substantive reform. Accordingly, it is by no means a tendentious exercise to point out that John Locke was secretary to the British Council of Trade and invested in the silk and slave trades, that Ricardo was a successful stockbroker and contractor of loans who made an enormous fortune during the Napoleonic Wars, that Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk was finance minister of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, as well as the author of the definitive marginalist critique of Marx's economics, that Joseph Schumpeter had been a minister of finance and the president of an Austrian bank before entering academic life, and that John Maynard Keynes enriched himself as a jobber in currency, securities, and primary commodities. 13 Nor is it irrelevant to point out that two of the English pioneers of marginal utility theory, Stanley Jevons and Alfred Marshall, were virulent academic antagonists of organized labor. Jevons attacked trade unions for promoting the delusion of a supposed conflict of labor with capital, and Marshall, outraged by a strike of engineering workers, wrote, "I want these people beaten at all costs. The complete destruction of unionism would be as heavy a price as it is possible to conceive, but I think it is not too high a price." 14. 3. Labor value, from Ricardian socialism to Marx. Given the decidedly pro-capitalist profile of the economics profession throughout modern history, it is hardly surprising that when a popular economics medite appearance at the beginning of the 19th century, establishment economists were quick to appreciate the potential threat it posed. Thomas Hodgkin, an influential and original exponent of this new economics, was a partisan of working-class self-organization, a fierce critic of capitalism, and subsequently a socialist. The titles of his two main works bear eloquent testimony to his anti-establishment heresy: Popular Political Economy and Labor Defended Against the Claims of Capital, or The Unproductiveness of Capital Proved with Reference to Present Combinations Against Journeyman Laborer. Importantly, Hodgkin was also Ricardian, more specifically, an exponent of Ricardo's labor theory of value, which he had fashioned into a weapon for the critique of capitalism. After Hodgkin, the labor theory of value was never again to be favorably entertained by respectable economists. The tradition of classical political economy began to falter, challenged on the one side by Ricardian socialism and later Marxism, and on the other by what Marx termed vulgar economy, an approach that sought to dispense with the theory of value entirely. To the extent that classical political economy retained a theory of value, it was Mill's cost of production theory. But while this theory restored a semblance of rigor and coherence to the classical approach, it was unable to provide a clear picture of the relations of determination between profit, rent, and wages, precisely the problem that had most exercised Ricardo. Still, in contrast to vulgar economy, Mill's Ricardian political economy commanded a real authority by virtue of its continuing, and ideologically appealing, focus on the problem of the distribution of income. 15 Meanwhile, the project of refining and further developing the labor value formulation was being passed on from the Ricardian socialists to Marx. Unlike Ricardo, who had been interested in labor quantities as a numeraire, as a means of measuring heterogeneous use values in terms of a common yardstick, and unlike Hodgkin, who had regarded Ricardo's theory as a ready-made basis for identifying labor as the source of society's wealth, Marx was concerned with how economic value and its various forms express the contradictory social relations of capitalism as an historically specific socio-economic order. Fundamental to Marx's reformulation of labor value was the distinction he drew between value and exchange value. Whereas the concept of exchange value is concerned with a price system whose function is to put on the market the quantity of commodities that is required to fulfill the social need, i.e. the quantity for which the society is able to pay the market value. 16 Marx's purpose in analyzing the more abstract concept of value was to expose the hidden nexus that exists between individuals operating in a society in which private labors are not immediately recognizable as social. The invisibility of this nexus and the implications of this invisibility are at the heart of Marx's analysis of the value form and his critique of commodity fetishism. Indeed, they constitute the pillars of a labor value theory that is fundamentally different, in content and in purpose, from those espoused by the classical political economists. By identifying the inherent contradictions of the value relation in its fully developed capitalist form, Marx sought to discover nothing less than the economic law of motion of the capitalist mode of production. Complete clarity is necessary on this point. Marx made no claim to having proved that labor is the sole source of new value, for, on his view, once value is appropriately conceptualized, the foundation of value in labor is an incontestable fact. What he did accomplish was the scientific analysis of the implications of this fact for the real history, the laws of motion, of the capitalist mode of production. Thus, in a famous letter to Kugelmann, Marx mocked the vulgar objections to his labor value formulation, most of which are still widespread. Even if there were no chapter on value in my book, the analysis of the real relations which I give would contain the proof and demonstration of the real value relations. All that palaver about the necessity of proving the concept of value comes from complete ignorance both of the subject dealt with and of scientific method. Every child knows that a nation which ceased to work, I will not say for a year, but even for a few weeks, would perish. Every child knows, too, that the masses of products corresponding to the different needs require different and quantitatively determined masses of the total labor of society. That this necessity of the distribution of social labor in definite proportions cannot possibly be done away with by a particular form of social production but can only change the mode of its appearance, is self-evident. No natural laws can be done away with. What can change in historically different circumstances is only the form in which these laws assert themselves. The vulgar economist has not the faintest idea that the actual everyday exchange relations cannot be directly identical with the magnitude of value. The essence of bourgeois society consists precisely in this, that a priori there is no conscious social regulation of production. The rational and naturally necessary asserts itself only as a blindly working average. And then the vulgar economist thinks that he has made a great discovery when, as against the revelation of the interconnection, he proudly claims that in appearance things look different. 17. It is the cogency of arguments such as this, pointing unmistakably to Marx's preoccupation with a theoretical problematic entirely different from that of all versions of bourgeois political economy, that has forced the more sophisticated of Marx's critics to argue, as Schumpeter did, that it is incorrect to call the labor theory of value wrong even while affirming that it is dead and buried. Schumpeter's contradictory assessment is remarkably revealing of the ideological complexion of his and many others' dismissals of Marx's theory of labor. Value. For its pro-capitalist critics, the point does not seem to be whether that theory is right or wrong, the point is rather that it constitutes a bad tool of analysis for economics as a positive science. 18. For marginalism versus Marx. The marginalist revolution sought to provide the analytical tools necessary to transform economics into just such a positive science and thereby transcend the impasse created by the breakdown of the classical system. To be sure, neoclassical marginalism owed much more, both in theory and in method, to the vulgar tradition derided by Marx than to the classical one, notwithstanding its success in projecting a sophisticated scientific aura that had eluded vulgar economics. But it is important to emphasize that the rigor of the marginalist theory of value was dependent on a dual theoretical movement, the adoption of vulgar economy's theoretical focus on microeconomic phenomena, and the elaboration of a positive theoretical account of price formation. This dual movement defined the contours of the marginalist revolution in relation to classical and vulgar political economy as well as Marxism. As Ronald Meek observes, the new starting point became, not the socio-economic relations between men as producers, but the psychological relation between men and finished goods. 19. Marginalism displaced the analysis of the social origins of economic value with an entirely different agenda, an inquiry into the role of subjectivity in the market determination of commodity prices. In asserting that merit is the cause of value in exchange and that the theory of exchange based upon the proportionality of prices to intensities of the last wants satisfied, constitute the very foundation of the whole edifice of economics. 20. Walras expressed succinctly the key insights of what was essentially a fully demand-side theory of price formation. Marginal utility theory undoubtedly generated a number of techniques that have been useful in describing, analyzing and predicting many of the phenomena of a market economy. Of equal importance, however, was its ideological function, the elimination of the analytical agenda of classical political economy, which had been inherited, refined, and to some significant degree transformed by Marx. Joan Robinson, a determined critic of Marx's theory of labor value but no apologist for the neoclassical system, argues that the marginalist revolution in economic theory was hardly the triumph of science over metaphysics that its adherents claimed, but principally an ideological reaction to the disagreeable smell of the labor theory. 21. Not only, asserts Robinson, was utility a metaphysical concept of impregnable circularity, it served also as a justification for laissez-faire. Everyone must be free to spend his income as he likes, and he will gain the greatest benefit when he equalizes the marginal utility of a shilling spent on each good. The pursuit of profit, under conditions of perfect competition, leads producers to equate marginal costs to prices, and the maximum possible satisfaction is drawn from available resources. 22. Revealingly, however, Robinson's assessment of marginalism as an ideology to end ideologies is actually much less balanced than that of many Marxists. As a champion of Keynesian macroeconomics and a leading figure of the Cambridge school that sought to revive interest in the concerns of classical political economy, Robinson had a keen insight into the very real deficiencies of marginalist microeconomics. Moreover, as a critic of all notions of economic value, she was apt to dismiss a utility-based theory of value no less forcefully than a labor-based one. Perhaps owing to just this frame of reference, Robinson missed one of the most salient features of marginalism, that it served not only to ideologically sanction laissez-faire but also to determine the limits of the free market and the scope for economic reform at a time of flagging confidence in the ability of the market economy to spontaneously reproduce the conditions of social harmony. As Clark points out, neoclassical marginalism arose in response to a felt need to ground evaluative judgments concerning the proper prices of commodities upon a scientific theory of price, so that price levels could achieve an optimal allocation of resources, especially scarce resources. The solutions that were reached would serve as the basis of policy prescriptions about the proper role of state intervention in the formation of prices in order to achieve such an allocation. In view of such preoccupations, the refusal of neoclassical economists to engage seriously with the Marxist theory of value is entirely understandable, for they are the continuators of an ideological tradition that has always been primarily concerned with finding practical arguments on behalf of policies perceived as beneficial to the growth and extension of capitalist economies. The theoretical agenda of Marxist political economy has always been quite different: to disclose the barriers and limits to capitalist production, to demonstrate the inevitability of economic crises and disequilibria under capitalism, to expose the increasing irrationality of capitalist economy, and to point the way forward to a socialist society in which the growth of human productive capacities and the full flowering of the human personality will no longer be impeded by the structural constraints of capitalist social relations. The fact that the destiny of the labor theory of value was to pose questions and come up with answers that are injurious to the project of perpetuating the capitalist order is undoubtedly the fundamental reason that it fell out of favor with the theoretical defenders of that order, and that it was inherited, and subsequently transformed, by capitalism's socialist critics. By itself this statement establishes very little about the scientific merit of the theory. However, it should alert us to the need to understand science in relation to specific programmatic orientations and social interests, and not as some absolute standard of truth unconnected to the practical goals of human action. 5. Science, ideology, and the theory of value. The precise dividing line between science and ideology is often well concealed, and it may well be that most theoretical production will contain ideological elements in combination with scientific ones. Given this, it is tempting to conclude that both marginalism and the Marxian labor value formulation will contain some measure of truth as well as certain blind spots. But if science is identifiable with a body of knowledge and a methodological strategy that permit the generation of the greatest number of reliable answers to the largest number of pertinent questions about reality, there would seem to be excellent grounds for adjudging Marx's theory as scientifically superior to marginalism. For there is nothing in Marx's theory of value that prevents us from generating a theory of market price informed by marginalist insights. Indeed, Marx's own discussion of market value in the third volume of Capital leaves the door wide open to a demand-side, and even marginalist, account of individual price formation. The point is that Marx never dismissed the kinds of questions posed by neoclassical economists as irrelevant or non-scientific, regarded them as less significant than the ones that he broached for the specific purpose of disclosing and explaining capitalism's historical laws of motion. A similar intellectual generosity has been conspicuously absent from the stance of the neoclassical economists. Thus, Paul Samuelson, a towering representative of the breed, attributed Marx's stubborn adherence to the labor theory of value to the fact that it provided him with a persuasive terminology for declaiming against exploitation of labor, even though it constituted bad scientific economics. 24 But how Samuelson could have expected his own scientific commitments to be taken seriously when he egregiously misrepresented Marx as saying that the price ratios of goods can be predicted from Labor costs alone can only be a mystery to those familiar with Marx's ideas. Point 25. Not only did Samuelson fail to acknowledge the legitimacy of the questions that Marx sought to answer on the basis of his theory of value, but, following Bombach and many others, he assumed that Marx was occupied with the same theoretical issue as the prediction of price ratios. Surely, however, the minimum criterion for distinguishing between what is ideological and what is scientific in a particular discourse or inquiry must be a concern for the facts, including the facts about what one's own putative ideological opponent has actually said. Yet on this elementary criterion Samuelson, not Marx, is exposed as the bad scientist. Indeed, as a critical commentator on Marx to at least 2 generations of students studying introductory economics, Samuelson proved himself here to be nothing more than a crude propagandist, one for whom a scientific concern for the truth needed to be subordinated to the quintessentially ideological task of discrediting capitalism's most powerful critic. Charles McKelvey, in an original and provocative attempt to reconstruct Marx's concept of science in light of the cognitional theory of Bernard Lonergan, has pointed out that what preeminently distinguished Marx as a scientist was his refusal to subordinate his desire to know to the desire for prestige, power, material possessions, and material comfort. Point 26. While he acknowledged the scientific achievements of Smith and Ricardo, Marx also knew that their analyses were necessarily flawed by their historical and social standpoints. Only by adopting the standpoint of the working class and accepting as given the latter's objective conditions was he able to theoretically, methodologically, and programmatically surpass the bourgeois horizon of classical political economy. More precisely, by encountering the working class movement, taking seriously its conditions and questions, and transforming its insights in light of the prevailing knowledge of bourgeois culture, Marx was able to formulate a theoretical knowledge that was less partial and therefore more objective in its grasp of concrete realities than anything produced by professional economists who limit themselves to the narrow horizon of bourgeois class interest. In this, it must be said, he fulfilled the most demanding, and personally courageous, requirement of an authentically scientific study of the capitalist socio-economic order. Chapter 4. Marx's Capital and the Early Critiques. 1. Elements of Marx's theory of value. If it is possible to reduce the several thousand pages of the many books and manuscripts comprising Marx's critique of political economy to a single theme, it is surely this: for Marx, the capitalist mode of production is not eternal but subject to specifiable historic limits that it is a task of science to disclose. On one influential and eminently plausible interpretation of Marx, these limits are precisely those of the capitalist law of value, as a historically specific expression of a more general law of human labor time, one to bring about a systematic increase in the productive capacities of humankind and therewith progress in the development of human culture. In other words, Marx's project in his critique of political economy is to specify, on the basis of his theory of value, how and why capitalist relations of production must become fetters on the development of the forces of production. 1.1 Marx's concept of value. Marx provides what is perhaps the clearest statement of the distinctive procedure he followed in elaborating his theory of value in Notes on Adolf Wagner, a short polemical work written late in his career. Herr Wagner forgets that neither value nor exchange value are my subjects, but the commodity. In the first place, I do not start out from concepts, hence I do not start out from the concept of value, and do not have to divide these in any way. What I start out from is the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, and this is the commodity. I analyze it, and right from the beginning, in the form in which it appears. Here I find that it is, on the one hand, in its natural form, a useful thing, alias a use value; on the other hand, it is a bearer of exchange value, and from this viewpoint, it is itself exchange value. Further analysis of the latter shows me that exchange value is only a form of appearance, the autonomous mode of presentation of the value contained in the commodity, and then I move on to the analysis of the latter. Hence I do not divide value into value and exchange value as antitheses into which the abstraction value splits. Rather, the concrete social form of the labor product, commodity, is, on the one hand, use value, and on the other hand, value, not exchange value, since the mere form of appearance is not its proper content. Point 2. This brief passage possesses the greatest methodological significance for an appreciation of Marx's theory of value. On the one hand, Marx emphasizes his concern with the question of forms and their analysis, as well as with the relationship between forms and their content. On the other hand, he insists that the starting point of his theory is not conceptual, but something real, something that can evidently be regarded as having both a natural form and a social form, the individual commodity, considered as a real abstraction. If the concepts of use value and exchange value are determined by the abstract qualities of a real object, however, it cannot be said that they are themselves determinant of how the analysis of the commodity must proceed. Classical political economy, no less than Marx, recognized that a commodity is characterized by both value in use and value in exchange, but this recognition did not lead the classical economists to the same conclusions about the commodity capitalist economy that Marx drew. Indeed, even the Marx of a contribution to the critique of political economy of 1859 had yet to break with that tradition's conceptual conflation of value and exchange value. What, then, led him to do so? Consider the following passage from Marx's 1868 letter to Kugelmann: the form in which proportional distribution of labor asserts itself, in a state of society where the interconnection of social labor is manifested in the private exchange of the individual products of labor, is precisely the exchange value of these products. 3. The concept of exchange value in this passage is unmistakably that of a specific social form of a general human imperative to distribute aggregate social labor in definite proportions, a form peculiar to a society in which the medium of interconnection amongst different units of social labor is the indirect one of private exchange. However, exchange value is also a concept derived from the analysis of the individual commodity, which, according to the opening sentence of capital I, is itself the elementary form of the wealth of societies in which the capitalist mode of production prevails. Point 4. Thus, while the individual commodity has characteristics that are directly observable, it is also the elementary form of something greater than itself, the immense collection of commodities that is the appearance of wealth. In capitalist society, taking stock, the concept of exchange value arises from the analysis of the individual commodity, as a form characteristic of what turns out to be both a concrete object with a real content and an elementary form of something larger than itself. The form-content distinction in this context is unmistakably aligned with, and a special case of, the distinction between the general and the particular. As a particular incarnation of a general class of objects called commodities, an individual commodity is both a real, concrete object and a manifestation of the abstract characteristics of all commodities. Once the focus of analysis shifts from the individual commodity to the mutual interconnections of all commodities, it becomes necessary to deploy a different concept from that of exchange value, a more general or universal concept that captures the characteristics of commodities no longer perceived as discrete things in themselves, but as an agglomeration of products of labor, whose existence is necessarily a collective one. Marx derives the concept of value from exchange value by noting that a common element must stand behind the myriad representations that an individual commodity can have as an exchange value. For example, the exchange value of a quarter bushel of wheat can be represented by X boot Polish, Y silk or S gold. When a commodity is exchanged with another type of commodity, its exchange value finds expression in varying quantities of different, physically incommensurable use values. As a consequence, exchange value necessarily appears as accidental and purely relative, as the quantitative relation, the proportion, in which use values of one kind exchange for use values of another kind. Point 5. Having made this point, Marx then implies that it furnishes something like a logical proof for the existence of a common factor capable of rendering physically heterogeneous commodities commensurable in exchange. For him, utility cannot play this commensurating role, since the different use values of commodities qualitatively distinguish them from one another and impose the need for a means of commensuration that abstracts from utility, as use values, commodities differ above all in quality, while as exchange values they can only differ in quantity, and therefore do not contain an atom of use value. 6. Marx's solution to the problem of commensuration proceeds as follows. Let us now take two commodities, for example corn and iron. Whatever their exchange relation may be, it can always be represented by an equation in which a given quantity of corn is equated to some quantity of iron, for instance 1/4 of corn equals xCWT of iron. Both are therefore equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing. 7. Marx identifies this third thing as the circumstance that these commodities are products of labor, while immediately acknowledging that, by itself, this observation is logically insufficient to resolve the problem of commensuration. The reduction of all commodities to a common element must entail abstraction from the useful characteristics of the products of labor, and these characteristics are shaped by the useful character of the kinds of labor embodied in them. For true abstraction from utility to occur, the labor embodied in commodities that serves to render them commensurable in exchange must be conceived as human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure, as congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor characterized by phantom-like objectivity. Marx refers to this human labor in the abstract as a social substance and to the products of labor abstracted from their utilities as crystals of this social substance, as commodity values. The upshot is that the common factor in the exchange relation, or in the exchange value of the commodity, is therefore its value. 8. Much has been said about the weakness of this argument as a logical proof of Marx's labor theory of value. But what should be noted at this point is that the burden of Marx's argument is not to prove that the substance of either value or exchange value is labor, but rather that the exchange value of a commodity stands in a specific relation to its value, as form to content. 1.2 Form and content as a material expression and individual manifestation of a social division and distribution of labor carried out unconsciously, behind the backs of private commodity producers. The commodity is unavoidably implicated in value relations and is, in this sense, a crystal of value, understood as a social substance. But the form of appearance of the commodity's value, that is to say, of its relationship to the larger social process of forcibly articulating a division and distribution of labor between various branches and units of production, is necessarily its forms of exchangeability with other products, that is, its exchange value. As a value, the commodity is conceived in abstraction from its use value, as the embodiment of a definite fraction of the aggregate social labor employed in the production of all commodities, and it is precisely this that makes value the common factor underlying the different exchange values that the same commodity can manifest. Depending upon the angle from which one approaches the problem, then, value can be conceived as the content or substance of exchange value, or as the form assumed by the division of labor under determinate social relations of production. Value may be defined as representation in objects, an objective expression of a relation between men, a social relation, their relationship of men to their reciprocal productive activity. 9 Or as a definite social mode of existence of human activity. 10 Which must assume the phenomenal form of exchange value. As Rubin puts it, value is reified, materialist labor, and simultaneously it is an expression of production relations among people. 11 Rubin illuminates this apparent contradiction as follows: the two definitions of value contradict each other if one deals with physiological labor, but they perfectly supplement each other if one deals with social labor. Abstract labor and value have a social and not a material, technical or physiological nature. 12. 1.3 The significance of Marx's method. What Rubin points to here is the need for an adequate appreciation of the method underlying Marx's forms analysis. As he rightly insists, process of development of forms in their various phases can only be properly explored through a genetic dialectical method, which considers the developmental and contradictory relations among things. Crucially, such an approach is associated with an internal conception of the form/content relation. One cannot forget that on the question of the relation between content and form, Marx took the standpoint of Hegel and not of Kant. Kant treated form as something external in relation to the content, as something the content from the outside. From the standpoint of Hegel's philosophy, the content is not in itself something to which form adheres from the outside. Rather, through its development, the content itself gives birth to the form which is already latent in the content. Form necessarily grows from the content itself. Point 13. The point here is that the boundary between form and content is not at all well defined. To understand how value can be both the social content of exchange value and the objective expression of the social relations existing between the productive activities of people requires analysis of both the form and the substance of value, and this is precisely the way that Marx proceeds. We shall return to these questions in due course, but first we need to consider the specific character of capitalism's social relations of production and their role in defining the content of the law of value. 1.4 Capitalism and the law of value. The law of value is a regulatory principle of an economy in which the products of labor are produced for the purpose of private exchange, that is, as commodities. It is also a specific manifestation of the human imperative to distribute the aggregate labor of society in definite proportions to a multitude of different economic tasks. Although operative to a limited extent in all pre-capitalist commodity-producing societies, it rules economic life only where capitalist institutions, property forms, and social production relations predominate. The social production relation that is fundamental to all commodity production is the social equality of commodities and commodity producers, which entails the social equality and homogeneity of commodity-producing labor. The egalitarianism of this principle no more presupposes the abolition of vertical social differentiation or ranking than it obviates the technically heterogeneous and differentially skilled character of concrete utility-shaping labors. What it points to, however, is the principle of the exchange of equivalents, that is, to the normative imperative of maintaining a level playing field in the sphere of exchange. Under conditions of generalist commodity production, two additional social production relations profoundly affect the concrete operations of the law of value. These are the exploitative relation existing between capital and wage labor, and the competitive relation that exists amongst individual private capitals. If, as Rubin suggests, value under capitalism or the capitalist law of value expresses the ensemble of these social production relations, then it should be apparent that the capitalist law of value, as a specific economic law of motion, compels the capitalist mode of production to move in contradiction. Accordingly, the contradictions revealed in Marx's theory are real contradictions, not logical ones. They are conceptual reflections of the contradictory relations comprising the object under investigation, namely a class antagonistic mode of production based on three distinct, yet interpenetrated and contradictory principles of social organization. In light of these abstract considerations, how then are we to understand Marx's law of value in a more concrete or operational sense? Unfortunately, one of Marx's few explicit attempts to define this law is somewhat less than enlightening. Whatever the manner in which the prices of various commodities are first mutually fixed or regulated, their movements are always governed by the law of value. If the labor time required for their production happens to shrink, prices fall; if it increases, prices rise, provided other conditions remain the same. 14 So formulated, it's hard to imagine how anyone could dispute the actuality of such a law, which seems merely to stipulate that a commodity's labor value constitutes a center of gravity around which its market price oscillates. And yet, the substantive content of Marx's law of labor value, even though never explicitly defined by him, is actually much more interesting than the above passage suggests. Its basic postulate is that the source of the value added of the mass of commodities produced is the labor expended in producing them. 15 If we couple this with the idea that value exists as an objective, quantitatively determined magnitude. 16 We arrive at the twin propositions that living labor is the sole source of all new value and that value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude at the level of the capitalist division of labor as a whole, a magnitude that limits prices, profits, and wages. Value, to use a phrase coined by Mondale, is a parametric determinant of the visible economic phenomena of the capitalist socio-economic system. 17 These fundamental postulates of Marx's theory of value, which are shared by the apparently contradictory analyses of volumes I and III of Capital, constitute the basis of his analysis of the economic law of motion of the capitalist mode of production. Much of Marx's critical analysis of capitalism, including his law of the falling tendency of the top profit stands or false with these postulates, and so it is with respect to them that his theory needs to be understood and evaluated. 1.5 Marx's value magnitude analysis in Capital, Volume I. In Chapter 1 of Capital I, Marx identifies the substance of value as abstract labor, defined as labor abstracted from its concrete utility-shaping characteristics and conceived as an aspect of the homogeneous mass of social labor entering into the production of commodities. The measure of this value-creating substance is socially necessary labor time, defined as the labor time required to produce any use value under the conditions of production normal for a given society and with the average degree of skill and intensity of labor prevalent in that society. 18 It follows from this that the value of a commodity is related to the value of any other commodity as the labor time necessary for the production of the own is related to the labor time necessary for the production of the other. 19 There is nothing in this statement, or in any of Marx's other statements in Capital, to suggest that the quantitative ratios in which particular commodities actually exchange are determined solely by the way in which they relate to one another as embodiments of abstract, socially necessary labor time. The concept of socially necessary labor stands in contrast to the concrete and individual labors expended under varying conditions of technical efficiency in different productive enterprises. Just as a given commodity is produced through an expenditure of concrete labor that also constitutes a definite allocation of abstract social labor, so the individual labor time expended in the production of that commodity stands in a particular relation to the socially necessary labor time required for its production. In measuring the value represented by a particular commodity, then, it is necessary to approach this measurement at the social, generally, the industry-wide, level, not at the individual enterprise level. The labor time actually expended on the production of a commodity is determinant of the average conditions of production of all such commodities. In Marx's words, the value of a commodity varies directly as the quantity, and inversely as the productivity, of the labor which finds its realization within the commodity. 20. 1.6 Marx's analysis of the value form. Having derived the concept of value from that of exchange value, and having defined both the substance and the magnitude of value in terms of abstract labor and socially necessary labor time, Marx proceeds to a demonstration of how value gives rise to its various forms of appearance. It should first be emphasized that the term value form may be understood in two distinct senses. The first pertains to value as a specific historical form of the social division of labor, a social form that predominates in capitalist but not pre-capitalist societies. The second sense pertains to value conceived as an objectification or materialization of abstract social labor, that is, as the content of exchange value, in other words, the form assumed by value within commodity-producing societies. Our concern here is with the value form in this second sense, with how value is represented through its own forms of appearance. Since value has a purely social existence, its form can only appear in the mutual relations existing between commodities, which, in turn, govern more and more of the relations between people as commodity production becomes generalist. Prior to his logico-historical derivation of it, Marx identifies this mode of appearance of the value form as the money form, for this is universally known as the common value form of commodities, which contrasts in the most striking manner with the motley natural forms of their use values. 21 The necessity of the money form, Marx argues, is implied by even the simplest expression of the value contained in the value relation of commodities. But what is the origin of the money form, and how does it develop as the expression of value? In answering these questions, Marx begins by considering the simple, isolated, or accidental form of value, in which X units of commodity A are equal to or worth Y units of commodity B. In this expression, commodity A plays an active role while commodity B plays a passive one. The value of the first commodity is represented as relative value, in other words, the commodity is in the relative form of value. The second commodity fulfills the function of equivalent, in other words it is in the equivalent form 22. What this means is that the value of commodity A finds expression in commodity B, while commodity B is the standard by which the value of commodity A is expressed. Whether a commodity is in the relative form or in its opposite, the equivalent form, entirely depends on its actual position in the expression of value. That is, it depends on whether it is the commodity whose value is being expressed, or the commodity in which value is being expressed. 23 Further reflection on the relative form yields the insight that while commodity B is a material representation of commodity A's value, they are equated not by virtue of their natural forms as products of concrete labor, but rather because commodity A's value must possess an existence distinct from its status as a product of concrete labor. Accordingly, the physical form of commodity B becomes the value form of commodity A, or the physical body of commodity B becomes a mirror for the value of commodity A. But this is possible only because commodity A has entered into a relation with commodity B as an object of value, as a materialization of human labor. 24 The expression of equivalence between physically distinct commodities thereby discloses the specific character of abstract labor as value-creating labor. It also reveals that it is the process of exchange that reduces all individual, utility-shaping labors as these are embedded in commodities to their common aspect as instances of social labor in general. Moving forward, Marx then considers the three peculiarities of the equivalent form of value as these have emerged from the preceding analysis. First, use value becomes the form of appearance of its opposite, value. 25 The physical body of commodity B expresses the value of commodity A and is the objectification of the latter's abstract labor content. It follows from this that the concrete labor that went into the production of commodity B's physical body stands in a relation of equivalence to the abstract labor embodied in commodity A. The equivalent form therefore possesses a second peculiarity. In it, concrete labor becomes the form of manifestation of its opposite, abstract. 22 Ibid. 23 Marx 1977, p. 140. 24 Marx 1977, p. 144. 25 Marx 1977, p. 148. 68 Chapter 4. Human labor. 26 This leads directly to a third peculiarity, namely that the equivalent form demonstrates that private labor takes the form of its opposite, namely labor in its directly social form. 27 This observation follows from the fact that while the labor that produced commodity B is the labor of private commodity producers, it possesses the characteristic of being identical with other kinds of labor. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that it presents itself to us in the shape of a product which is directly exchangeable with other commodities. 28 The reversals suggested in this analysis of the value form are of central importance to Marx's value theory as a whole. Within value relations, Marx asserts, use value appears as value, concrete labor as abstract labor, and private labor as social labor. The commodity is a unity of use value and value, but this dual character of the commodity is only expressed when its value has a form of appearance distinct from its natural form. This form of appearance is precisely its exchange value. It is through exchange that the internal opposition of use value and value is given external expression. One might say that exchange value furnishes a ground of unity between value and use value, just as exchange relations provide the necessary framework for a resolution of the contradictions arising from the value/use value opposition. The next stage of Marx's analysis involves the emergence of the total or expanded form of value from the simple form. Marx observes that commodity A exchanges not only with commodity B but with a myriad of commodities whose individual identities are irrelevant to their role as equivalents. The expanded relative form of value, unlike the simple form, reveals that the relations existing between commodities are by no means contingent or accidental. Since the individual commodity is now recognized to be a citizen of an entire world of commodities, its value appears unaltered in magnitude whether expressed in coats, coffee, or iron, or in innumerable different commodities belonging to as many different owners. 29 Despite its conceptual advantages over the simple form, the expanded relative form of value evinces a serious defect. The relative form of value of each commodity is an endless series of expressions of value which are all Different from the relative form of value of every other commodity. 30 This poses sharply the need for a single, unified form of appearance of the abstract human labor constituting the commodity's value. The problem is resolved, however, when Marx inverts the total or expanded form of value and derives the general form of value. Since the value of commodity A is expressed in an innumerable series of other commodities, it follows that these latter commodities express their value through commodity A. Thus, a single commodity, here commodity A, may be set aside to represent that value of all other commodities. The generic name for such a commodity is the universal equivalent, and its natural form is the form assumed in common by the values of all commodities. Since this commodity is directly exchangeable with all other commodities, the physical form counts as the visible incarnation, the social chrysalis state, of all human labor. 31 It is theoretically conceivable for any commodity to assume the universal equivalent form of value. However, a commodity is only to be found in the universal equivalent form, if, and insofar as, it is excluded from the ranks of all other commodities, as being their equivalent. 32 Once a particular commodity is so excluded, it becomes a money commodity, and this completes the separation of the commodity's expression of value from the commodity itself. For Marx, the only difficulty in the concept of the money form is that of grasping the universal equivalent form, and hence the general form of value as such. 33 Any derivation of the money form of value that does not begin with the simple form and follow its transformation into the general form must proceed ahistorically through a purely idealist dialectic of concepts. Thus Marx's manner of presentation of the money form in Capital differs from that undertaken in the Grundriss, in that Capital provides a historical as well as a logical derivation of the categories of his analysis. With that caveat in mind, the following brief passage from the Grundriss serves to clarify brilliantly the main conclusions of Marx's value form analysis. Value must have an existence which is qualitatively distinguishable from it, and an actual exchange ethispirability must become a real separation, because the natural distinctness of commodities must come into contradiction with their economic equivalents, and because both can exist together only if the commodity achieves a double existence, not only a natural but also a purely economic existence, in which the latter is a mere symbol, a cipher for a relation of production, a mere symbol of its own value. 34 The historical development/generalization of commodity production and exchange brings with it the full emergence of the money form of value. Indeed, with the advent of capitalist generalist commodity production, money becomes the singular form of expression of value. This point is made unequivocally clear in Capital. Money as the measure of value is the necessary form of appearance of the measure of value which is immanent in commodities, namely labor time. 35 1.7 Value and commodity fetishism. Marx follows up his analysis of the value form in Capital with his famous discussion of the fetishism of the commodity and its secret. This section contains at least part of the explanation for Marx's insistence upon founding his analysis of the capitalist mode of production on a properly specified labor theory of value. It is by no means obvious that commodities contain value in the specific sense that Marx attaches to this concept. Indeed, the forms of appearance of value lead us away from the recognition that commodities both reflect and give expression to definite social production relations existing between commodity producers. The value form, in this sense, contributes to a false understanding of the realities of commodity-producing societies and the social relations existing within them. The mysterious or enigmatic character of the commodity form of the product of labor stems fundamentally from the fact that the commodity reflects the social characteristics of men's own labor as objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves, as the socio-natural properties of these things. 36 Consequently, the commodity form reflects the social relation of the producers to the sum total of labor as a social relation between objects, a relation which exists apart from and outside the producers. But the question is then posed, in what sense is the analysis of this reflection usefully informed by the idea of fetishism? Marx notes that fetishism refers to a situation in which the products of the human brain appear as autonomous figures endowed with a life of their own, which enter into relations both with each other and with the human race. In the misty realm of religion, such figures are purely illusory products of the human imagination, their relations both with each other and with human beings wholly fantastic projections. However, in analogizing the world of commodities to this mystical religious realm, Marx asserts clearly that the commodity form is nothing but the definite social relation between men themselves, which assumes here, for them, the fantastic form of a relation between things. 37 This can easily be misinterpreted to mean that it is a fantasy to believe that social relations between people are reducible to a relation between things. But commodity fetishism is not linked to any such belief, to the contrary, it is linked to the denial that a relation between things can express social relations between people, and that the products of labor relate to one another as they do because they are bearers of definite social production relations. When Marx refers to the socio-natural properties of commodities, he means to suggest that the commodity form of the product of labor, as a thing, renders obscure the distinction between the natural and social aspects of the commodity product. Indeed, prior to agoroscientific investigation, the social and natural characteristics of the commodity are indistinguishable in that they present an amalgamated face in the natural form of the commodity as a physical object or effect. Thus the most salient feature of the fetishism that attaches to commodities is the denial of the sociality of commodities, and not the denial that social relations are reduced to relations between things under conditions of commodity production and exchange. The social dimension of commodities, for those bewitched by this fetishism, appears entirely unrelated to their conditions of production/reproduction and seems to spring entirely from their mutual relations of exchange. As a result of this misperception, the value of the individual commodity appears to be externally related to its status as a product of labor, just as the process of exchange appears to be externally associated with the process of production. The upshot of all this is explained in the following crucial passage. Objects of utility become commodities only because they are the products of the labor of private individuals who work independently of each other. The sum total of the labor of all these privati individualis forms the aggregate labor of society. Since the producers do not come into social contact until they exchange the products of their labor, the specific social characteristics of their private labors appear only within this exchange. In other words, the labor of the private individual manifests itself as an element of the total labor of society only through the relations which the act of exchange establishes between the products, and, through their mediation, between the producers. To the producers, therefore, the social relations between their private labor appear as what they are, i.e. they do not appear as direct social relations between persons in their work, but rather as material relations between persons and social relations between things. 38. Marx's basic proposition in this passage is that value relations refer to the indirect and hidden relations established between private producers through the activity of commodity exchange. Within these relations, social production relations are manifested in fact through commodity exchange relations. Private labors appear as material relations between persons and social relations between things. This appearance is not at all illusory, on the contrary, private labors appear here as what they are. The mediation between private labors and the aggregate labor of society is provided by the exchange of privately produced commodities, and consequently, persons do in fact relate to one another through the mediation afforded by things. Still, as commodity producers, persons stand in a relation of formal equality to one another. Their social production relations are predicated in the actuality of their socially equal status. What's more, the free exchanges characterizing commodity relations are the basis for the products of labor, a socially uniform objectivity as values, which is distinct from their sensuously varied objectivity as articles of utility. 39 This social uniformity is not a function of the equality of concrete labors, for concrete labors are only exceptionally equal, but rather a function of the social equality of producers whose labor is, at one and the same time, physically/technically heterogeneous and socially homogeneous. As Marx insists, equality in the full sense between different kinds of labor can be arrived at only if we abstract from their real inequality, if we reduce them to the characteristic they have in common, that of being the expenditure of human labor, power of human labor, and the abstract such. A reduction is inconceivable, however, except where exchanges are conducted under the normative assumption of the social equality of the private producers. The above considerations are necessary presuppositions of the following well-known passage. Men do not therefore bring the products of their labor into relation with each other as values because they see these objects merely as the material integuments of homogeneous human labor. The reverse is true. By equating their different products to each other in exchange as values, they equate their different kinds of labor as human labor. They do this without being aware of it. Value, therefore, does not have its description branded on its forehead, it rather transforms every product of labor into a social hieroglyphic. 40. According to Marx, then, it is precisely because people equate their products as values through the act of exchange that they unconsciously equate their different kinds of labor as well. Exchange, as the social form of commodity production, gives expression to and conceals the regulative role of labor in the determination of commodity values. It gives expression to it in the sense that free exchange is the normative/institutional presupposition of commodity production and valuation. It conceals it by permitting quantitative variance between a commodity's intrinsic value and its ultimate exchange value. Marx sums up these themes as follows. The production of commodities must be fully developed before the scientific conviction emerges, from experience itself, that all the different kinds of private labor are continually being reduced to the quantitative proportions in which society requires them. The determination of the magnitude of value by labor time is therefore a hidden secret under the apparent movements in the relative values of commodities. Its discovery destroys the semblance of the merely accidental determination of the value of the products of labor, but by no means abolishes that determination's material form. 41. And further, the forms which estamp products as commodity ascend where for the preliminary requirements for the circulation of commodities, already possess the fixed quality of natural forms of social life before man seeks to give an account, not of their historical character, for in his eyes they are immutable, but of their content and meaning. Consequently, it was solely the analysis of the prices of commodities which led to the determination of the magnitude of value, and solely the common expression of all commodities in money which led to the establishment of their character as values. It is however precisely this finished form of the world of commodities, the money form, which conceals the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual workers, by making those relations appear as relations between material objects, instead of revealing them plainly. 42. This latter passage contains the key to differentiating the classical and Marxian labor value formulations. Whereas classical political economy was concerned with the magnitude of labor value as this related to the formation of money prices, Marx was concerned with content and meaning of the forms which stamp products as commodities. But this content and meaning, pertaining to the social character of private labor and the social relations between the individual workers, is obscured, concealed in fact, by the finished money form of value. Unlike the classical political economists, therefore, Marx does not proceed directly in his analysis from the magnitude of value as labor time to the money price of commodities. Instead, he explores the reasons behind the successive transformations of the value form, while establishing value theory as the indispensable basis for disclosing the economic law of motion of the commodity economy in aggregate. In the end, however, the relevance of such an investigation can only be grasped by those who are prepared to see that commodity production is but one socio-historical form of production and of the social division of labor, in other words, by those prepared to dispel the mystifying influences of commodity fetishism. The whole mystery of commodities, all the magic and necromancy that surround the products of labor on the basis of commodity production, vanishes therefore as soon as we come to other forms of production. 43. Marx elaborates his critique of classical political economy on this basis more fully at the conclusion of the first chapter of Capital, Volume I. Political economy has indeed analyzed value and its magnitude, however incompletely, and has uncovered the content concealed within these forms. But it has never once asked the question why this content has assumed that particular form, that is to say, why labor is expressed in value, and why the measurement of labor by its duration is expressed in the magnitude of the value of the product. These formulas, which bear the unmistakable stamp of belonging to a social formation in which the process of production has mastery over man, instead of the opposite, appear to the political economist's bourgeois consciousness to be as much a self-evident and nature-imposed necessity as productive labor itself. 44. In approaching his analysis of capital, one must bear in mind that Marx regards capital as both a form of value and an expression of social production relations that are specific to the capitalist mode of production. As a form of value, capital encompasses, as a social production relation, the formal equality of commodity producers and of commodities. As a metamorphosed form of value, however, capital also encompasses and expresses two other social production relations: an exploitative relation between capitalists and waged workers, and a competitive relation between many individual capitalists. By stating that Marx regards capital as encompassing three social production relations, we are acknowledging a profound difference between Marx's concept of capital and that found in non-Marxian economics. Against those who defined capital simply as a factor of production, as a stock of producer goods, or as an investable fund of monetary wealth, Marx insisted that capital is preeminently a social relation involved in a continuous process of reproducing and expanding itself. Two passages from Capital serve to clarify this idea. Capital is not a thing, it is a social relation of production pertaining to a particular historical social formation, which simply takes the form of a thing and gives this thing a specific social character, is the means of production monopolized by a particular section of society, the products and conditions of activity of labor power, which are rendered autonomous vis-a-vis this living labor power and are personified in capital through this antithesis. 45. Value suddenly presents itself as a self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own, and for which commodities and money are both mere forms. Value therefore now becomes value in process, money in process, and, as such, capital. 46. Marx's concept of capital as value in process is the culmination of his discussion of the general formula for capital, where he considers the transformation of money into capital. Denoting commodities as C and money as M, Marx contrasts two possible sets of transactions that can occur within the sphere of circulation: the sale of commodities followed by the purchase of different commodities, and the buying of commodities with the aim of realizing an enlarged magnitude of money through sales. For Marx, MCM is the general formula for capital, in the form in which it appears directly in the sphere of circulation. 47. But this formula appears to contain a contradiction. How is it possible to purchase commodities and then resell them at a price permitting an increment on the original money capital investment? Several possible explanations present themselves: the presence of trade monopolies, a non-universalist market, and so on, but each of these appeals to a suspension of the normal operation of the law of value. To be sure, the law of value is not inconsistent with the idea of a redistribution of value among commodities, such that individual commodities will be sold at prices diverging from their intrinsic labor value, but it is certainly inconsistent with the idea that value can be created in the act of exchange. Buying cheap and selling dear, the watchword of merchant capital and mercantilist economics, is predicated either on unequal exchange between regions and or countries, or on the possibility of a real transfer of commodity value from productive to commercial capitals before the sale of these commodities at prices approximating their value. Assuming equal exchange in the aggregate, it is impossible to see how, through exchange alone, a net increase in value can be realized in the form of M. Yet the existence of this surplus value, which Marx initially defines as the difference between M and M, is the only possible value-theoretic explanation for the realization of profits, interest, and other readily observable phenomenal forms of augmented value. Marx explains the origin of surplus value in the unique capacity of one particular commodity to create more value than it embodies or represents. This commodity is labor power, the ability to labor. The money price of labor power is the wage paid to its seller, the worker. But the value of the commodities produced by wage workers will normally exceed the value of all inputs. In other words, the value of output commodities exceeds the value of input commodities simply because one of the latter, labor power, imparts more value to output through its activity than it represents as a mere ability. The apparent contradiction contained in the formula MCM is resolved by establishing that the circuit encompasses a phase of production without which surplus value could not be created and the circuit could not be successfully completed. Within the circuit, commodity is bought with not their resale at a higher price but to the production of new commodities embodying a magnitude of value exceeding the original money capital investment. The centrality of production to the process of creating surplus value is illustrated in the following expanded representation of the general formula for capital. M, C, P, C, M. In this revised formula ELP denotes labor power M the means of production P the productive process that transforms input commodities C into output commodities embodying greater value C and M money capital as before. The key point in this expanded version of the circuit of capital is that, through the purchase of commodities constituting inputs to production, money capital is transformed into productive capital capable of yielding the commodity capital C. The realization of the value embodied in C involves the transformation of C into M through the successful sale of the output commodities. Thus, the circuit of capital embraces two overlapping phases of activity, the circulation of money and commodity capital, and the process of production, which transforms inputs into new outputs while also imparting to these outputs a quantity of new value derived from the performance of living labor. Let's reconsider the CMC circuit, which describes the economic activity of such independent commodity producers as farmers or fishermen. The law of value can be seen to be operating here in perfect equilibrium. Individual commodity values and prices coincide perfectly. One commodity is taken to market where it is sold at a price reflecting its intrinsic value. The money derived from the sale is then taken by the producer and used to purchase other commodities that represent a magnitude of value equivalent to that of the grain. Now, consider the possibility that what happens in this circuit also occurs with the sale of labor power. For the wage laborer, money earned through the sale of this unique commodity is not capital but simply the means to purchase commodities needed to reproduce the ability to work. As far as the worker is concerned, the circuit ends in consumption in use rather than in an augmentation of value. Yet the circuit CMC, insofar as it applies to labor power sold for a wage, is also a necessary presupposition of the circuit MCM. Unless the commodity labor power is sold for a money wage that is used to purchase articles of consumption, it is not possible for money capital to be transformed into the productive capital necessary for its self-expansion. This is why the distinction that Marx makes between labor power and labor is so pivotal to his analysis. It renders intelligible not only the compatibility of CMC and MCM but also the decisive dependence of the latter upon the former. At the same time, this distinction makes it possible for Marx to reconcile theoretically two seemingly antithetical social relations of production that are foundational to capitalism, the normative equality of commodity producers and commodities, and the actual exploitation of labor by capital. The commodity labor power has an altogether unique status as an input to production in that it is neither itself the product of a capitalist production process nor a commodity that makes a definite or predetermined contribution to the formation of the value of commodities emerging from capitalist production. Unlike all other commodity inputs to production, labor power expresses a social relation of production between owners of means of production and non-owners. Indeed, this is why Marx's characterization of capital as the means of production monopolized by a particular section of society is essential to his analysis, for it is the class inequality inherent in the monopolization of the means of production that makes possible the interpenetration of relations of exploitation and relations of equal exchange. It is only when we abstract from production, and focus solely on the sphere of circulation, that the principle of equality among commodity producers appears universal within capitalist society. The formal equality of the marketplace cannot and does not obviate the social inequality and exploitation inherent in a situation where the means of production are owned and controlled by a tiny minority while the direct producers are dispossessed of means of production and compelled, on pain of starvation, to sell their ability to work to the highest bidder. It is precisely the Class division between labor and capital that compels workers to sell the commodity labor power at a price reflecting its cost of reproduction rather than a price reflecting the actual contribution of their labor to the new value added of the output. The sale and purchase of labor power occurs entirely within the sphere of circulation and commodity exchange. The consumption of labor power, however, occurs within production, where it is put to use by capitalists in the creation of surplus value. The equality of the sphere of commodity exchange is thus superseded by the despotism that reigns in the sphere of production. Relations of domination and exploitation displace relations of formal equality. No part of this analysis involves a logical contradiction, merely the revelation of a contradictory reality in which the law of value comes to lend a particular and historically specific social form to class inequality and to the extraction of a social surplus product from the direct producers. In its incarnation as capital, value can be referred to as self-expanding or self-valorizing. This is the burden of the idea that capital is value in process. Capital is an exploitative relation of production operating through value relations geared toward the reproduction of a fundamental class inequality. In other words, under capitalism, commodity exchange is the social form not only of the reproduction of the material content of society but also of the exploitative relationship between a class of appropriators and a class of direct producers. Capital, when analyzed from the point of view of its relation to wage labor in general, is termed the social capital by Marx, and it is precisely through the analysis of this relation that Marx develops the fundamental categories of his economics, the constituent categories of value making up the commodity, and the basic quantitative ratios underlying the capitalist economy's laws of motion. Let's begin by considering the total value of the commodity product. In the process of its immediate production, the commodity receives value from both living and dead sources, from living labor on the one hand and from various elements of the means of production, on the other. In furnishing these sources of value, both of which are required for a physical production process that is simultaneously a valorization process, capital appears in two forms as constant capital and as variable capital. Within production, constant capital takes the form of the means of production that can impart to the new commodity product no more value than these physical inputs represent. To be more precise, the elements of constant capital can only transfer previously existing value to the newly produced commodity. They cannot create new value. Marx attributes the role of creating new value to the variable capital invested in the acquisition of labor power. The commodity labor power is the only input to production that releases living labor, the sole source of new value. The value newly created by living labor in production accounts for both the value embodied in the wages received by productive workers and the surplus value created by these workers during the unpaid portion of their working day. The total value of the commodity product is represented as P equals C plus V plus S, where C, the constant capital, represents the value objectified in those embodiments of dead labor that contribute only indirectly to the value expansion process. V, the variable capital, represents the value represented in the wage bill of productive workers, and S represents the surplus value created through the performance of surplus labor by productive workers. By dividing the working day into two discrete periods, one during which the worker creates the value equivalent of the day's wages and another during which surplus value is created, Marx offers a convenient way of considering the first of his fundamental quantitative ratios, the rate of surplus value, that is to say, S/V, the ratio of the two flows of new value created by living productive labor. The rate of surplus value exerts its influence within a capitalist economy through its impact on the rate of profit, which may be defined as the rate of valorization of the total capital advanced for the purpose of capitalist production, or, more simply and conventionally, as the rate of return on invested capital. The rate of profit may be represented in a number of ways consistent with Marx's analytical purpose, but he himself usually defined it as the ratio of surplus value to total capital for purposes of simplified theoretical exposition. This ratio occupies a central place in his analysis as the decisive regulator of capitalistic accumulation and growth. For the social capital as a whole, if not for individual capitalists' enterprises, the rate of surplus value created by living production accounts for both the value embodied in the wages received by productive workers and the surplus value created by these workers during the unpaid portion of their working day. This ratio occupies a central place in his analysis as the decisive regulator of capitalist accumulation and growth. For the social capital as a whole, if not for individual capitalist enterprises, the rate of profit is co-determined by the rate of surplus value and the composition of the capital applied to production. The composition of capital refers to the proportions in which living and dead labor appear in the total process of production and reproduction, and may be conceptualized and expressed in several different ways. For the moment, however, it will be represented as the ratio C/V, the ratio that Marx uses in his discussion of the transformation of commodity values into prices of production. This transformation process is intimately connected to the third social production relation encompassed by capital, the competitive relation existing between the many individual capitals that make up the social capital as a whole. 3. Value, capitalist competition, and the general rate of profit. In defining capital as an exploitative social relation of production operating through value relations, I have so far stressed the exploitative aspect of capital while abstracting from the full implications of saying that capital operates as value in the sphere of market exchange. But implicit in the notion of value relations is the existence of many private commodity producers supplying a marketplace and seeking a livelihood through the sale of their commodity products. Not surprisingly, then, Marx states that capital exists and can only exist as many capitals, and that consequently competition is nothing other than the inner nature of capital, its essential character, appearing in and realized as the reciprocal interaction of many capitals with one another, the inner tendency as external necessity. 48 Individual capitals do not face uniform prospects of an accretion of their value. Owing to a host of factors, they experience quite different profit margins and rates of profit. Moreover, capitals that earn less than the average rate of profit cannot be expected to survive indefinitely. Hence, a strong tendency exists for all capitals to seek out the most favorable possible conditions of valorization. This tendency presupposes that capital is mobile, that it can move from one sector of the economy to another in search of higher profits. Capital mobility, which is never perfect owing to persistent difficulties in rapidly transforming productive and commodity capital into an investable money form, is the mechanism for equalizing the myriad rates of profit and for the formation of a general rate of profit. It is precisely the appearance of this general rate of profit that underlies a crucial transformation of the value form, the transformation of individual commodity values into prices of production. Prices of production are not market prices, so we are not considering the transformation of value into a final monetized exchange value but into an intermediate form. The specificity of this form pertains to the influence of a single mechanism on the process of price formation, the redistribution of surplus value effected by the equalization of profit rates through competition. In Marx's theory, individual capitalists do not directly appropriate the surplus value produced by their own workers. Rather, the appropriation of surplus value is conceived as a process of collective class exploitation, while the distribution of the aggregate surplus value among different capitals is seen as the outcome of intercapitalist competition in the sphere of circulation and the tendential formation of a general profit rate. In view of all these, the equalization of profit rates will tend to produce a divergence between the surplus value represented by a particular commodity and the actual profit that can be realized through its sale. While at the aggregate level total profit should equal total surplus value and total value should equal total price of production, the differing conditions of production will mean that a divergence between value and price of production will be the norm for individual commodities. But what is meant by different conditions of production in this connection? As already discussed, different capitalist firms have varying compositions, that is, they are heterogeneous with respect to their ratios of dead to living labor. Although the variable portion of the capital is solely capable of creating surplus value, enterprises that invest a relatively greater portion of their capital in labor power than in means of production will not automatically realize more surplus value than those that are more capital intensive. Instead, a portion of the socially produced aggregate surplus value will become a constituent of the production price of a given commodity in the form of profit and in proportion to the capital invested in its production. Accordingly, the individual capitalist will tend to receive as an increment to his invested capital not the magnitude of surplus value produced by his own workers but the profit that is due in accordance with the general rate of profit calculated on the capital investment. Hence, Marx's theoretical formula for the transformation process, when a capitalist sells his commodities at their price of production, he recovers money in proportion to the value of the capital consumed in their production and secures profit in proportion to his advanced capital as the aliquot part of the total social capital. 49. Both the adequacy of Marx's conceptualization of the transformation process and the consistency of the production price theory with the labor theory of value have been disputed by a long list of critics, including many other wise sympathetic to Marx's theoretical project. In the next two sections, some traditional criticisms of Marx's value theory will be considered, together with various solutions to what is often described as the transformation problem. 4 traditional criticisms and orthodox responses. The first phase of the controversy surrounding Marx's theory of value, characterized principally by a confrontation between neoclassical marginalism and the orthodox understanding of Marx's capital prevalent among the classical social democratic theorists of the pre-World War I era, took the form of a clear-cut, pro-Marx/anti-Marx cleavage. While complete unanimity never existed among the neoclassical critics of Marx's value theory, nor among the social democratic guardians of Marxist orthodoxy, the terms of debate between the two camps were relatively straightforward, as were the class and political allegiances of virtually all the participants in the debate. This makes the task of summarizing the first phase of the controversy a relatively simple one. With the publication of the third volume of Capital in 1894, the floodgates of debate between Marx's neoclassical critics and his defenders were fully opened. To be sure, many criticisms of Marx's theory of value had already appeared in the 1870s and 1880s following the publication of the first volume of Capital. Indeed, Marx himself responded to one of them, Adolf Wagner's polemic, shortly before his death in 1883. 2 circumstances, however, served to slow the critical response. First, during the quarter of a century between the publication of the first and third volumes, most professional economists were attempting to put their own house in order by establishing a solid theoretical framework that could stand a credible alternative to Marx's theories. Second, the professional economists most concerned with answering Marx's critique of political economy had been frustrated by the unavailability of the long-promised conclusion to Marx's analysis in Capital III, which, like Capital II, was drawn together from Marx's unfinished manuscripts under the editorship of Friedrich Engels. Among the many critiques of Marx that appeared after 1894, Eugen von Bohm-Bawerk's Karl Marx auf System ranks as the most influential. Most of the criticisms of Marx's value theory von said Beloria Wicksteed, Pareto, Croce, Schumpeter, and other representatives of neoclassical economics and bourgeois sociology find expression there, and, just as importantly, in a cogent, systematic, and comprehensive fashion. Accordingly, Bohm-Bawerk's critique remains a touchstone of the value controversy, as do the responses it elicited from Marxist theorists in the early years of the 20th century. On Bohm-Bawerk's interpretation, Marx's law of value states and must state, that commodities are exchanged in proportion to the socially necessary working time incorporated in them. But in the third volume of Capital, Marx argues that the price ratios of commodities in exchange are decisively influenced by a phenomenon that is independent of embodied labor time, the tendency for the profit component of price to be determined by the general rate of profit as calculated on the cost price of the commodity. According to Bohm-Bawerk, these two propositions serologically incompatible. Having exposed these contradiction in Marx's theoretical system, Bohm-Bawerk then shows that it arises from a confrontation between a real phenomenon and Marx's false theory regarding the determination of commodity prices. In building his case against Marx, Bohm-Bawerk cites the following passage from Capital III, which seems to suggest that Marx was well aware of the contradiction embedded in his theoretical system. At a given rate of surplus value, it is only for capitals of the same organic composition, assuming equal turnover times, that the law holds good, as a general tendency, that profits stand in direct proportion to the amount of capital, and that capitals of equal size yield equal profits in the same period of time. The above argument is true on the same basis as our whole investigation so far, that commodities are sold at their values. There is no doubt, however, that in actual fact, No such variation in the average rate of profit exists between branches of industry, and it could not exist without abolishing the entire system of capitalist production. The theory of value thus appears incompatible with the actual phenomena of production, and it might seem that we must abandon all hope of understanding these phenomena. 50. Triumphantly, Bohm-Bawerk concludes, to speak plainly, his solution is obtained at the cost of the assumption from which Marx has hitherto started, that commodities exchange according to their value. This assumption Marx now simply drops. 51. What Bohm-Bawerk neglects conveniently to add is that the assumption that commodities are sold at their value is just that, an assumption that Marx posits at certain stages of his analysis in order to lay bare specific features of the capitalist mode of production. What's more, it is an assumption that is posited as part of a procedure of theoretical abstraction from certain other features of capitalism that are in no way regarded by him as incidental to a concrete theoretical reconstruction of the capitalist totality. 52. But what this assumption most emphatically is not is a necessary or constitutive postulate of Marx's value theory. It is neither a statement of empirical fact nor an explanation for the formation of market prices, but only a simplification to help reveal that the creation of surplus value depends on the exploitation of wage labor in the process of production. Why then does Marx speak of an apparent incompatibility between the theory of value on the one side and the actual phenomena of production on the other? As we have seen, capitalist reality constitutes a contradictory unity of three social production relations, between private but socially equal commodity producers, between capitalists and wage laborers, and between different competing capitals. The appearance of an incompatibility between Marx's labor value formulation and the equalization of profit rates among capitals of different composition corresponds to a real contradiction that is a constitutive element of capitalist social reality. This contradiction has nothing at all to do with any notion that commodities exchange at their value from one conceptual perspective and that they exchange at their prices of production from another, that is to say, nothing to do with a theoretical contradiction, as Bohm-Bawerk asserts. Rather, this contradiction arises from the fact that Marx's theory maintains that living labor is the sole source of new value, even while also affirming that capital invested in dead labor can establish the same rate of profit as capital invested in living labor. The real contradiction that gives rise to the apparent incompatibility between die Leviathan living labor can produce surplus value and the observable tendency toward uniform rates of profit among capitals of varying composition is this: within capitalist society, capital simultaneously expresses an exploitative relation between social classes and an equalitarian relation between competing individual capitals. The production of surplus value presents itself as a process of class exploitation operating through value relations, while the realization of profits appears as a life and death struggle among individual socially equalized capitals for their rightful share of total profits, a struggle that also operates through value relations. By acknowledging the real-life tendency toward a general rate of profit, Marx reveals that the social production relations of capitalist society inevitably result in a real contradiction between the valorization process and the realization process, a contradiction that is resolved in reality through the tendency of capitals of equal magnitude to realize equal profits, regardless of their compositions. But the fact that this contradiction is resolved in this way does not entail a renunciation on Marx's part of the fundamental postulate of his theory of value, that living labor is the sole source of all new value, including surplus value. As for the notion that commodities exchange according to their values, this provisional assumption can be dropped as soon as the focus of analysis shifts from the exploitative class relation between capital and labor manifest in the sphere of production to the competitive relation between individual capitals manifest in the sphere of circulation/realization. To further underline the point, the withdrawal of the assumption of commodities exchanging according to their values in no way entails the abandonment of the value postulate shared by the first and third volumes of Capital, namely that, irrespective of how the exchange ratios of particular commodities are determined, and irrespective of how aggregate surplus values shared out to individual capitals in the form of profit, the magnitude of surplus value is decisively determined by the socially necessary labor time expended by productive workers. Hilferding makes much the same sort of argument in his response to Bohm-Bawerk. Entire train of reasoning is utterly beside the point. Marx is inquiring about the total value, and his critic complains because he is not inquiring about the value of the individual commodity. 53 But the idea of total value can only be incomprehensible to an economist who reduces the idea of value to an exchange relation between discrete commodities. As Hilferding observes, Bohm-Bawerk overlooks the fact that value in the Marxist sense is an objective, quantitatively determined magnitude. He overlooks it because in reality the concept of value as determined by the marginal utility theory lacks this quantitative definiteness. 54 Bohm-Bawerk's critique of Marx is not confined to the alleged contradiction between the first and third volumes of Capital. He also wants to expose Marx's faulty logic in identifying labor as the common factor underlying the exchange values of different commodities. According to Bohm-Bawerk, Marx searches for the common factor which is the characteristic of exchange value in the following way: he passes in review the various properties possessed by the objects made equal in exchange, and according to the method of exclusion separates all those which cannot stand the test, until at last only one property remains, that of being the product of labor. This, therefore, must be the sought-for common property. 55 Bohm-Bawerk's first substantive point of criticism is that Marx deliberately excluded goods that are not products of labor from his analysis, defining such goods as non-commodities. Such gifts of nature, however, constitute important objects of property and commerce, and it would be preposterous to assume that the prices attaching to these goods are established arbitrarily or by accident simply because they are devoid of labor content. How then are the prices of this undeniably important class of economic goods determined? This question obliges us to consider non-labor candidates for the designation of common factor. In Bohm-Bawerk's view, there are several properties shared in common by all exchangeable goods, products of labor as well as gifts of nature, among them, scarcity in relation to demand, regulation by the law of supply and demand, causing expense to their producer, and being subject to apportionment. What each of these properties points to, however, is the concrete utility of all exchangeable goods. Thus, for Bohm-Bawerk, a leading exponent of the marginal utility theory, the common factor shared by all exchangeable goods and accounting for their value in exchange is the circumstance that they all possess a use. In response to this argument, Hilferding reminds us first that Marx derives his concept of value not through a formal logical process of eliminating everything but laborus the substantia value but rather by identifying the material form assumed by social labor in capitalist society, the individual commodity. The real object of Marx's investigation is not the precise determinants of price in a commodity capitalist economy, but the forms of appearance and modes of distribution and apportionment of social labor under conditions of commodity exchange. In Hilferding's words, starts from labor in its significance as the constitutive element in human society, as the element whose development determines in the final analysis the development of society. Society has, as it were, assigned to each of its members the quota of labor necessary to society, has specified to each individual how much labor he must expend. And these individuals have forgotten what their quota was, and rediscover it only in the process of social life. It is therefore because labor is the social bond uniting an atomized society, and not because labor is the matter most technically relevant, that labor is the principle of value and that the law of value is endowed with reality. 56. This passage demonstrates, unmistakably I think, that the orthodox Marxism of pre-World War I social democracy was by no means unaware of what Diane Elson has called Marx's value theory of labor. 57 Indeed, for Hilferding, the value theory of labor constituted the true starting point, if hardly the sole content, of Marx's theory of value. Hilferding points out that a good becomes a commodity in Marx's sense only to the extent that it becomes a bearer of social labor and the material expression of a social relationship of production. By the same token, however, goods that are not products of labor can acquire the character of commodities as the expression of derivative relationships of production. 58 The gifts of nature can have exchange value, then, to the extent that they are subsumed under the dominant relations of a commodity capitalist society. An important example of this is the changing status of land in history and, specifically, the process whereby land acquires the characteristics of a commodity as a condition requisite to the production of commodities. 59 The second aspect of Baumgart's criticism, concerning the status of labor as the common factor underlying commodity values, is no stronger than the first. As Ernest Mondale points out, Marx nowhere declares that the only property common to commodities is that they are products of human labor. 60 What's more, Marx has no need to prove that labor is such a singular property of commodities. The significance of Marx's discussion concerning labor's the relevant common factor underlying commodity exchanges the suggests the need for a social property which makes it possible to weave a fabric of relationships between all these producers. 61 This point reinforces Hilferding's crucial observation that Baumgart's catalogue of common properties shared by all exchangeable goods continually confuses the natural and the social. 62 The hallmark of economic fetishism. Baumgart's attempts to logically confute Marx's labor value formulation are not convincing in themselves, but they acquire a certain power when they are joined to his attempted demonstration of the superiority of the marginalist approach to value. His argument on this terrain proceeds as follows. Labor and value in use have a qualitative side and a quantitative side. As the value in use is different qualitatively as table, house, or yarn, so is labor as carpentry, masonry, or spinning. And just as one can compare different kinds of labor according to their quantity, so one can compare values in use of different kinds according to the amount of value in use. If Marx had chanced to reverse the order of the examination, the same reasoning which led to the exclusion of value in use would have excluded labor, and then the reasoning which resulted in the crowning of labor might have led him to declare the value in use to be the only property left, and therefore to be the sought-for common property, and value to be the cellular tissue of value in use. 63 In response, Hilferding makes the point that Baumgart proceeds from the error of attempting from the subjective individual relationship, wherefrom subjective estimates of value are properly deducible, to deduce an objective social measure. This error follows from a theory of value that starts with the natural qualities of commodities as use values and then focuses upon the individual relationship between a thing and a human being instead of starting from the social relationships of human beings to one another. 64 Jeffrey K. presses beyond such general methodological points by establishing that the logical structure of Marx's argument can in no way accommodate the simple substitution of the concept of utility for that of labor as the common property rendering different commodities commensurable in exchange. To insist with Baumgart that use value is not only the reason for exchange, but also its basis and its measure, posits among other things the category of general utility. But as such a category is incapable by its nature of achieving any form of existence, it is doomed to unreality, and any theory based upon it must be a contentless abstraction. 65 The same sort of argument can be made against the category of abstract labor, however, if concrete labor is conceived as its form of appearance. If we constitute abstract labor as the common property of concrete labor, the expenditure of muscles, brains, etc., we are inventing a mental abstraction and not discovering the real abstraction that Marx was after. Abstract labor defined simply as the common property of concrete labor is not distinguishable at all. It can no more be distinguished from concrete labor than the quality of being a mammal can be distinguished from the feline body of a cat or the canine body of a dog. It cannot be distinguished quite simply because there is nothing to distinguish, because it does not exist. 66 In what sense, then, can we speak of abstract labor as existing independently of the concrete manifestations of human labor? If concrete labor is not the necessary form of appearance of abstract labor, what is? Kay reminds us that the answer to these questions is to be found in Marx's analysis of the value form, an analysis that is slighted by Hilferding and entirely ignored by Baumgart. As Kay puts it, in searching for the form of existence of abstract labor we are merely looking for the value form, is the medium through which concrete labor becomes abstract labor. In a word, it is money that is the form of existence of abstract labor. 67 The failure of Hilferding and many other Marxist theorists of the Second International, such as Nikolai Bukharin, to highlight Marx's value form analysis in their critiques of marginalist economics both reflected and reinforced a tendency on their part to underestimate the methodological divide between Marx and his neoclassical critics. For example, according to Bukharin, the methodological difference between Karl Marx and Baumgartner may be summarized concisely as follows: objectivism-subjectivism, a historical standpoint, an unhistorical standpoint, the point of view of production, the point of view of consumption. 68 Bukharin's list of contrasts is germane as far as it goes, but can this really be considered an adequate concise summary of the methodological differences existing between Marx and the marginalists? It seems doubtful, and our suspicions on this score can only be strengthened if we recall that the orthodox theory of the Second International attempted, in numerous ways, to accommodate itself to the prevailing positivism of the era. 69 Bukharin's critique of Menger's and Baumgartner's methodological atomism is certainly instructive and important, as is his larger argument that a scientific analysis of economic phenomena should begin with economic subjects as these appear as members of a social economic system, not as isolated individuals. Yet Bukharin, along with other prominent social democratic theorists, failed to specify the truly distinctive features of Marx's method. Consequently, their defense of Marx left many important issues unexamined, many significant questions unanswered, and many opportunities unexplored for a reinterpretation of Marx's thought in ways consistent with the limited methodological strictures they specified, yet inconsistent with the more demanding, if elusive, principles of Marx's own theory of scientific knowledge. 5. The controversy surrounding the transformation problem. During the first phase of the value controversy, the most significant critique of Marx's procedure for transforming commodity values into prices of production was authored by the Prussian statistician and Ricardian economist Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz, a critique made largely outside the parameters of debate between Marxism and neoclassical marginalism. The technical mathematical character of Bortkiewicz's critique anticipated much of the later discussion surrounding value theory, as this was to unfold among Marxist economists throughout the 20th century. Paradoxically perhaps, this Ricardian sympathetic criticisms of Marx's engagement with the transformation problem contributed far more to dissension among Marxist economists than did any of the hostile polemics emanating from the marginalist camp. Indeed, it was precisely Bortkiewicz's apparent relative proximity to Marx that made his critique and alternative solutions to the value-price transformation issue a significant pole of attraction for a number of academically trained Marxists, in particular Paul Sweezy, the economist who did the most to popularize Bortkiewicz's contributions and legitimize them within Marxist economic discourse. 70 For reasons that will soon become clear, it is useful to initially approach Marx's transformation procedure as illustrated in his example involving 3 capitals rather than the 5-capital model that Marx describes in greatest depth in Chapter 9 of Capital 3. Once again, the individual value of a commodity is calculate as the sum of C plus V plus S, while the commodity's price of production is calculated as the sum of cost, price and profit, where P is calculated as the product of K multiplied by the average rate of profit. Marx's 3-branch example is represented in Table 2. Marx's illustration, as reproduced in this table, leads us to conclude that the phenomenon of profit rate equalization between branches of production with different compositions poses no special problem for the 2 equalities that his theories of value and exploitation jointly posit, the equality of values and prices of production and the equality of profits and surplus value. Like his earlier 5-capital example, therefore, this 3-branch illustration of the transformation process sustains Marx's theoretical formula: when a capitalist sells his commodities at their price of production, he recovers money in proportion to the value of the capital consumed in their production and secures profit in proportion to his advanced capital as the aliquot part of the total social capital. 71. Bortkiewicz's point of departure is that Marx failed to consider whether his theoretical formula for the transformation of commodity values into prices of production could be reconciled with the model of simple reproduction of a capitalist economy outlined in the 2nd volume of Capital. Assuming the existence of 3 departments of production that encompass the total social capital of a given economy, Bortkiewicz reconstructs Marx's transformation scheme in terms of a series of equations positing the conditions of simple reproduction. The three departments of production are Department I, which produces means of production, Department II, which produces workers' consumption goods, and Department III, which produces capitalists' consumption goods. The conditions of simple reproduction in such a three-department model are represented in the following system of equations, where the numerical subscripts refer to the three departments of production, and where it is also assumed that demand equals supply, C1 plus V1 plus S1 equals C1 plus C2 plus C3 equals total value, department. IC2 plus V2 plus S2 equals V1 plus V2 plus V3 equals total value, department. 2C3 plus V3 plus S3 equals S1 plus S2 plus S3 equals total value, department. 3 For Bortkiewicz, the challenge is now to transform this value expression of the conditions of simple reproduction into a production price expression, while simultaneously maintaining the equality of the social aggregates at the heart of Marx's theory and conforming to the law of the equal rate of profit. Marx's own solution to this problem is considered unacceptable by Bortkiewicz because it excludes the constant and variable capitals from the transformation process, whereas the principle of the equal profit rate must involve these elements. 72 To correctly transform commodity values into prices of production, the values of the input commodities C and V need to be transformed along with the magnitude of surplus value produced. This correction seems necessary once Marx's own mathematical illustrations are replaced by one reflecting the conditions of simple reproduction. Operationalizing Bortkiewicz's procedure, Sweezy divides a hypothetical capitalist economy into three departments of production, each with its own unique composition of capital. Applying Marx's transformation procedure to this model, he finds that a discrepancy arises between the quantity of constant capital produced in Department I and the total quantity of constant capital consumed in production by all three departments. A similar discrepancy arises with respect to the variable capital produced and consumed. Thus, assuming variance in capital compositions as between departments of production, Marx's solution to the transformation problem appears to be flatly inconsistent with an equilibrium model of simple reproduction. The correction to Marx's transformation procedure recommended by Bortkiewicz and Sweezy proceeds in two steps. First, as already noted, the general rate of profit is to be applied to C and V as well as to S. If this is done, and if the unit of account of both value and production price is unity, then a result is obtained in which a direct correspondence between the output of each department and the income of each department is achieved. As Sweezy puts it, the output of Department I equals the constant capital used up, the production of Department II equals wages paid out, and the output of Department III is sufficient to absorb the total surplus value accruing to the capitalists. 73 This procedure also allows for total value equaling total production prices, and total surplus value equaling total profits. All appears well until the assumption is dropped that the unit of account of the price and value expressions will be the same. Sweezy's example of the corrected transformation procedure then becomes a special case. In general, gold, as the common measure of value and price, will not have the same price and value. That is to say, the price and the value of gold will diverge from one another whenever the capital composition of the gold industry rises higher or falls below the composition of the social capital as a whole. The consequence will be that the counting measure if value and production price will no longer equal 1 in both the value and price schemes. Thus, the specific capital composition of the gold industry will unavoidably affect the entire transformation process. 74 The upshot is that the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy alternative to Marx's transformation procedure restores the conditions of simple reproduction, allows for the identity of total surplus value and total profits, but also requires that total value deviate from total price whenever the capital composition of the gold industry diverges from the social average. In assessing the significance of the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy handling of the transformation process, we need to be clear as to how it differs from Marx's own procedure. It should first be noted that Sweezy does not use Marx's three-capital illustration of the transformation process but constructs his own, quite different one. The data in Table 2 cannot be reconciled with a model of simple reproduction even if Bortkowicz's method of transforming cost price along with surplus value is applied. The reason is straightforward. Marx's own mathematical models of the transformation process never assume the conditions of simple reproduction or a static interdepartmental equilibrium. Marx is solely concerned with establishing the effects of variant capital compositions as these influence individual production prices, not as they affect whole departments of production. In short, Marx is not concerned with reconciling his transformation procedure developed in capital III with the model of simple reproduction elaborated in capital II. Nor is he concerned with the vicissitudes of the composition of capital in the industry that produces a standard money commodity, since Marx's own transformation procedure abstracts from the specific physical properties of the money commodity and assumes that the money expressions of both value and production price are forms of appearance of socially equalized and socially necessary labor time. Bortkowicz and Sweezy, by contrast, begin by assuming simple reproduction and then proceed to the further assumption that the problem of variant capital compositions needs to be understood in relation to entire departments of production, although they nowhere provide a theoretical rationale for the postulate of variant capital compositions as between whole departments. One possible rejoinder to Bortkowicz and Sweezy is to suggest that departments of production will tend to mirror the composition of the social capital as a whole. Since the assumption of interdepartmental divergence of capital compositions is essential to Sweezy's critique of Marx's transformation procedure, this line of argument is a perfectly relevant one, and the onus is really on Sweezy and his supporters to establish why unequal compositions as between departments should be postulated. 75 Another line of response to the Bortkowicz-Sweezy correction was formulated by Winternitz, who argues that it is arbitrary to hold the ratio of prices and values in Department 3 equal to 1 in order to ensure the equivalence of gold's price and value expressions. 76 Selecting this as the invariance postulate can only lead to the conclusion that values and production prices will generally diverge just as soon as the postulate is relaxed. Winternitz argues that a different invariance postulate should be selected, one more consistent with Marx's basic theoretical assumptions. Accordingly, he recommends the addition of a further equation to the transformation formula, one positing the equality of aggregate values and aggregate production prices. The result, once cost price is transformed in accordance with Bortkowicz's method, is a discrepancy between the magnitude of total profit and the magnitude of surplus value. Winternitz Challengito Bortkowicz was ophogenous that was repeatedly attempted by participants in the transformation problem debate. For a considerable period of time, Bortkowicz's correction of Marx was interrogated primarily on his own terrain of formal mathematical models, with only his secondary premises receiving the sort of scrutiny that should have met his more fundamental theoretical assumptions. Consequently, the debate tended to bog down in arguments concerning the plausibility of assorted invariance postulates and their unique effects on a model that appeared congenitally resistant to maintaining both of Marx's aggregate equalities along with the equilibrium conditions of simple reproduction, all of which only served to underscore Seaton's observation that there does not seem to be an objective basis for choosing any particular invariance postulate in preference to all the others. And to that extent the transformation problem may be said to fall short of complete determinacy. 77 Rather than quarrel over which invariance postulate is most appropriately plugged into a Bortkowicz-type model of value-price transformation, it would seem fruitful to question some of the basic presuppositions of that model, the need for simultaneous valuation of cost price and surplus value, and the appropriateness of seeking to establish a theoretical space in which the conditions of simple reproduction intersect the issue of value-price transformation. Since such an examination must return us to some of the fundamental issues posed by Marx's theory of value, and since the transformation problem continues to figure prominently in the contemporary value controversy, I shall defer further discussion of these points to the next chapter. This chapter provides an overview and critical assessment of the controversy among Marxist and neo-Marxist theorists concerning the content, probity, and implications of Marx's theory of value beyond its first phase, as reviewed in the last chapter. As with many other controversies that developed following the revival of Marxism in the 1960s and 1970s, the second phase of the value controversy has testified to the willingness of Marxist intellectuals to entertain a variety of interpretations of Marx's theoretical legacy and to part company with him on issues of the utmost importance. Unfortunately, it has also testified to their ability to debate such issues in a fashion that renders them relatively inaccessible to the non-specialist. In consideration of this problem, I shall try to interpret Marx's value theory and the ongoing debates surrounding it in such a way as to highlight what I take to be the key postulates of the capitalist law of labor value. This will, I hope, contribute not only to a better understanding of some of the contested issues, but also to a clarification of what is at stake in this controversy, something which is too rarely discussed by its participants. The principal idea developed here as well as in the next chapter is that Marx's theory of value constitutes the unity of a qualitative treatment of the value form and a quantitative concern with the substance of value. Its conceptual nexus is considered to be abstract labor, a category that bridges the divide between value's particular and universal aspects. Key to this interpretation is an extension of the ontological reversals described by Marx in his discussion of the value form to include the relation between abstract labor, understood as a real social structure, and commodities, as sensuously concrete particulars. Such a conceptualization furnishes a much-needed ontological and methodological basis for sustaining the key postulates of what I call the fundamentalist approach to Marxian value theory as against a neo-orthodox approach that strips Marx's value theory of much of its operational significance. These fundamentalist postulates, I argue, pertain to the laws of motion of the capitalist economy as a whole, and it is therefore a mistake for those who defend them to pursue a theoretical agenda that tilts Marx's value theory in the direction of accounting for relative equilibrium prices, a project having little to do with disclosing the historical structural limits of capitalism. 98 Chapter 5. 1. The second phase of the value controversy. The origins of the second phase of controversy surrounding Marx's theory of value, a phase now a half-century old, is easily specified. First, by the 1960s, the critique of neoclassical economic theory undertaken by the Cambridge School of Piero Sraffa, Joan Robinson, Nicholas Calder et al. Had constituted itself as a major neo-Ricardian challenge to some central tenets of marginalism and was doing much to encourage the rehabilitation of some characteristic concerns of classical and Marxian political economy, in particular, the problem of the source, measurement, and distribution of an economic surplus. Second, the renewed interest in Marx's thought resulting from the new left/student radicalization of the 1960s focused increasingly upon Marx's economics as the world capitalist economy experienced worsening dislocation and malaise after 1970. Third, interest in Marx's theory of capitalist crisis was spurred during the 1970s by the apparent exhaustion of Keynesian macroeconomic policy, which had manifestly failed to anticipate the specific features of the emerging economic crisis of Western capitalism as popularly encapsulated in the notion of stagflation. These economic, political, and intellectual developments provide the socio-historical backdrop to our discussion. By way of introduction to the latter's principal themes, a brief characterization of each of its main camps or currents will help to further specify the context and significance of this second major phase of debate surrounding Marx's theory of value. 1.1 Neo-Ricardianism and the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy. The Neo-Ricardianism that initially came to the fore in the 1970s encompasses both a left wing that considers itself Marxist in some circumscribed sense and a right wing that has been primarily concerned with what Latouche aptly called the reswitching of dominant ideologies within the economics profession. Point 1 Our concern here is strictly with left Neo-Ricardianism, that is, with the varied attempts of Marxist or neo-Marxist economists to either reconcile Piero Sraffa's critique of neoclassicism with Marxian political economy or to substantially revise the latter in light of the former. This characterization of left-wing neo-Ricardianism already suggests a certain tension within its ambit that should be noted. Neo-Ricardian Marxism began as an attempt to employ Sraffa's system to resuscitate a rather moribund orthodox understanding of Marx's political economy. To Ronald Meek and Maurice Daub, two of the stalwarts of this orthodoxy during the darkest days of the Cold War, Sraffa's system was in no sense a threat to Marx's fundamental ideas. Rather, it was a welcome ally in the project of analyzing economic phenomena, in particular, the distribution of net income, inclusive of a surplus, in a manner that takes into account the existence of an antagonistic class structure. But the fact that both of these eminent Marxist scholars ended their careers by touting the potential superiority of Sraffa's framework over Marx's attests to more than a weariness in upholding a logically untenable orthodoxy. It also suggests that both men, in common with many of their orthodox colleagues, may well have had an essentially Ricardian appreciation of Marx's economics all along. Hence, it might legitimately be inferred that one of the streams leading into modern neo-Ricardian Marxism is a certain tradition of Marxist orthodoxy itself. Indeed, the collapse of this Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy was an important formative influence in the development of this school. If Meek and Dobb emphasized the possibility and fruitfulness of a friendly encounter between Sraffian and Marxian economics, a younger generation of radical neo-Ricardians sought to substantially overhaul Marxian political economy on the basis of Sraffa's model. Indeed, it was the Sraffa-based critique of Marx's value theory as articulated by Ian Steedman, Jeff Hodgson, and others that came to define the neo-Ricardian position within the contemporary value controversy, and it is this strain of neo-Ricardianism that will principally concern us. 1.2 Neo-Orthodoxy. The second camp within the value controversy is constituted by what I call the neo-Orthodox current. 2 Far more than the neo-Ricardian Marxists, the neo-Orthodox theorists encompass a substantively heterogeneous range of opinion, although they are united by a strong emphasis on value form analysis and by a commitment to specifying the distinctive methodological underpinnings of Marx's political economy. The general though hardly unanimous disinterest of the neo-Orthodox theorists in the analysis of the magnitude of value, as well as their understanding of Marx's project as essentially a critique of political economy rather than as a positive development of it, invites a characterization of neo-Orthodoxy as a sociologizing or philosophizing current within the value controversy. 3 In part, the neo-Orthodox current was and remains a reaction to the collapse of the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy. And the rise of neo-Ricardianism, in part a relatively autonomous development owing its origins to an encounter between the humanist philosophical preoccupations of the early New Left and Marx's critique of political economy in capital I. The theoretical result of this encounter, a commitment to the analysis of the value form and a reassertion of the critique of economic fetishism as fundamental to Marx's critical project, has led some to identify this current with the work of Isaac I. Rubin. Even though others regard Rubin's general approach as no less consistent with that of the Marxist fundamentalists. 1.3 Fundamentalism. The fundamentalist camp originated as an inchoate and somewhat disparate current that shares certain positions in common with both the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy and neo-Orthodox value theory. Since the term fundamentalist has often been used to refer to all adherents of Marxian economic orthodoxy, I should make clear that I reserve the designation to those who are more concerned with the overall coherence of Marx's political economy than with the letter of his analysis. In particular, the fundamentalist project involves a commitment to reviving interest in Marx's analysis of the value form in order to strengthen his value magnitude analysis rather than to abandon the latter in the neo-Orthodox fashion. This orientation also distinguishes the fundamentalists from orthodox Ricardian Marxists, who have traditionally been almost exclusively concerned with the magnitude of value and neglectful of its form. The term fundamentalist seems appropriatine thetide indicates a return to both aspects of Marx's fundamental theoretical program, the analysis of the form and the magnitude of value, as well as a concern with the relationship of each to the social substance of value, abstract labor. 4. My goal in what follows is to highlight some of the more distinctive theoretical and methodological positions of each of these broad currents of thought by drawing upon and critically interrogating the work of some of the more prominent participants in the value controversy as these developed between the 1960s and the 1980s. A shorter section summarizing some significant developments in the controversy in more recent decades will follow this. 2. The Neo-Ricardian Challenge. There are some very substantial reasons for labeling the ostensibly Marxist followers of Piero Sraffa's economics as neo-Ricardians, even though the term post-Sraffians would probably do just as well. These reasons have less to do with the specific positions of Ricardo and the neo-Ricardians as with certain methodological and theoretical considerations pertaining to a common problematic, one equidistinct from Marx's yet this recurrent been suppressed and revived within the boundaries of bourgeois economics, the complex of issues surrounding the distribution of income, conceived at least in part as a distribution of surplus. Without anticipating too much of what will be discussed later, it should be observed that such a problematic differs from Marx's in two decisive respects, in its focus on the distribution rather than the production of a surplus, and in its disregard of the socio-historical form of surplus production and economic reproduction in general. These Ricardian features are very much in evidence both in Sraffa's work and in the neo-Ricardian Marxists' critique of Marx's value theory. We begin with a consideration of Sraffa's project as it relates indirectly to Marx's. 2.1 Sraffa and Marx. Whatever his followers might believe about Hewitt or implications of his theoretical model, Sraffa apparently had a well-defined and quite limited objective in mind when he wrote the production of commodities by means of commodities. This objective was not at all to undermine the credibility of Marx's critical analysis of capitalism, but to develop an internal or immanent critique of a number of marginalist propositions that had long served as pillars of the neoclassical system, as well as to adumbrate some ideas suggestive of an external critique of the latter's general equilibrium analysis. Sraffa develops his critique on the basis of a series of models that illustrate how prices of production are constituted. Throughout his analysis he abstracts from the marginalist problem of demand-side determination of market prices. His concern is rather with the influence of such distributional variables as the wage rate and the rate of profit on commodity prices, as commodities emerge from a production process in which they appear as the products of other commodities, namely the commodities comprising physical means of production and the wage bundle. Sraffa constructs his central economic model by successively considering, 1. A subsistence economy in which the same commodities appear as inputs and outputs, 2. A surplus-generating economy governed by the principle of the equalization of profit rates, 3. An economy in which the wage varies according to labor's share of the surplus, and 4. The economic conditions of existence of a standard or composite commodity that can boost in the analysis of income distribution over a given period of time. The central equation of Sraffa's standard system is R equals R, where R is the rate of profit, R, the ratio of net product to the means of production, and W, the wage per unit of labor. After demonstrating that the standard system is unique, Sraffa employs his equation for a variety of theoretical purposes. The underlying premise of all of these investigations is that on C thereof the distributional variables is fixed, we can then determine, meaning, calculate, both prices and the real level of the other distributional variable. Accordingly, within Sraffa's system, either the wage rate or the profit rate can function as the independent variable for the system as a whole. It would be tangential to our purpose to explore the implications of Sraffa's economic model for the critique of marginalist theory. However, it is important to identify some of the ways in which the Sraffa model diverges from Marx's approach to the analysis of capitalism. First, Sraffa does not define commodities as socio-historically specific manifestations of social labor, but rather as things, as physical inputs or outputs of a production process that is regarded entirely from a technical point of view. Accordingly, Sraffa's conception of commodity production is fetishistic and physicalist. Second, intimate l'irrelateto is fetishismus, the divergency between Marx's and Sraffa's respective objects of analysis. Marx is concerned with analyzing the role of social labor in generalist commodity production, while Sraffa's economic model is given historical specificity only through his assumption of the operation of a uniform rate of profit, an assumption that necessarily refers to the operations of a capitalist economy. Yet, in Sraffa's model of capitalism, a proxy represents labor, the wage goods that enter into the reproduction process. Clarity on this point is crucial. The problem with Sraffa's model from Marx's standpoint is not that it allows for the complete elimination of living labor from production, for Marx himself clearly envisaged the possibility of a more or less complete automation of the material production process. The problem is that such a possibility is present in a model that involves such phenomena as profits, wages, prices of production, and equalized rates of profit, that is, phenomena that presuppose the institutional presence of capitalist relations of production. From Marx's standpoint, the presence of such social and property relations demands that the production process be approached not only in respect to its technical or physical aspects, but above all in respect to its social aspects. A social production system that requires the class appropriation of surplus labor cannot dispense with labor as an input to production. Yet Sraffa sidesteps this crucial issue by banishing all considerations of class relations to the sphere of distribution. Third, Sraffa's concept of the surplus is a purely physical aggregate, the origins of which remain unspecified and the magnitude of which is coextensive with Marx's net product. In a very rough sense, this surplus refers to what is available for human consumption and reinvestment after the consumed material inputs have been replaced. To be sure, Sraffa acknowledges alternative ways of treating the wage. Indeed, in his simplest model, he treats the wage, or, more specifically, the bundle of wage goods, as a necessary input, and suggests that the ideal procedure would be to treat a portion of the wage as subsistence and a portion as a share of surplus. But in order to entirely abstract from the social or cultural determinants of subsistence, Sraffa ends up treating the entire wage as a component of the surplus. By treating wages as part of the surplus, Sraffa places himself decisively at odds with Marx. Implicitly, his procedure denies that labor is a necessary input to production in an economy based on generalist commodity production and geared toward profit maximization. The significance of labor and of labor's income, the wage, is reduced to its role in limiting capital's share of the surplus within the realm of distribution. By definition, the role of labor in creating surplus value is denied. Again, the problem with this is not that in all conceivable production systems or economies living labor is indispensable to the creation of a physical surplus. The problem is that Sraffa's physical surplus can be and is expressed in terms of production prices divisible into profits and wages, and is therefore constitutive of a uniform rate of profit. And, once again, this can only mean that Sraffa's physical surplus partakes of a capitalist social form. Hence, Sraffa moves directly from a surplus conceived as a physical aggregation to a price form, while effectively denying the necessary role of social labor in mediating this transformation. As we shall soon see, the Neo-Ricardians regard this direct movement as a positive advantage of Sraffa's system. But from Marx's standpoint, whatever technical advantage is gained in these ways more than offset with enormously misleading implications of treating price as a direct and immediate external form of physical products rather than as the money form of the social labor that enters into their production. To put the matter bluntly, the assumption built into Sraffa's system is that one can speak of prices, profits, and wages without reference to social labor, whereas in Marx's view these phenomena could have no existence whatsoever except in an economy founded upon the class appropriation of monetized surplus labor. These fetishistic features of Sraffa's system are, of course, just as consistent with neoclassical notions as they are inconsistent with Marx's conceptions. Arguably, Sraffa can be excused for employing them as part of an internal critique of the neoclassical system, but there would seem to be altogether less justification for regarding his models as a ready-made basis for an internal critique of Marx's theory. And yet this is precisely the way many Neo-Ricardians have treated it. Fourth, although attempt have been made abyss Neo-Ricardians 5 to develop a theory of exploitation consistent with Sraffa's system, the phenomenon of capitalist exploitation really does not belong to a world in which commodities are produced by things. It is therefore strictly incorrect to state that in Sraffa's system the phenomenon of exploitation belongs to the sphere of distribution. The most that we can say is that if exploitation occurs in Sraffa's system, It can only occur externally to production. This follows from the fact that living labor is in no sense an essential ingredient of Sraffa's system, and also from the fact that Marx's labor power is not among the commodities that appear as means of producing other commodities. Accordingly, the production of the surplus is in no way conceived as a result of class exploitation. Fifth, for Sraffa, a surplus-generating economic system is one experiencing what Marx would have called expanded reproduction. But for Marx, the existence of a surplus must be understood in social as well as physical terms. Expanded reproduction can occur with or without exploitation, but, under capitalism, a surplus product can only result from the coercive extraction of surplus labor within the sphere of production. Furthermore, the appropriation of surplus labor under capitalism must take the form of the appropriation of surplus value as realized money profit. None of this is captured in Sraffa's system, but neither does it become redundant or inessential on this account either. In light of these divergences between Marx and Sraffa, it is quite remarkable that the once orthodox Marxist economist Ronald Meek could have concluded a discussion of Sraffa in the following way. Sraffa-type sequencio of models do essentialith samizatov jobs which the Marxian labor theory was designed to do. It starts, as Marx's system did, with a prior concrete magnitude which limits the level of class incomes. It is based on the same view about the order and direction of determination of the variables as Marx's was. It is just as well suited to the application of a logical historical method of approach, and it has the great additional advantage that it contains a built-in solution of the transformation problem. Point 6. The notion that Sraffa's system contains a built-in solution to the so-called transformation problem certainly explains much of its appeal to many Marxists who had grown exasperated with this issue. However, it should be clearly understood that Sraffa suggests no solution other than demonstrating that value and surplus value can be ignored, or treated as redundant, in the derivation of prices of production and profits from physical data. 2.2 Ian Steedman's Sraffa-based critique of Marx. The starting point of Steedman's study is the traditional one, the transformation problem. His handling of this issue is, however, far from traditional. After reaffirming the standard Bortkiewiczian criticism of Marx's transformation procedure, Steedman presses a somewhat different criticism, that Marx's solution is internally incoherent, even when input prices are transformed. Point 7. This assertion rests upon what is a central proposition of his critique, namely that Marx's value magnitudes are redundant, as well as irrelevant to the degree that they deviate from their price correlatives. Steedman correctly argues that in Marx's own theory the value rate of profit and the money rate of profit must diverge once prices diverge from values. But if this is so, the question then becomes, which of these distinct rates of profit is the relevant one? It is no good to say that they have relevance at different levels. By Steedman's lights, only the money rate of profit can affect the concrete microeconomic decisions of real capitalists, and therefore only the money rate will influence capital mobility, evince a tendency to equalize, and constitute a uniform rate of profit. Consequently, it is the uniform money rate of profit that is the significant rate of profit for capitalism. Steedman's argument requires response at two levels. First, while he accepts the notion that an abstraction can have a real bearing on the business decisions of capitalists, he is insistent that only the uniform money rate will exercise this influence. But a problem presents itself here: capitalists do not calculate a money rate of profit on a uniform basis. The uniform rate of profit is only a tendential phenomenon that exerts its influence, not as a calculable guide to wise microeconomic investment decisions, but as a limiting factor, a parametric determinant on the amount of profit a given capital can earn. Second, it can be shown that Steedman's understanding of the relationship between the value and money rates of profit is problematic. Steedman specifies this relationship in a way that owes much more to Ricardo than it does to Marx, since it is predicated on a rather crude understanding of value as embodied physical labor. The real core of Steedman's book, however, is not his revelation of the supposed inconsistency or incoherence of Marx's value-price transformation. Rather, it is his argument that Marx's value-magnitude analysis is redundant to the Sraffian method of deriving price phenomena from physical factors and that it cannot meet the challenge posed by the problem of joint production, a problem that Sraffa exploited to much effect in his critique of neoclassical capital theory. It is unnecessary to reproduce Steedman's own model in detail here. Suffice it to say that his Sraffa-like physical depiction of a simple capitalist economy is rendered in terms of units of labor and of raw materials like iron, gold, and corn, and that this physical data is the basis for specifying the same economy in terms of value. The upshot is that from knowledge of the physical conditions of production and the real wage, one can determine values, the value of labor power and surplus value, as well as such quantitative relationships as the rate of surplus value. 8 Steedman's argument may be summarized as follows. The physical data of an economy determines both the value magnitudes of Marx's analysis and the price magnitudes that find phenomenal expression. But since value magnitudes are generally inconsistent with price magnitudes, calculation in value terms is redundant and irrelevant. One does not need to specify economic phenomena in value terms in order to derive prices and profits. This is illustrated by Figure 1, which Steedman comments on as follows. The solid arrow labeled shows that from the physical data all the value quantities can be explained. Arrow shows that from the same data one can explain profits and prices, etc. The dashed and blocked off arrow represents the fact that one cannot, in general, explain profits and prices from value quantities as set out in the usual value schema, that S/ is not the rate of profit, etc. We thus have to picture our theoretical structure as having a fork-like character, with a value prong, arrow, and a profit price prong, arrow. There is, in general, no way from one prong to the other. 9. Although Steedman provides no corresponding figure to illustrate what he understands to be Marx's theoretical structure, it seems likely that Figure 2 captures the essence of Marx's model of price and profit determination from Steedman's point of view. At this point we need only note that much of the cogency of Steedman's charge of redundancy depends on the adequacy of the account of Marx's theory represented by this figure. The fundamentals of Steedman's critique are set out above, and all refinements to it rest upon a common set of theoretical assumptions. This is important because, as Steedman himself insists, if one wishes to contest what is essentially an argument in logic, one must do so either by finding a logical flaw in the argument or by rejecting explicitly and coherently one or more of the assumptions upon which it is based. 10 The second pillar of Steedman's critique of Marx concerns the compatibility of Marx's theory of value with the real-world problem of joint production. Steedman tries to show that in cases where some production processes result in joint products, commodity values, calculated as quantities of embodied labor time, may well be indeterminate. Further, he suggests that when values are determinable, such cases can give rise to situations in which negative values and negative surplus value appear alongside positive prices and a positive rate of profit. Both of these claims, particularly the latter one, appear to strike a fatal blow to the analytic integrity of a labor value theory of price and profit determination. Later in the chapter, Steedman's argument will be considered again in connection with the responses it has provoked. 2.3 The Neo-Ricardian challenge to Marx. In perspective, many years have now passed since the publication of Steedman's Marx after Sraffa. Contrary to the expectation of many of its enthusiasts, however, this work failed in its stated purposes, to end the debate surrounding Marx's value-magnitude analysis, and to redirect the energies of Marxists to the construction of a new materialist political economy on a post-Sraffian basis. It did, however, mark the culmination of a particular stage of the value controversy by clearly establishing the full implications of adopting Sraffa's physical magnitudes approach. There was henceforth no longer a question of reconciling Sraffa and Marx, or of reading Sraffa as complementary to Marx. The question became one of choosing between them. Whether or not Steedman's critique of Marx holds up, it was his lasting achievement to have sharpened the lines of demarcation within the value controversy and forced its participants to more rigorously clarify their positions. While Steedman's critique had a patina of originality, it was largely an extremely able and concise rehearsal of old complaints about Marx's treatment of a number issues, the value-price transformation, the reduction of heterogeneous to simple labor, etc. As seen through the eyes of a follower of Sraffa. Despite his avowal that he was aware of the qualitative or value-form aspects of Marx's theory, Steedman never allowed his appreciation of them to influence, he might say confuse, his portrayal of Marx's analysis in its quantitative dimensions. His Marx is theoretically and methodologically very close to Ricardo, a Marx whose analysis in the third volume of Capital appears to be, at best, unrelated to his analysis in the first. This raises an important consideration pertaining to the periodization of the controversy. Up to the mid-1970s, students of Marx's Capital tended to focus their attention on either the value form analysis of capital I or the value magnitude analysis of capital III. Neo-Ricardians like Steedman, Hodgson, Lippi, and others tended to engage a range of issues in Marxist political economy as these had been represented by the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy. And what the orthodox tradition had in common with Neo-Ricardianism was a marked preoccupation with value magnitude analysis, conceived in physicalist terms, that is, with the mathematical quantification and modeling of Marx's value categories with a view to addressing a number of narrowly conceived economic problems that mainstream economists would recognize germane to their positive analytical agenda. Most of the Marxist economists who distanced themselves from the old orthodoxy and Neo-Ricardianism were otherwise occupied, primarily with the qualitative aspects of Marx's theory as contained in the value form analyses of capital I. Between these two currents of Marxian political economy there was little real communication. As Ben Fine aptly observed, each strand subscribed to a different method, each addressed a different problem, making little if any contribution to that of the other side, and each engaged on textual terrains that were not only distinct but which were also separated by the vast majority of both volumes I and II of Capital. At the same time, the situation was described as a dialogue of the def. 11. This general configuration of theoretical interests and analytical partisanship appeared to shift with the successive contributions of Yaffe, Gerstein, and Sheik to the discussion of the value-price transformation. For, despite their differences, each of these was characterized by an attempt to engage the value magnitude issues on the ground of a truer appreciation of Marx's concept of value than that recapitulated in Steedman's notion of value as embodied socially necessary labor time. 3. Neo-orthodoxy and the rediscovery of the value form. Although it emerged partly in reaction to the post-Sraffian critique of Marx, the neo-orthodox current has also been committed to transcending the Ricardian reading of Marx popularized by such prominent Marxist economists as Dobb, Meek and Sweezy. From its earliest formative days, most of its adherents have taken a quite consistent stand with respect to what has traditionally been the central issue of the value controversy, Marx's value-price transformation. In general, the neo-orthodox tack on this matter has been to deny that this is a real problem for Marx's overall theoretical structure, once this is properly understood, and affirm the correctness of Ricardian or neo-Ricardian criticisms of the orthodox understanding of Marx's handling of the transformation of values into prices of production. Thus, Ira Gerstein, in a seminal neo-orthodox article originally published in 1976, concedes that the point made by Bortkiewicz is valid and must be confronted. 12. While Diane Elson, writing in a later stage of the controversy, allows that here is no doubt that within its own terms critique of the theory of value, as an explanation of equilibrium prices in terms of labor quantities, is quite correct. 13. Concessions of this sort may seem an odd way to defend Marx's theory of value, but they need to be understood as one aspect of the neo-orthodox attempt to redefine the central issue of the value controversy. In this respect, the neo-orthodox project has been to challenge the notion that Marx subscribed to a Ricardo-style theory of value as embodied labor and to show that Marx's concept of abstract labor is actually inconsistent with any such theory. From this standpoint, the traditional debate surrounding the transformation problem can then be dismissed as substantially irrelevant to any development within Marx's theory of value and as germane only to those trapped within the framework of an embodied labor theory of value. The most distinctive features of the neo-orthodox approach to the theory of value may be disclosed by examining three interconnected sets of questions: its critique of the old orthodoxy, its contraposition of abstract to embodied labor, and its response to neo-Ricardianism. 3.1 Critique of the Old Orthodoxy. The years 1972 to 73 marked something of a turning point for the modern value controversy. They saw the publication in English of Rubin's essays on Marx's theory of value for the first time, as well as the appearance of Jeffrey Pilling's path-breaking article on the law of value in Ricardo and Marx. As already noted, Rubin's work constituted an early attempt to specify the relationship between Marx's theory of value and the fundamental principles of historical materialism. Pilling's aim was similar, if more narrowly focused, to clearly distinguish Marx's and Ricardo's respective problematics while demonstrating that many influential Marxist economists had developed an unacknowledged Ricardian appreciation of Marx's work. Maurice Dobbs was a case in point. According to Pilling, Dobbs' view that Marxism is superior in an operational sense in that labor provides a constant to which all the other entities in his model can be reduced betrayed an elementary misunderstanding. Not only was Marx's method inconsistent with the notion of model building, it was not reductionist in the way suggested by Dobbs. The task of Marx's critique of political economy was not one which involved him finding a constant in terms of which everything could be quantified, but of establishing the laws of mediation through which the essence of phenomena manifested itself as appearance. 14 Ricardo had regarded labor as a numeraire for the measurement of social wealth, but, argues Pilling, Marx's theory of value was guided by a quite different method and purpose. All Ricardo's weaknesses reflect empiricism and resolve themselves into this, that while he starts correctly from the law of value, he attempts immediately to deal with all the phenomena which conflict with this law. What is lacking in principles is any treatment of the process of mediation by which the forms of appearance in bourgeois society are connected to the source of their origin, the law of value. 15. This process of mediation, in Marx's view, served both to express and obscure the relationship between commodity-producing labor and the price structure constituting the immediate regulating mechanism of economic reproduction. Gerstein further solidified a distinctive ethemy of the emerging neo-orthodox approach by noting that the old orthodoxy had tended to identify the value of a commodity with the concrete labor producing the commodity, thereby failing to grasp the real significance of Marx's concept of abstract labor. While vulgar Marxists entertained Ricardian preoccupations, Marx himself regarded the value-creating aspect of labor as abstract and emphasizes that as a purely social reality. 16 This points directly to a contrast with Ricardo's labor theory of price. The reason that Marx's theory of value is not a theory of price is that there is no way to reduce observable concrete labor to social abstract labor in advance, outside of the market, which actually affects their reduction. 17 As for the measurement of value, this cannot be done by analyzing the immediate conditions of production, that is, through a direct reckoning of units of socially necessary labor time. Abstract labor, as the substance of value, can be measured only when it takes the independent form of money, a form that poses it against the bodily form of the commodity in which it is embodied. 18 Gerstein's emphasis on the money form as the only possible measure of abstract labor and value is a recurring theme of the neo-orthodox current, but his reference to the abstract labor embodied in commodities is not. Generally, neo-orthodox theorists have argued that the concept of abstract labor should be regarded as wholly incompatible with any embodied labor theory of value. 3.2 Abstract labor versus embodied labor. The starting point of the neo-orthodox attempt to contrapose abstract labor and embodied labor is a critical re-examination of Marx's own handling of the idea of value-creating labor. Neo-orthodox theorists perceive at best an equivocation and at worst a contradiction in Marx's argument. Much of the problem hinges on the following passage from I. On the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces use values. 19. Elsewhere in his discussion of the dual character of commodity-producing labor, Marx refers to concrete or useful labors as qualitatively different productive activities that share the quality of being a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands, etc., thereby implying that this is what is meant by human labor. In general, point 20, such a physiological conception of abstract labor appears, however, to be at odds with Marx's insistence that not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. Point 21. Indeed, Marx goes on to assert that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor. That their objective character as values is therefore purely social. Point 22. It is important to note that neo-orthodox theorists have tended to associate a physiological expenditure of human labor exclusively with concrete labor. In their view, the actual expenditure of labor on a commodity can only bear on that commodity's concrete characteristics as a use value. In contradistinction, abstract labor is creative of social values, but not of physical use values. Accordingly, concrete labor can find embodiment within a commodity while abstract labor cannot. One may speak of embodied concrete labor but not of embodied abstract labor. The essential problem with any notion of embodied abstract labor has been well stated by the fundamentalist theorist Anwar Sheikh. It is clear in Marx that it is not the historical cost of a commodity in labor time, but rather its current cost of reproduction, which determines the magnitude of a commodity's value. As such, it is not a question of the labor time embodied in a commodity but of the social cost which the current production of the commodity entails. Point 23. For this reason, Sheikh prefers to use the expression abstract labor represented rather than Marx's abstract labor embodied, even though Marx makes it sufficiently clear that the term embodied should not be taken literally. Does all this boil down then to an arid terminological dispute? The answer is probably yes, even though both neo-orthodox and fundamentalist theorists are right to insist that Marx's notion of embodied abstract labor is theoretically imprecise and potentially misleading. However, when Sheikh refers to the abstract labor time required for the production of a given output, he sides with Marx on a substantive theoretical point that appears to perplex many neo-orthodox theorists: the idea that value is created entirely within the sphere of production through the expenditure of labor that, under conditions of commodity production, is both abstract and concrete. In this regard, the influential neo-orthodox argument of Himmelweit and Mahan is worth considering. The process of the theoretical discovery of abstract labor is not merely a process of mental generalization, but has a real existence in the reality of the exchange process. The equalization of products of labor on the market occurs every day, standardized by money, the universal equivalent of value. Since individuals alienate their products as commodities in exchange, so too do they alienate the labor producing those commodities. Abstract labor is a real activity, a social reality, whereby individuals alienate their labor power from themselves. Point 24. Several points in this passage deserve highlighting. First, Himmelweit and Mahan emphasize that abstract labor refers to a real activity inserted within a specific socio-historical dimension, an activity pertaining to production for exchange. Second, and more problematically, the real activity to which abstract labor refers does not appear as an activity grounded in production, Budapest-Wanvalve market exchange at least as much as it involves the actual production of commodities. The real abstraction underlying abstract labor is identified with the activities of individuals in alienating their products as commodities in exchange. Accordingly, abstract labor has a purely social existence. It is not conceived as an aspect of productive labor, the other aspect being its concreteness. Instead, it is conceived as a social reality springing from the act of commodity exchange, or, at the very least, from the interaction of production and exchange. Himmelweit and Mahan are certainly correct to suggest that Marx's concept of abstract labor is a real abstraction, while the Ricardian notion of commensurable embodied concrete labor is an anomalous assumption. However, by following Rubin in identifying a physiological expenditure of labor entirely with the concrete aspect of labor, the effectively sever the concept of abstract labor from its general basis in the production of commodities. Once this is done, there is a strong tendency to associate concrete labor with the production process and abstract labor with the exchange process. Since abstract labor is conceived as both the creator and the substance of value, such reasoning can only attenuate the proposition basic to Marx's theory that value is created by living labor in production. One does not need to deny that values are purely social or that not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values in order to affirm that a physiological expenditure of human labor is value creating, provided that this expenditure is subject to a process of real abstraction, occurring in production even though framed and conditioned by exchange. It is precisely because exchange affects a process of equalization of products of labor on the market that production oriented toward exchange must take account of the fact that physiological labor is both utility shaping and value creating, that is, both concrete and abstract at one and the same time. To deny this is to invite Devroy's peculiar thesis that value is created not in production but at the articulation of production and circulation. 25. A notion replete with circular reasoning and requiring the most robust of mental gymnastics to entertain. 3.3 The transformation problem and the response to the Neo-Ricardians. Himmelweit and Mahon's conception of abstract labor represents just one possible direction of a value form analysis. One thought sublatus the problem of the magnitude of value by exalting money as the impossibly measure of abstract labor. No doubt, the appeal of this approach is amplified by the apparent ease with which its exponents are able to stave off the Neo-Ricardian assault on Marx's labor value formulation. In this way, the value form analysis, or what Elson calls the value theory of labor, becomes a refuge from the formidable theoretical challenge of articulating the qualitative and the quantitative aspects of Marx's value theory. The problem with this approach is that if one accepts that abstract associated labor has no substantial existence apart from the value form, money. 26 Then commodity values appear to be severed entirely from any determination in the conditions of their production, and the way is paved for an effective identification of value and price. This result draws the neo-orthodox theorist as close to neoclassicism as the embodied labor concept draws the old orthodoxy to Ricardianism and neo-Ricardianism. The ultimate banality of a value theory of labor that denies the exclusive role of productive labor in the creation of values is well stated by Gleicher, when stripped of its Hegelian garb, the reduces to the assertion that the allocation of labor between industries is determined in the context of generalist commodity circulation with affirmation of market prices. As such, however, neither the Serafian, classical Marxist or for that matter neoclassical theorists would deny the validity of this assertion. 27 In Gleicher's view, the valid insights of the value form analysis or of a value theory of labor can be put to good use only if they are presented in a fashion consistent with Marx's labor theory of value. Yet it is just this theory that many neo-orthodox theorists abandon in their haste to avoid a confrontation with the neo-Ricardians on the traditional terrain of the value magnitude analysis. Let's examine in turn the responses given by the neo-orthodox school to the transformation problem and the Steedman critique of Marx. Gerstein approaches the transformation problem as follows: the theory of value belongs to the level of production considered an abstraction and the general rate of profit to the level of the complex unity of production and circulation. The question then is not how to reconcile the two sides of a contradiction, but how to move or transform from one level of analysis to another. 28 And further, the transformation from volume I to volume 3 is not a transformation from value to price, but from value and price considered purely from the point of view of production to value and price as modified by circulation and capitalist competition. 29 Gerstein's notion that not only the forms of value but values themselves are modified by circulation and competition should be especially noted, since it anticipates the indeterminacy of the neo-orthodox school's treatment of the source of value. However, Gerstein also addresses the traditional debates surrounding the transformation problem on the basis of the form analysis insights. In other words, he wrestles with the transformation problem and seeks to solve it in a way consistent with forms analysis, while also providing himself with an escape route from the value magnitude analysis. Appearing after the publication of Steedman's Marx after Sraffa, the approach of Himmelwait and Mahan is less equivocal. They identify the central problem in Marx's solution to the transformation problem in his notion of surplus value redistribution. Surplus value is not redistributed between capitals so as to equalize the rate of profit, because there is no state from which this redistribution occurs. At no stage in the circuit of capital is surplus value attributed to capitals in proportion to the labor power they consume. A parable of the sale of the commodity leading to redistribution until each capital's share of surplus value is proportional to the total capital advanced is as misleading as parables of redistribution through history. Redistribution is meaningful only if one can specify a state from which it occurs and a state prevailing after the redistribution. Point 30. Once the notion of surplus value redistribution is dropped, the traditional frame of reference for discussion of the transformation problem is itself transformed. No longer is there a question of developing a mathematical model that assumes a process of redistribution, rather the question becomes one of recognizing the real contradictions of capitalism and giving them a theoretical reflection. The transformation problem is therefore a necessary result of the contradictory nature of capitalist production relations. It is a contradiction in reality, and not at all a problem with Marx's theory, which simply conceptualizes this reality. 31. Not a problem. In other words, for the value form analysis of capital I, even if it is a problem for Marx's attempt to solve the Ricardian dilemma of reconciling an embodied labor theory of value with the process of profit rate equalization. Once again, if one begins with the premise that value is formed in exchange Anderson Leveglirlateto the activity of labor within the sphere of production, it follows hatondo as not need to concernonisel with value transfers or redistributions amongst different firms or branches of production. The transformation issue becomes a purely qualitative problem of specifying the ways in which the value form is influenced by circulation and capitalist competition. Competition distributes aggregate surplus value according to total capital advanced, but there is no redistribution. 32. It is curious that Himmelwait and Mahan speak at one point of the need to conceive the value produced in production first in abstraction from competition, and second while allowing for the effects of competition. For if value is produced in production, it must be produced at particular sites and in definite magnitudes. This would seem to mandate the introduction of some notion of redistribution in order to explain the process whereby particular capitals are able to realize values that have been produced by other capitals. By rejecting the notion of redistribution, Himmelwait and Mahan are forced to either adopt a parable according to which capitals realize only those values they have produced, or embrace the idea that values are produced in production but formed in exchange. We already know, of course, that the latter is the real tendency of the neo-orthodox school. And we also know that such a position can only be construed as antithetical to the theoretical postulates that Marx was trying to sustain with his transformation procedure, in particular the idea that the magnitude of new value is quantitatively determined by the performance of living labor in production. This returns us to our earlier point. The neo-orthodox school's handling of the transformation issue reflects a typically neoclassical preoccupation with the value of individual commodities, that is, with the metamorphoses of the value form as these pertain to microeconomic exchange relations. It is in light of all this that Himmelwait and Mahan's response to Steedman's post-Sraffian critique of Marx should be approached. With respect to Steedman's argument regarding the redundancy of values, Himmelwait and Mahan concede the point so long as values are understood in terms of an embodied labor concept. The significance of value as a theoretical category does not relate to its utility in calculating what is more accurately calculate than the basis of physical data and a specified wage rate. Rather, it concerns the specification of what is produced and how, in relation to the way in which the labor process is organized and from the way in which production, as a social activity through the market's universal commensuration of what is produced, determines both what is produced and how it is produced. 33 Himmelwait and Mahan also concede that Steedman is right to argue that the established methods of calculating values lead to indeterminate or negative results in certain cases. But again, these results are deemed relevant only to the critique of an embodied labor concept of value. Joint production and similar anomalous cases appear as real contradictions because the law of value operates through the distorted form of capitalist competition and the capital that sets in motion some production processes which are wasteful of social labor may still be validated by that competition, and hence produce a portion of the total surplus value. 34 Many of the qualitative considerations adduced by Himmelweit and Mahan in their responses to Steedman are valid and important. But in advancing these considerations they offer up as a sacrificial lamb to neo-Ricardianism all of the quantitative elements in Marx's value theory that endow it with deterministic force. Moreover, the excision of these elements is accomplished by equivocating on the key question of the relationship between production and exchange within Marx's theory, as well as by drawing close to the neoclassical conception of an effectively autonomous role for market exchange in the determination of both value and price. Not only does this approach call into question the very possibility of empirical analysis of the magnitude of value, it also calls into question the primacy of production in a substantive, social ontological sense. Hence, where the old orthodoxy subordinated the value form to the value magnitude analysis, the neo-orthodox theorists have done precisely the reverse. The only continuity between them concerns the dissociation of the quantitative and qualitative aspects of Marx's theory of value. An important consequence of the neo-orthodox preoccupation with the form of value over the magnitude of value is a tendency to go beyond the correct perception that interaction occurs between production and the other moments of economic reproduction to the conclusion that, under capitalism, exchange emerges as the predominant moment. Such an approach is not at all the same as saying, as Rubin did, that market exchange is the social form of a commodity-producing economy. Indeed, by implicitly rejecting the social ontological primacy of production, it involves a complete evacuation of Marx's problematic and a major concession to neoclassical marginalism as well as neo-Ricardianism. In fact, through its qualitative focus on microeconomic exchange relations, the neo-orthodox school draws dangerously close to the conventional economic identification of value and price. This drift is particularly evident in statements by Gerstein and de Vrooy quoted above, but the logic of such identification is also evident in the work of Elson, Eldred, and Himmelweit and Mahan, despite occasional references to value produced in production and the like. In this connection, Alain Lippiet's balance sheet of the French neo-orthodox experience should be noted. The French school's failure to deal with the problem of magnitude had an unexpected result. They abandoned the pole of substance and slipped irresistibly towards a purely formal and subjectivist theory of value. 35 The autonomous role of exchange in modifying or forming values appears much less autonomous once the focus of analysis shifts from the value formation of discrete commodities to the mechanisms of value creation conceived from the ontologically fundamental standpoint of the material production process, from whence all commodities emerge and where total value is quantitatively determined. 4. Fundamentalist value theory. Like the neo-orthodox school, the fundamentalist value theorists recognize that the old orthodoxy issued in the dead end of neo-Ricardianism because of its failure to come to terms with the profound theoretical and methodological differences between Marx's and Ricardo's respective legacies. But unlike that school, the fundamentalists have sought to develop a response to the neo-Ricardians capable of preserving and further developing the value magnitude analysis, an analysis that they regard as indispensable to a fully scientific investigation of the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production. In what follows we will be concerned with fundamentalist approaches to the transformation problem, the fundamentalist critique of neo-Ricardianism, and fundamentalist responses to the joint production and choice of technique arguments. Throughout we will be particularly concerned with the contributions of Anwar Sheikh, one of the most consistently interesting and provocative of the fundamentalist theorists. 4.1 Fundamentalist approaches to the transformation problem. As we have seen, the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy criticism of Marx's handling of the transformation problem is that Marx failed to transform inputs along with outputs in his scheme. Furthermore, his critics allege that Marx was aware of this logical inconsistency, as the following passage from his discussion of prices of production appears to show. It was originally assumed that the cost price of a commodity equaled the value of the commodities consumed in its production. But for the Buyer of a commodity, it is the price of production that constitutes its cost price, and can thus enter into forming the price of another commodity. As the price of production can diverge from its value, so the cost price of a commodity, in which the price of production of other commodities is involved, can also stand above or below the portion of its total value that is formed by the value of the means of production going into it. It is necessary to bear in mind too that if the cost price of a commodity is equated with the value of the means of production used up in producing it, it is always possible to go wrong. 36. When Marx states that it is always possible to go wrong when cost price is equated with the value of the means of production consumed, it would seem that he is contradicting what he says in his transformation formula, according to which the capitalist recovers money in proportion to the value of the capital consumed. 37. A proto-fundamentalist attempt to dispute the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy contention of a logical inconsistency in Marx's transformation procedure was carried out by Shane Mage as early as 1963. The starting point of Mage's response to this Ricardian criticism is that the value of the means of production consumed and the value of the capital consumed are by no means interchangeable formulations. It is a fetishistic error to equate capital, including constant capital, with physical things, that is, with means of production. It follows from this that the value of the capital consumed in production is not necessarily the same as the value of the means of production consumed. Moreover, this observation seems to be supported by what Marx says immediately following the passage quoted above: the cost price of the commodity is a given precondition independent of the capitalist's production, while the result of his production is a commodity that contains surplus value, and therefore an excess value over and above its cost price. 38. As a given precondition, the cost price of a given commodity input to a capitalist production process should be regarded as a form of value that has already been subject to the transformation process. 39. In other words, input commodities have already been subject to the influence of the general rate of profit, having been purchased at a market price. But this market price corresponds to the value of the money capital that has been exchanged with it for the purpose of its physical consumption in production. Differently expressed, the market price of an input commodity finds a renewed value expression in the value of the money capital invested in its purchase. As Mage puts it, the difference between the value created by its production and its price of production has already been transferred to other capitalists through the average rate of profit. Accordingly, in the Marxian formula C plus V plus S and C plus V plus P, C and V are indeed value expressions. They express the value of the capital consumed. 40. Referring to the same passages from Marx, Mondale makes a similar point. He extracts cited does not imply that prices of production of inputs should be calculated within the same time span as prices of production of outputs. Hence, it is incorrect to assume that Marx anticipated, but then ignored, the so-called feedback problem that the Bortkiewicz method of simultaneous transformation tries to circumvent. Indeed, according to Mondale, inputs in current cycles of production are data, which are given at the start of that cycle, and do not have a feedback effect on the equalization of the rates of profit in various branches of production during that cycle. It is sufficient to assume that they are likewise calculated in prices of production and not in values, but that these prices of production result from equalization of rates of profit during the previous cycle of production, for any inconsistency to disappear. 41. Operationally, Mondale's point has the same result as Mage's argument: inputs, whether conceived as values, prices of production, or market prices, should not be transformed along with outputs. Rather, the assumption should be made that these inputs have already been subject to a transformation process in a previous period. The method of simultaneous equations is therefore erroneous. Guglielmo Carchedi arrives at this same conclusion, while pursuing a somewhat more complex line of argumentation. While C must be bought and sold at the same price, this price is at the same time its social value as an output of the previous period and its individual value as an output of the present period. 42. Sheikh has attempted a form-theoretic approach to the transformation issue from a different angle, arguing that Marx's transformation procedure does not literally concern the transformation of values into prices of production, but rather transforming one form of value, direct prices, into another form, prices of production. 43 By direct prices, Sheikh means a money price equal to a commodity's value relative to the value of the unit of money, or, more simply put, a monetized expression of value that still allows for the assumption that exchange occurs in proportion to the value of commodities. This conception has the merit of underlining that commodity values have undergone a form change before they are subject to the transformation wrought by the equalization of profit rates. Unfortunately, this form change is systematically concealed in the traditional algebraic attempts to find a correct solution based upon simultaneous valuation of inputs and outputs. For this reason, Sheikh rejects Thiasov linear equation, since electing a method through which to demonstrate Marx's own correct, if incomplete, procedure. Building on an idea independently suggested by Morris Hima 44, he proposes an iterative solution in which Marx's perfectly general procedure can be extended to arrive at correct prices of production. What all these approaches have in common is a desire to demonstrate that there is no inconsistency in Marx's transformation procedure, no error in logic. But the problem is not simply one of understanding Marx's procedure in its own terms, as important as this may be. According to the Bortkiewicz-Sweezy critique, it is also one of reconciling it with some notion of economic equilibrium. As we have seen, all of the algebraic attempts to solve the problem on the basis of a model involving three departments of production have had to rely on arbitrarily selected invariance postulates or normalization conditions that are in general incompatible with one or the other of the aggregate equalities posited by Marx. Even Sheikh's nonlinear iterative solution does not allow for the simultaneous results: total values equals total prices, and total surplus value equals total profit. The conclusion seems unavoidable. Neither Marx's transformation procedure nor the alternative procedures based on the Bortkiewicz principle of simultaneous valuation can accommodate the two aggregate equalities without violating the conditions of simple reproduction. In light of this, only two possibilities remain open to the fundamentalists: either to dispute the importance of reconciling the value-price transformation process with the presuppositions of simple reproduction, or to redefine what is at stake in the transformation process itself. Among the first to explore the first strategy were Yaf and Karchadai. 45 The latter argues as follows. Schemes concern themselves with the reconversion of one portion of the value of the product into capital and the passing of another portion into the individual consumption of the capitalist, as well as the working class. In other words, these schemes concern themselves with the redistribution of the social product after that product has been realized through sale, in such a way that the equilibrium conditions of simple reproduction are met. Both inputs and outputs are commodities whose value has already been produced and realized, so that, obviously, a commodity must be sold and bought at the same price. To consider constant and variable capital as inputs in an input-output sense means to have already left the transformation problem behind, to deal with already realized values. 46. The second fundamentalist strategy has been to call into question the necessity of sustaining both of the aggregate equalities. If the conservation of value through exchange is simply built into the transformation procedure, then there is a problem in explaining how total profit can diverge from total surplus value. Sheikh has offered a novel and rather convincing explanation for this, which will be considered later in connection with his response to Steedman. One other possible rejoinder to the traditional critiques of Marx's transformation procedure involves the wholesale abandonment of the uniform rate of profit concept. Strictly speaking, this approach is inconsistent with a fundamentalist position, since it not only rejects the theoretical framework of Marx's critics, but of Marx himself. However, as the proponents of this position have sought to show, profit rate uniformity plays a far less significant role in Marx's theoretical system than it does in neo-Ricardianism and neoclassicism. Indeed, for Marx, the uniform rate of profit is an abstract concept flowing from a tendential law, the equalization of profit rates, rather than a real condition. This line of argument will be considered more closely at the end of this section. 4.2 Sheikh's critique of neo-Ricardianism. The strength of the neo-Ricardian critique of Marx appears to reside in its logical rigor and mathematical precision. but neither logic nor mathematics is a substitute for good theory, and neither can yield reliable conclusions if the theoretical presuppositions of an argument are faulty. As we have seen, Steedman himself acknowledged this point in Marx after Sraffa, and this is precisely the basis of Schick's response to Steedman and Neo-Ricardianism in general. The analysis of Marx is, I claim, vastly superior in its overall structure to anything imaginable within the flat conceptual space of the Neo-Ricardians. Indeed, it is their vaunted algebra, on which they base so many of their claims to rigor, that is in fact their greatest weakness. This is so, as we shall see, precisely because their algebra goes hand in hand with a series of concepts taken directly from what Marx calls vulgar economy, equilibrium, profit as cost, and worst of all, perfect competition and all that it entails. It is not the algebra but rather these concepts, whose apologetic and ideological roots are well known, that generate the basic conclusions. This will become immediately apparent when it is shown that exactly the same algebra generates very different conclusions, once it is asked different questions. And these questions, in turn, are different exactly because the method and the system of concepts in Marx, his scientific analysis of the law of value, is so unlike that of vulgar economy. 47. Schick begins with a lucid and concise presentation of his own interpretation of Marx's theory of value. Drawing upon Marx's famous letter of 1868 to Kugelmann, he shows that the foundation of Marx's theory is the historical materialist thesis that labor time is fundamental to the regulation of the reproduction of society. The performance of labor produces both use values and social relations. The performance of surplus labor reproduces both the surplus product and the class relation, and a particular distribution of the social labor in definite proportions results in the production of the masses of products corresponding to the different needs of society. However, since capitalist production is based on generalist commodity production, the vast bulk of the products that constitute the material basis of social reproduction are produced without any direct connection to social needs. 48 This means that production is directly for exchange and that the private independent labor processes making up the social division of labor need to be forcibly articulated with one another. But it also means, and this is crucial to Schick's subsequent argument, that each of these private independent labor processes is dominated by the profit motive. What all this suggests is that these production processes are informed and animated by the knowledge that their commodities must measure up to certain social standards if they are to be sold at a profit. This circumstance establishes a particular relation between production and exchange. Exchange is the sphere in which the contradiction internal to production itself, the contradiction between private labor and the social division of labor, is made visible. It is here that each capitalist first gets the good or bad news, through the medium of prices and profits. But at the same time, because this contradiction is internal to the social division of labor itself, its resolution implies the domination of the outcome of exchange, of prices and profits, by social labor time. The outcomes of exchange are the form in which this proportional distribution of labor asserts itself. 49. Schick does not deny the relatively autonomous role of exchange in economic reproduction. Indeed, it is precisely because exchange is the sphere in which the contradictions of commodity production are both exposed and resolved that the process of exchange reacts back upon the sphere of production and lends a particular form to the results of a given proportional distribution of labor. However, Schick refuses to lose sight of the fundamental historical materialist principle that what transpires in exchange must be regulated and dominated by the way in which social labor time has been allocated in the sphere of production. This permits him to see abstract labor, the substance of value, as the reflection in thought of a real social process, a process rooted not in exchange, as it appears to most neo-orthodox theorists, but rather in the conditions whereby commodities are produced for the purpose of sale and the realization of profit. Accordingly, abstract labor and value are, for Schick, the results of commodity production. Both are created through the real activity of producing commodities before their entry into the realm of exchange. Once in exchange, of course, commodity values must then be realized in a money form. But this process of realization is distinct from the creation, production, or formation of values in much the same way that the final sale of a commodity is conceptually distinct from its production. By refusing to conflate the concepts of value production and value realization into a murky notion of value formation in the manner of the neo-orthodox Sheikh preserves a fundamental distinction that is apparently better understood by the neo-Ricardians than it is by the neo-orthodox theorists. This distinction concerns the measurement of value and abstract labor. For the neo-orthodox school, money is the sole measure of abstract labor. But since money is incapable of measuring labor time, the abstract labor that it measures is necessarily far removed from any concept of the socially necessary labor time required for the reproduction of a given commodity. The process of exchange is accorded full autonomy to determine the aliquot share of the total abstract labor that is to be allotted to that commodity. In the neo-orthodox account, then, while the structure of production might influence the exchange process in some measure, it is far from dominating it. Once again, the logic of the neo-orthodox position draws it irresistibly toward neoclassical notions. Sheikh reinstates the notion of socially necessary labor time, which is central to Ricardian and neo-Ricardian interpretations of Marx. At the same time, however, he links it to a concept of how commodities represent value rather than embody abstract socially necessary labor, while also registering the significance of the value form to Marx's theory. For Sheikh, abstract labor, as the substance of value, serves to link the value form and value magnitude analyses and consequently is measurable in two senses. At the level of exchange or circulation, money is its sole measure and necessary form of appearance, but at the level of production, the concept is conceptually apprehended/measured in terms of socially necessary labor time. By refusing the notion that abstract labor can be measured at the level of production in terms of socially necessary labor time, the neo-orthodox school renders consistent their theoretical revision according to which value is created, if only in some final sense, in exchange. Sheikh and other fundamentalists overturn this revision by explaining how the form of value and the magnitude of value are contradictory in the sense that they are conceptual reflections of the real contradictions of commodity production. Labor involved in the production of commodities produces value, while exchange merely realizes it in money form. It is only because of this that Marx can distinguish between the amounts of value and surplus value created in commodity production, and the generally different amounts realized through exchange. 50 Having summarized Sheikh's understanding of Marx's theory of value, we can now turn to his critique of Steedman. As an accompaniment to the figures used in our earlier discussion of Steedman's argument, concerning the redundancy and irrelevance of a value analysis, it is useful to consider Sheikh's diagrammatic conceptualization in Figure 3 of Marx's account of economic reproduction as determined by labor values. As can be readily seen by comparing Figure 3 to Figure 2, Sheikh's conceptualization of the role of labor values in economic reproduction is quite different from the one that Steedman imputes to Marx. But more than that, Sheikh's figure captures the essential points of his interpretation of Marx, as well as his critique of Steedman's redundancy argument. It is human productive activity, the actual performance of labor, that transforms inputs into outputs, and it is only when this labor is successful that we have any physical production data at all. Moreover, if the labor process is a process of producing commodities, then it is one in which value is materialist in the form of use values. Thus both inputs and outputs are the use forms of materialist value, and we can then say that in the real processus values hat determinate physical production data, T is values that also determine prices. In a double sense, prices are the forms taken by values in exchange, and the magnitudes of these values dominate and regulate the movements of their price forms. Point 51. It can scarcely be said that Sheikh and Steedman have equal claims to a correct interpretation of Marx's understanding of the process whereby labor values come to dominate capitalist economic reproduction. For, although he does not explicitly acknowledge this, Sheikh has provided a diagrammatic representation of the circuit of capital as Marx defines it in the formula, M, C, P, C, M. By comparison, Steedman's representation of Marx amounts to little more than a crude caricature. Schick next turns his attention to Steedman's argument that there is an irremediable inconsistency in Marx's analysis of prices of production and the transformation process. He starts by taking up from where his own treatment of the transformation problem had left off. The question is, given that circulation neither creates nor destroys values, how is it that profits can differ from surplus value? 52. His answer is based on Marx's distinction between the circuit of capital and the circuit of capitalist revenue. It should be recalled that most of the attempts to develop a correct scheme for transforming values into prices of production have sought to do so without violating the equilibrium conditions of reproduction. But such schemes are concerned exclusively with the circuit of capital, and they cannot by their nature take into account the effects of value transfers between the circuit of capital and the circuit of capitalist revenue. To appreciate the significance of this distinction, consider first what happens when there is a value-price divergence with respect to means of production or workers' articles of consumption. In all such cases the divergence can be explained in terms of a transfer of value within the circuit of capital. What one capitalist loses in capital values is gained by another, and in the end the value transfers cancel one another out. Consider next what happens when there is a value-price divergence in capitalists' articles of consumption. Because the circuit of capitalist revenue originates in the circuit of capital, it might be expected that all of the value associated with this revenue will be fed back into the circuit of kapitalen, the revenue is expended by capitalists in articles of personal consumption. And indeed it will be. However, a social accounting problem will appear as a result of any decline in the price of such commodities relative to their value. Such price drops will entail an equivalent loss of profit in relation to surplus value, but the loss in capital value due to profits being below surplus value, appears as a gain in revenue value to the capitalists who buy these articles of consumption. The result is that the loss in capital value is compensated by an equivalent gain elsewhere, but this compensation disappears from the purview of the circuit of capital and is therefore not charged against the fall in profit. 53. Simply put, the capitalists get to have their cake, and to complain about not having it too. The relevance of all this to the transformation problem is summarized by Schick as follows: it is this transfer of value between the circuit of capital and the circuit of revenue, through the process of exchange, that explains why price-value deviations can give rise to deviations between the sum of profits and the sum of surplus values, without violating the law of conservation of value through exchange. 54. This idea, which Schick notes is entirely absent from most Marxist discussions, finds support in the following passage from Marx. This phenomenon of the conversion of capital into revenue should be noted, because it creates the illusion that the amount of profit grows independently of the amount of surplus value. 55. Or, as Schick puts it, following some reflection on the form of value and the relative autonomy of the sphere of circulation, profit depends not only on the mass of surplus value but also on its specific mode of circulation. 56. This argument is directly relevant to answering Steedman's general point that the money rate of profit, but not the value rate, has a significant bearing on the operations of a capitalist economy. Schick points out that such a conclusion is predicated on the correct observation that profit can diverge from surplus value, but also on the incorrect notion that this divergence is not strictly limited. Taking the concept of the relative autonomy of circulation from production as his starting point, Schick demonstrates how value categories themselves provide the limits to the variations in their money expressions. 57. The value rate of profit is a significant rate of profit in the capitalist economy because it provides an axis around which the money rate oscillates. Discrepancies arise between the value and money rates of profit as a result of a divergence between the mass of surplus value and the mass of money profit, one determined by the extent to which the prices of capitalists' articles of consumption deviate from the values of these articles and by the extent to which the surplus value is consumed by capitalists as revenue. 58. None of this, however, vitiates the significance of the value rate of profit. Indeed, if anything, it underscores the importance of invoking the value rate of profit in order to demystify the money rate of profit. 59. The upshot of Schick's argument is as follows. The relatively autonomous mirror of circulation, the transformed rate of profit appears as a displaced image of the value rate of profit, essentially the same in determination but somewhat different in magnitude. The autonomy of the sphere of circulation is expressed in this displacement of magnitude. On the other hand, the limited nature of this autonomy manifests itself precisely through the structure of value categories that provides the limits to this displacement effect. The variations in the form of value are thus shown to be conditioned and limited by the very structure of value itself. 60. But Hwatov Steedman's argument the THIRD profit can have a conceptual existence, whereas the uniform money rate of profit has a real palpable existence reflected in the actual behavior of capitalists. Clearly, a uniform or general rate of profit can only be conceptualized on the basis of processes of equalization of profit rates occurring within the sphere of circulation. A general value rate of profit can only exist through its circulation form, the money rate. But it in no way follows from this that the money rate has primacy over the value rate, for the latter has a real existence, not as a calculable ratio influent. Sing capitalists' business decisions beautis a regulatorend limiter of the money rate of profit. Schick makes the important point that Steedman's argument can be turned around and directed against the concept of the uniform money rate of profit, a concept integral to all Sraffian models, for capitalists do not calculate a uniform rate of profit in order to price their commodities or transfer their capital. Indeed, the uniform rate of profit is a purely tendential phenomenon, operating behind their backs and imposing upon them certain indecisions pertaining to price setting, profit markup and capital investment. These imposition is a mediated and indirect one. The uniform money rate of profit can exert its influence only through the far more concrete market prices, stock exchange indices, and individual profit rates upon which capitalists base their actual decision-making. The uniform money rate of profit, then, is no less of an abstraction than the value rate. Indeed, one could argue that the status of the latter as a real abstraction is more secure. The matter does not end here, however. Schick accepts that the uniform money rate of profit is a useful conceptual construct in depicting real processes. The trouble is that Steedman understands and applies the concept in a neoclassical equilibrium vein rather than in terms of tendential regulation. This point relates to the charge that several Marxists have brought against Steedman, according to which his analysis is infused with harmonistic notions. The bias toward harmonism finds its clearest expression in his treatment of prices of production and the uniform rate of profit as phenomena that obtain directly in circulation, a notion that could only be entertained on the assumption that there is no contradiction between private independently undertaken labors and the social division of labor. As Schick concludes, once you replace the concept of tendential regulation with that of equilibrium, you have switched from abstraction as typification to abstraction as idealization. This is, of course, characteristic of vulgar economy, and is built into the basic mathematical foundations on which Steedman relies so heavily. 61. 4.3 Fundamentalist responses to the choice of technique and joint production arguments. Steedman's demonstration of how cases of joint production render value magnitude analyses either indeterminate or flatly contradictory is based upon a particular conception of how capitalists choose the techniques they employ in production, as supported by a mathematical example of the results of a joint production model. We shall first consider Schick's argument concerning the choice of technique issue, and then turn to Emmanuel Farjau's critical dissection of Steedman's joint production model. Steedman predicates his choice of technique argument on the correct observations that capitalists can choose amongst a number of possible methods of production, and they will tend to choose the method promising the highest possible rate of return on capital invested. But how will this choice be made? Steedman assumes that the method chosen will be the one that yields the highest rate of profit, as determined by existing prices and wages. Significantly, however, these prices are assumed to be exactly equal to prices of production, and all prevailing rates of profit equal to the uniform rate of profit. Furthermore, and consistent with these assumptions, a situation of perfect competition and ideal equilibrium is posited. Hence, if a new method of production is chosen, it must introduce a profit rate higher than the capitalist's existing rate of profit and therefore higher than the uniform rate. The logical conclusion is that new methods of production will only be adopted if they contribute to raising not only individuality of profit but uniformity of profit as well. Sheikh regards this argument, together with its implications for the logical ordering of profit rate determination and value magnitude determination, as a resume of the characteristic confusions of the Neo-Ricardian school. 62 First, Steedman fails to consider the full significance of the fact that market prices and profit rates can never exactly equal prices of production and the uniform rate of profit. Because this is so, and because calculations are not being made in terms of prices that embody the uniform rate of profit, it is quite possible for a new technique of production in a particular industry to raise that industry's profit rate while also lowering the average or general rate of profit. A production method that yields a higher than average rate of profit at one set of prices need not do so at some other set. 63 This argument is a simple extension of Sheikh's earlier debunking of the purported real significance of the uniform money rate of profit relative to the value rate of profit. Again, Sheikh is not proposing to throw out prices of production or the uniform rate of profit as analytical constructs. He merely wishes to underline their necessarily abstract and tendential character, while also highlighting the misleading and even patently false conclusions that can be generated when these concepts are employed in a different methodological spirit. Emmanuel Farjoun, a founding member of a theoretical tendency that has sought to excise the notion of the uniform rate of profit from Marxian political economy, offers a detailed analysis of the conceptual assumptions and anomalous mathematical properties of Steedman's Sraffian model of joint production. While his attitude toward the uniform rate of profit concept is certainly different, and more controversial, than Sheikh's, his discussion of joint production does not rely on the rejection of profit rate uniformity. Farjoun takes Steedman's example of joint production and alters it in one way only, by stipulating that commodity 1 will be machines and commodity 2 cars. 64 Thus, following Steedman, Farjoun's example is taken to represent an extremely simple capitalist economy with only two products, machines and cars. It is also assumed that there are two different industrial processes in use in the production of these two commodities, and that each of these processes produces both machines and cars jointly and simultaneously. The material flow of production for such an economy is represented in Table 3. Farjoun notes that this appears to be a perfectly reasonable table and that, within the Sraffian framework, such an economy could function flawlessly. It is also quite apparent, after a little calculation, that if one tries to assign any reasonable numerical values in the above table to the concept of total labor time socially necessary to produce one machine, a positive solution is unattainable. Some of the labor values will turn out to have negative numbers, a patently unacceptable result. Thus, Steedman's conclusions that cases of joint production can be inconsistent with positive values and that positive profits can coincide with negative surplus value appear to be confirmed. Farjoun agrees that the example shows that labor values are not well defined under arbitrary circumstances. But this invites another question: does this constitute a drawback or an advantage to analysis? Farjoun considers it an advantage, arguing that the situation depicted by Steedman is unreal, not because it involves joint production, but because it posits two processes that could never coexist in a real capitalist economy. Consider first that the economy depicted in Table 3 has a very peculiar characteristic. If one stops using the first process altogether and applies only the second process, then one can increase all the outputs while using a smaller amount of total social labor, i.e. using less than 6 units of labor. 65 Consider also that Steedman's hypothetical economy is assumed to be in a state of equilibrium guaranteed by perfect competition and that capitalists are motivated solely by the rational goal of selecting technical processes that can maximize their rates of profit. Given such conditions, Farjoun asks, what company can long survive in the marketifitiosis processa while a competitoris processi? Pointing out that Steedman's production table is not on the frontier, Farjoun draws the following compelling conclusion. Using exactly the same techniques as are used by other firms, each firm which has shares in process I can increase its output while reducing its input by moving even a small amount of labor to process 2. In fact, For each unit of labor moved from process I to process 2, we shall get a net product free of charge of 2 machines and 1 car. In other words, by a reallocation of labor and without introducing any new production techniques in Steedman's counterexample can increase the total net output. 66. We can also compare the net output per unit of labor for each production process, and if this is done it becomes clear that process I allows 4/5 units of labor equals /1 unit labor, while process 2 allows 4/1 unit labor. The upshot is that it is completely unrealistic to assume that any rational capitalist would use process I. And yet this example, involving a patently absurd assumption, is employed by Steedman to question the applicability and consistency of a value magnitude analysis with cases of joint production. These considerations suffice to establish Farjoun's fundamental point as against Steedman: not every hypothetical production table is acceptable for economic matrix manipulations. Some tables must be regarded as either contradictory or incomplete. 67. This certainly applies to Table 3, and for just this reason the proof it offers against the use of labor values turns out to have no force whatsoever. The combined effect of the critique was of Steedman by Shake and Farjoun is to expose how hidden theoretical and methodological assumptions can come to be disguised by apparently rigorous mathematical equations and superficially reasonable models. As Sheik puts it, Steedman takes refuge in algebra in order to obscure the profound silence on the question of method. 68. 4.4 Should the uniform rate of profit be abandoned? It is fitting to conclude the summary of fundamentalist value theory with a brief consideration of a question that has been recurrently entertained and debated within the fundamentalist camp: should the concept of the uniform rate of profit be abandoned as a tool of analysis? This question acquires special urgency to the extent that the discussion of Marx's value theory is couched in terms of a debate with the followers of Sraffa, for if the concept of value is fundamental to Marxist political economy, the notion of a uniform rate of profit is no less fundamental to the Sraffian alternative. In this connection, we need only consider the testimony of Sraffa himself, who, after discussing a reasonable economy that gives rise to infinite prices, remarks, "It is perhaps as well to be reminded here that we are at all times concerned merely with the implication of the assumption of a uniform price, and a uniform rate of profits on all the means of production." 69 Farjoun is quite justified to note that in Sraffa's hands the concept of the uniform rate of profit has a purely formal significance and a weak relation to reality. However, there is an unfortunate tendency on his part to simply identify the Sraffian conception of the uniform rate of profit with Marx's general or average rate of profit. Whereas Sheik has sought to differentiate the Sraffian and Marxist understandings of the concept, while also illuminating the methodological reasons for doing so, such theorists as Farjoun and Machover, together with Robert Langston, have sought to render such an exercise superfluous by insisting that the concept, however it is understood, lacks a strong scientific foundation. 70. While it is neither possible nor necessary to enter into a detailed evaluation of the Farjoun-Machover-Langston share the consequence of excising the concept of the general rate of profit from the body of Marx's theory of value, and of substituting for the concept of a probabilistic profitability of das a random variable, should be well noted, it is to render somewhat indeterminate a crucial phase of the transformation of the value form, namely the phase associated with the macroeconomic results of competition, capital mobility, and surplus value redistribution. What's more, while one may agree with Farjoun's argument that Sraffian models are critically dependent and have a rigid notion of uniformity, the associated implication that the Marxian general rate of profit is essentially equivalent to a very rigid uniform rate of profit ought to be rejected. The former, it should be emphasized, is a tendential phenomenon, one that reflects only one of the fundamental social production relations of capitalism, the competitive relation between individual capitals, and one that is necessarily countered, modified, and blocked from full realization by relations and processes that prevent perfect competition from ever obtaining in the real world. 5 Trends in the value controversy since the 1990s. One of the many regrettable consequences of the restoration of capitalism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe in the late 1980s and 1990s, together with the defeat of the Western working class in a number of significant class battles of the 1980s, was a general retreat on the part of left-wing intellectuals from Marxism, both as a theory of capitalist society and as a program for transformative social change. Just as the leftist youth radicalization and relatively high levels of class struggle that marked the 1970s and early 1980s gave an immense impetus and politically charged urgency to debates surrounding Marx's theories of value and capitalist crisis, so the recession of class struggle, the end of the Cold War and the rise of new social movements had a major debilitating effect on the value controversy. To be sure, the debates amongst value theorists continued, sometimes along innovative lines but more often in basic continuity with the major themes and disputations articulated before 1990. Even so, as Kisilov and Starista pointed out in 2007, the vitality of the debate appeared to have faded away by the late 1990s and the issue came again to be increasingly consigned to oblivion, as evidenced by its loss of importance in academic journals and conferences. 71. By the time that a severe and in many ways unprecedented financial crisis broke during the 2007-08 period, it was clear that the task of attracting a broad audience for a Marxist value theoretic analysis of the resulting economic malaise would be a formidable one. Objective historical circumstances certainly played a decisive role here, but so too did a habitual subjective proclivity on the part of many Marxist intellectuals to pursue theoretical debates of a particularly dense and arcane nature. As Kisilov and Starista pointed out, the failure of many of the more recent contributions to the debate on value theory to establish a firm link with the concrete forms of the political action of the working class generated the appearance that the debate was an abstract scholastic dispute, irrelevant for those outside academic circles. 72. Even for many Marxists operating within academic circles, however, the interminable debates over how value is constituted, Marx's method in Capital, and, of course, the perennial transformation problem recalled quarrels amongst medieval religious scholars over the number of angels dancing on the head of a pin. Not only did these debates seem remote from the practical, strategic problems confronting the working class, they also appeared intractable, sectarian, and resistant to resolution. Ironically, the more the larger world turned a disinterested eye to these debates, the more convinced some value theorists became that a correct resolution to the various disputes was a sine qua non for reconnecting Marxist theory to the struggles of the working class and the socialist left. That said, very few seemed to recognize that such a reconnection would depend much more on bringing politics back into value theory, to use the formula of Kisilov and Starista, than Thavanhopev. Unifying Marxists on the basis of a common understanding of value theory, or, less likely still, persuading bourgeois economists that the standard critiques of Marx are spurious. In Global Capitalism in Crisis, Karl Marx and the Decay of the Profit System, my own attempt to demonstrate to a wider audience the relevance of Marx's theory to analyzing the factors behind the financial crisis of 2007-08, I wrote. The test of history, of practice, has turned out to be a much more reliable arbiter of the truth of Marx's theories of value, capital, and crisis than all the esoteric theoretical disputations that have absorbed the energies of so many Marxist intellectuals over the past century, believe that it is possible to win the war for Marx's ideas within the disciplinary domain of academic economics or public policy by solving specific theoretical problems, or that such a victory is in any sense an important condition for building a mass socialist movement, would be foolishly naive. However we choose to evaluate Marx's prediction of proletarian socialist revolution in the core of world capitalism or to judge the actually existing socialism constructed in his name in the communist world, we can only be astonished at how well his main predictions concerning the course of capitalist development have held up. It is with respect to these predictions that Marx's theories will need to be popularized to a broad audience of working people, students, and intellectuals, most of whom are unlikely to take much interest in the finer points of dispute in the value controversy. 73. These considerations inform the plan for the remainder of this chapter and indeed the rest of this book, as we begin to consider the operational significance of value theory to the analysis of capitalist crisis. More useful to this agenda and certainly more tractable than a comprehensive summing up of the plethora of new positions in value theory that have sprung up since the 1990s will be a broad-stroke sketch of how the main lines of the controversy have evolved. 74 This approach should provide some additional data, beyond that already compiled, for an overall assessment of the value controversy in relation to its philosophical, methodological, substantive, theoretical and political programmatic dimensions, which is the subject matter of the next chapter. 5.1 Continuities and new departures. Although subject to many qualifications, the heuristic device upon which we have hitherto relied of dividing the Marxist or neo-Marxist participants in the value controversy into four broad currents, Ricardian Marxist, Neo-Ricardian, Neo-Orthodox, and Fundamentalist, undoubtedly had greater theoretical purchase in the 1970s and 80s than it does today. Some of the more prolific and influential value theorists of the past quarter century do not fit readily under any of these labels, either because they have formulated very distinctive positions in certain questions while still invoking the authority of Marx's own original position, or because they have broken from Marx in significant ways while continuing to insist on the importance of developing value form theory in a fashion germane to Marx's larger project. 75 We are thus presented today with a remarkably complex terrain of controversy, one marked by continuities with its past but also by certain discontinuities and new departures. All the same, three sets of questions continue to define the main parameters of debate: 1. The origin, nature, and determinants of value; 2. The purpose, pertinence, and coherence of value theoretic analysis; and 3. The distinctive character and validity of the epistemological, ontological, and methodological principles informing Marx's Capital. Following a brief sketch of the evolution of the main currents since the 1990s, the more recent debates pertaining to the first and second sets of questions will be addressed in the remainder of this chapter. A discussion of some of the issues raised in the debate over the third set will be deferred to Chapter 6, where an assessment of the philosophical methodological dimension of the value controversy will be highlighted. 5.2 Neo-Ricardianism, Ricardian Marxism, and Physicalism. Earlier in this chapter, left Neo-Ricardianism was characterized as encompassing the varied attempts of Marxist or neo-Marxist economists either to reconcile Piero Sraffa's critique of neoclassicism with Marxian political economy or to revise the latter substantially in light of the former. 76 By the late 1980s it had already become clear that none of those attempts had been successful. Even more clearly, the value controversy as a whole had not been settled in favor of what had been the most influential attempt, Steedman's argument that Marx's labor theory of value was not only logically untenable but also redundant to Sraffa's parsimonious procedure for deriving a consistent set of relative prices from physical data. Nevertheless, the physicalist approach to conceptualizing an economic surplus in ways that differed from Marx but that still called for a class analysis of its distribution has remained a major pole of attraction for several currents of radical political economy that may loosely be characterized as neo-Ricardian, Sraffian, or post-Sraffian. This has allowed for a continuing dialogue and even convergence between some neo-Ricardian/post-Sraffian theorists and some remaining adherents of the traditional, Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy, especially those who entertain a pronounced physicalist understanding of Marxian value theory. This rapprochement has by no means cohered a new school of Marxian political economy, but it has erected a broad physicalist tent for leftist political economists who are either skeptical of value theory in general or still committed to the more orthodox interpretations of Marx descending from the classical era of the Second and Third Internationals. Clearly, this very broad and inchoate physicalist camp within Marxian political economy is defined far more by its distance from non-physicalist value theory than by any shared understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of Marx's own theory. It includes representatives of the monthly review school like John Bellamy Foster, Samir Emin, and Michael Yates, neo-Ricardians like Jeff Hodgson and Echo Beto Screpanti, heterodox theorists of a falling rate of profit theory of crisis like Robert Brenner, and, in a different vein, Gerard Dumenil and Dominique Levy, world system analysts like Minkaili, and such economists as David Laibman, Paul Cox-Hott, Alan Cottrell, Ian Wright, and David Zachariah, who have shown a particular interest in the modeling and analysis of capitalist dynamics using physical measures of labor value, sometimes with a view to exploring their potential utility in developing models of socialist planning. Many others could be added to this list, of course, but the point of this cataloging is to suggest that non-physicalist value theory, whether of the neo-orthodox or the fundamentalist persuasion, constitutes a minority camp within contemporary Marxist political economy, even if it now also dominates Marxist value theoretic analysis. Despite their diversity, however, the theorists occupying this camp seem also to stand on the far left wing of contemporary Marxism, often endorsing positions highly critical of the two main political currents of 20th century ostensible Marxism, social democracy and Stalinism. This suggests an important connection between higher efforts to critically interrogate the value dimension and a refusal to worship before the altar of accomplished facts, whether the social democratic welfare state, bureaucratically centralist versions of state socialism, or various models of market socialism. Orthodox current ways and remains a subset of a broader camp of non-physicalist value theory that also includes many fundamentalist value theorists. What united the neo-orthodox and fundamentalist theorists was their reassertion of Marx's value form analysis as central to a critique of both Ricardian Marxist value theory and neo-Ricardianism, while what differentiated them were their respective attitudes toward Marx's value magnitude analysis. The neo-orthodox theorists of the 1970s and 80s tended to dismiss the macroscopic quantitative dimension of Marx's value theory in favor of an exaggerated emphasis on qualitative value form analysis. Over time, however, some neo-orthodox theorists moved closer to fundamentalist value theory, with a few even embarking on ambitious empirical studies of the classical Marxian determinants of the average profit. Meanwhile, more qualitatively oriented neo-orthodox theorists began a process of clarification and differentiation that produced what is today commonly referred to as value form theory. Contemporary value form theory, however, is not comprehensively defined by the earlier neo-orthodox tendency to go beyond the correct perception that interaction occurs between production and the other moments of economic reproduction to the conclusion that, under capitalism, exchange emerges as the predominant moment. 77 As we shall see, several major exponents of contemporary value form theory, notably Fred Mosley and Patrick Murray, explicitly reject such a standpoint. Given this, it seems appropriate to abandon the neo-orthodox descriptor in favor of the value form designation, even while keeping in mind that to varying degrees fundamentalist value theory remains concerned with the form of value. Mosley's high profile within the camp of value form theory calls for some special comment. 78 A major proponent of Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, Mosley has long shown a keen interest in empirical Marxist analysis, in particular the quantification of Marx's principal value categories with a view to testing Marx's law of profitability. One could say that this places Mosley near the boundary between value form and fundamentalist theory. All the same, his distinctive conceptions of Marx's method and his innovative macro-monetary interpretation of Marxian value theory separate him from the fundamentalists in important ways, while also problematizing his place within the camp of value form theory. 5.4 Fundamentalist value theory, the unity of value form and value magnitude analysis. The fundamentalist current was characterized earlier as an inchoate somewhat amorphous group that shares certain positions in common with both the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy and the neo-orthodox school, and as generally more concerned with the overall coherence of Marx's political economy than with the letter of Marx's analysis. Moreover, the fundamentalist project involves a commitment to reviving interest in Marx's analysis of the value form, at least in part in order to strengthen his value magnitude analysis, rather than to abandon it in the neo-orthodox fashion. Accordingly, fundamentalist value theory represents a return to both aspects of Marx's fundamental theoretical program, the analysis of the form and the magnitude of value. 79 In earlier discussion, considerable attention was given to Unwarshaka's contribution to the development of the fundamentalist critique of neo-Ricardianism and the elaboration of a framework for empirical Marxist analysis that surpasses the errors and limitations of the Ricardian Marxist tradition. Sheikh remains an important figure within the fundamentalist current, but it should be noted that he has contributed relatively little to the debates amongst value theorists since the 1980s, concentrating instead on his own ambitious research agenda and the critique of mainstream economics. Much the same can be said for some other fundamentalist or proto-fundamentalist theorists of the 1970s and 80s, notably Ben Fine and Duncan Foley. 80 The most striking new development within the broad fundamentalist camp has been the emergence and growing prominence of the temporal single system interpretation school of Marxian value theory, which burst onto the scene in the early 1990s. Although not theoretically homogeneous, the TSSI school is most often associated with the works of Guglielmo Carchedi, Andrew Kliman, and Alan Freeman. 81 The contribution of TSSI to defending the theoretical coherence and logical consistency of Marx's theory will be discussed shortly. Many adherents to the fundamentalist current support the view that the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall is foundational to Marx's theory of capitalist crisis, typically rejecting approaches to the latter that emphasize underconsumption, disproportions, or imbalances between departments of production, profit squeezes stemming from a rising strength of labor and intercapitalist competition, or problems of surplus value realization. This particular orientation toward crisis theory is not at all accidental, as fundamentalist value theorists regard value and surplus value as definite quantitative magnitudes originating in capitalist production and subject to diminution over time as a result of the displacement of living labor from the production process. It is worth noting in this connection that Henrik Grossman, the early 20th century's principal exponent of the falling rate of profit theory of capitalist crisis, rejected criticisms of Marx's procedure for the transformation of values into prices of production, while reproaching the critics for a failure to grasp the place of the transformation process in the logical structure of capital. 82 In a general sense, one can say that Grossman's critique we anticipate d'approches to the value price transformation issue pursued later by the TSSI fundamentalists Carchedi and Kliman, as well as the value form theorist Mosley. Having completed this brief survey of the evolution of the value controversy since the 1990s, we can now turn our attention to two of the major fields of debate involving fundamentalist and value form theorists, the first pertaining to competing conceptualizations of the origin, nature, and determinants of value, and the second pertaining to the purpose and logical coherence of value theoretic analysis, as problematized by the debate surrounding Marx's value price transformation procedure. 5.5 The origin, nature, and determinants of value. The inaugural issue of Critique of Political Economy, the journal of the TSS-inspired International Working Group on Value Theory, featured a symposium in 2011 devoted to a central question that distinguishes value form theory from TSSI and fundamentalist value theory more generally: how is value determined or constituted, and how should abstract labor, understood as both the source and substance of value, be conceptualized? A particularly illuminating contribution to the debate was an article by the philosopher Patrick Murray entitled "Avoiding Bad Abstractions: A Defense of Co-Constitutive Value Form Theory." The great merit of Murray's article is that, even where it errs, it is unfailingly instructive in its framing of the fundamental questions in dispute between value form and fundamentalist value theory. Although Murray references a number of distinctly different positions within the camp of value form theory and engages with a variety of TSSI criticisms, his main argument lends itself very well to direct comparison with the fundamentalist position on the origin of value, as I defined it earlier in this chapter. When Sheikh refers to the abstract labor time required for the production of a given output, he sides with Marx on a substantive theoretical point that many neo-orthodox theorists appear perplexed by: the idea that value is created entirely within the sphere of production through a expenditure of labor that, under conditions of commodity production, is both abstract and concrete. 83 A little later, I expanded on this claim as follows: if following Rubin in identifying physiological expenditure of labor entirely with the concrete aspect of labor, effectively sever the concept of abstract labor from its general basis in the production of commodities. Once this is done, there is a strong tendency to associate concrete labor with the production process and abstract labor with the exchange process. Since abstract labor is conceived as both the creator and the substance of value, Such reasoning can only attenuate the proposition basic to Marx's theory that value is created in production. Yet one does not need to deny that values are purely social or that not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values in order to affirm that a physiological expenditure of human labor is value creating, provided that this expenditure is subject to a process of real abstraction, occurring in production even though framed and conditioned by exchange. It is precisely because exchange affects a process of equalization of products of labor on the market that production oriented toward exchange must take account of the fact that physiological labor is both utility shaping and value creating, that is, both concrete and abstract at one and the same time. 84. Murray's own argument begins with the claim that every specifically Marxian value form theory must hold that value is co-constituted by production and exchange. This postulate clearly contradicts the proposition that value is created entirely within the sphere of production, a position TSSI theorists also defend, albeit in ways that may or may not accord with my expanded discussion of it. Murray then attributes to the TSSI contributors to the Cope Symposium a production-only theory according to which value and price are determined in production alone, a view that he counterposes to the co-constitutive value form theory that he attributes to Marx. In contrast to Bailey, argues Murray, Marxian value form theory holds that value and the magnitude of value are co-constituted in production and circulation. It takes what I call a co-constitutive view. Value is a supersensible social property intrinsic to the commodity as a potential that arises out of production and whose magnitude is not fully determinate until that potential is actualized with the final act of social validation, the sale of the commodity. 85. It is important to be very clear on what is being said here. According to Murray, Marx proposed a theory of the co-constitutive role of production and circulation/exchange in the determination of the value magnitude of the commodity. This claim is the starting point for a long discussion during which Murray remains exclusively concerned with the magnitude of value of a single commodity and never refers to the magnitude of the total value represented by all the commodities produced in a given period. This point is extremely important, because it confirms the basic continuity of Murray's value form theory with the neo-orthodox approach of the 1970s and 80s, as defined earlier. To support his position, Murray quotes the following passages from Marx's 1859 work, A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy. Different kinds of individual labor represented in these particular use values, in fact, become labor in general, and in this way social labor, only by actually being exchanged for one another in quantities which are proportional to the labor time contained in them. Social labor time exists in these commodities in a latent state, so to speak, and becomes evident only in the course of their exchange. The point of departure is not the labor of individuals considered as social labor, but on the contrary the particular kinds of labor of private individuals, i.e., labor which proves that it is universal social labor only by the supersession of its original character in the exchange process. Universal social labor is consequently not a ready-made prerequisite but an emerging result. Thus, a new difficulty arises. On the one hand, commodities must enter the exchange process as materialist universal labor time, on the other hand, the labor time of individuals becomes materialist universal labor time only as the result of the exchange process. 86. As a follow-up to this quotation, Murray remarks that Marxian value theory reverses the logic of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. Only through the measurement of value in money effected in the sale of the commodity is value actualized and the magnitude of value finally determined. 87. Once again, Murray evinces a laser-like focus on the valuation of an individual commodity. For him, the sale of the commodity affects the measurement of its value in money, permitting the actualization of the value it contains and finally determining its magnitude. The entire process of value constitution is considered solely from the standpoint of the individual commodity, its travels and vicissitudes, as it circulates in the sphere of market exchange and tries to pass the ultimate test of attracting a magnitude of money to itself adequate to validate its intrinsic value. Later in the article, Murray concedes the point that Marx made statements that seem plainly to contradict the co-constitutive view. Thus in Capitali Marx wrote, the value of a commodity is expressed in its price before it enters into circulation, and it is therefore a precondition of circulation, not its result. 88. This observation is quickly dismissed, however, with a reminder to the reader of where we stand in Marx's presentation and with the assertion that Marx has already made the case that money and circulation are co-constitutive, with labor, of value, the substance, magnitude, and form of value are inseparable. 89. Murray SCO constitutive opposition is well argumentative and compelling so long as we follow him in narrowing our focus to the mutual exchange relations of individual commodities in the formation of market values and prices. He even seems close to the fundamentalist position when he avers that his own particular account of the co-constitution of values and prices is production-centered and recognizes the ontological primacy of production over exchange. 90. In the end, however, Murray's arguments that Marx himself takes a co-constitutive view and that, in any case, a production-only conception of the constitution of value is untenable are less than convincing, and for three reasons. First, Marx's formulations in A Contribution are ambiguous and can be regarded as perfectly consistent with the view that a physiological expenditure of human labor is value-creating provided that this expenditure is subject to a process of real abstraction, occurring in production even though framed and conditioned by exchange, and that production oriented toward exchange must take account of the fact that physiological labor is both utility-shaping and value-creating, that is, both concrete and abstract at one and the same time. Second, the textual evidence in Capital for attributing a co-constitutive theory to Marx is even slighter than in A Contribution. This is because, between the writing of these two works, there had been a development of Marx's thinking with respect to abstract labor as the substance of value, a concept not yet fully formulated in A Contribution. In other words, the conceptual transition from Marx's universal social labor to abstract social labor is significant and needs to be more carefully specified. Third, Murray's suggestion that Marx, in Chapter 10 of Capital 3, reminds us that values and prices are both preconditions and results of circulation seems confused. Murray observes correctly that for most of the 3 volumes of Capital, Marx is assuming that commodities are selling at their values, that supply and demand match. 91. But the dropping of those assumptions by Marx in that chapter does not lead to a co-constitutive conclusion. Marx's discussion in this chapter is concerned, inter alia, with how the market prices of particular commodities are initially defined by price givers who are capable of subjective error. To be sure, a seller can make a mistake in assigning a market price to a particular commodity offered for sale. But a failure to sell a commodity at the original asking price, or at any subsequent price for that matter, signifies only that this particular commodity's asking price has not received social validation for any one of a number of reasons. It does not signify that the value represented by that commodity has been lost or in any sense deducted from the total value magnitude represented by all the commodities emerging from the sphere of production. Some of the intrinsic value of that failed commodity might be redistributed/transferred to the selling price of other commodities. In some cases, a micro-value price divergence may occur reflecting a change in the parameters of socially necessary labor time required for a particular commodity's production and the effects of a fall in the average rate of profit. In still other cases, a commodity may not find a purchaser simply because it is unable to satisfy a newly arisen need or to bring forth a new need on its own account. 92. In which case it might only be vendible at a price well below its cost of production or not vendible at all. Such an eventuality, which represents an unambiguous loss from the standpoint of one capitalist, could produce a gain for other capitalists, who are now facing reduced competition as they seek to attract monetary purchasing power to their own commodities. The magnitude of this purchasing power is constituted in part by the costs incurred by the capitalist who produced the failed commodity, as the value of the labor power and raw materials previously purchased remains in circulation and forms a component of effective demand. Finally, there are certain instances in which the value of commodities is simply destroyed and in which there is a real net loss to the social capital as a whole. However, more often than not such losses stem from major failures at the level of use-value production, for example, the production of salmonella-contaminated foodstuffs that are then immediately withdrawn from the market, forcing a plant closure. In such cases, value cannot be said to have been created in the first place, despite the expenditure of a good deal of physiological labor, precisely because such useless expended labor will play no role in the determination of the abstract socially necessary labor time required to produce a viable version of the same commodity. The postulate of co-constitution of value in production and exchange sheds no light on how individual values and prices may deviate from one another in any of these cases. On the contrary, this postulate conflates what needs to be distinguished, the relatively autonomous constitution of market prices and the constitution of the magnitude of value of total commodity output, which sets limits on the extent to which the final market price of a commodity can deviate from its intrinsic value. Murray concludes his critique of TSSI by noting how difficult it is to get free of Verstand thinking, or what Marx called the bourgeois horizon, and that to do so one must avoid separating what is only distinguishable. But in failing to adequately articulate the dialectical relation between the universal and the particular, and therewith the inseparability of abstract labor and concrete labor within capitalist production, Murray tends to conflate the substance, form, and magnitude of value in a fashion that makes the magnitude of value an essentially microeconomic phenomenon, subject to the vagaries of market forces. 93 The effect is to compromise his ability to deploy value theory in the way that Marx intended, as the foundation for disclosing capitalism's fateful laws of motion and inevitable decay. These questions will be explored further in Chapter 6. 5.6 The purpose and coherence of Marxian value-theoretic analysis. Rehearsing the transformation problem, the preceding discussion should serve to remind us that the main purpose of Marx's theory of value is not to determine how individual commodity prices are constituted, but to disclose how the evolution of the capitalist division of 93. It might be added that, since it encourages the view that the magnitude of total value is simply the sum of realized market prices, Murray's approach could also mislead us in our use of national income accounts in empirical Marxist research. As we shall see later, we cannot assume uncritically that the measured magnitude in these accounts of gross output in money price terms is truly equivalent to the magnitude of total value. Indeed, there are factors at work that can produce a growing discrepancy between these two magnitudes over time. Currents within the value controversy. 151. Labor creates an increasingly acute conflict between the forces and the relations of production within capitalism. Marx's main value categories refer to real macroeconomic forces whose interactions and contradictory relations define the laws of motion of the capitalist mode of production. That macroscopic analytical purpose should be clear enough in the first and second volumes of Capital, but it can be lost sight of in the third volume, where Marx addresses various issues concerning the formation of prices under theoretical presuppositions that now allow for the effects of intercapitalist competition and redistributions of value. The question we need to return to now is whether Marx's particular procedure for the transformation of values into prices is logically coherent, and if not, to what extent this strikes a fatal blow against his fundamental theoretical postulate that labor is the sole source of new value. Much of the literature on the transformation problem up to the 1970s and 80s was reviewed earlier in the chapter. However, in light of some influential recent contributions to the debate that we will consider shortly, we need to begin by considering some questions pertaining to the limitations of Schick's early fundamentalist attempt to defend Marx against the standard critique of his value-price transformation procedure. In his most recent major work, Capital, Competition, Conflict, Crises, Schick provides a useful summary of his own thinking on what he continues to call the transformation problem. Here are a few excerpts. Marx keeps the total money value of gross output constant in order to focus on the effects of the redistribution of profits, and since costs are unchanged, the latter step does not change the sum of profits either. But once costs also reflect the new set of relative prices, the sum of profits will also change. This phenomenon is the point of departure for the huge literature on the Marxian transformation problem. I have argued in this chapter that the problem is generic because it obtains in every school of thought which deals explicitly with the question of aggregate profit. The real issue is that there are two sources of aggregate profit, profit on production and profit on transfer, and it is their combination which accounts for this particular phenomenon. This was Steuart's crucial insight, which Marx explicitly incorporates into his plans to distinguish profit on surplus value from profit on alienation. This duality disappears from the literature, leaving behind what seems to be an intractable puzzle. The money value of aggregate profit, or indeed of aggregate net output, can vary with relative prices, showed that one could treat the problem as a simultaneous solution for prices of production applied to both costs and outputs. But then if one holds the latter constant to keep the price level constant, the new sum of profits differs from the sum of direct profits. Morris Hima and Sheik showed that Marx's first step could be taken to be just that, a first step in an iterative process which could converge to the full Bortkiewicz solution. Finally, Sheik develops the idea of transfers of value as the source of variability of aggregate profits in the face of changes in relative prices. 94. This summary accords with the account given earlier in the chapter of Sheik's views on the value-price transformation and the important role of value transfers in explaining how aggregate surplus value and aggregate profit can diverge. But what it also reveals is that, today as then, Sheik sees no need to break decisively from the Bortkiewicz method of simultaneous equations, since all that is called for, in his view, is an extension of Marx's first step into an iterative process that leads back to Bortkiewicz's solution, one that is unable to accommodate both of Marx's aggregate equalities. Sheik remains satisfied with this handling of the transformation problem, which, while acknowledging the insufficiency or incompleteness of Marx's original procedure, nevertheless shows that there is no logical inconsistency involved once iteration is effected and value transfers are taken into consideration. Even so, when discussing the Cambridge Capital controversy further on in his book, Sheik notes that both sides of this controversy share a common ground: the THIRD-WORLDISM, one defined by perfect competition, equilibrium prices, optimal choices, and kostels on timeless fromane technique. To another point 95, there are suggestions here, as elsewhere in his book, that Sheik recognizes the need not only for a more temporalist approach to economic analysis but also for a break with equilibrium assumptions and with what the TSSI theorists call simultaneism in the interpretation of the value price transformation. Although that break is never actually made by Sheik. What all this points to in the end is that, from the standpoint of both TSSI and Mosley's macro-monetary value theory, Sheik continues to operate within a dual systems and simultaneist framework, albeit one that is perhaps straining in a temporalist direction, and this in turn means that Sheik's approach remains altogether too physicalist. For Sheik, the values of the commodity inputs to production are physical values as are the outputs, until such time as they reach the sphere of exchange, where they are then denominated or represented as money. But as these values re-enter production, they are once again conceived in physicalist terms. For the more determined critics of physicalism, this way of conceptualizing the process of capitalist production and reproduction, and the relationship between values and use values, perpetuates a dual systems framework that renders it impossible to sustain Marx's aggregate equalities within what is actually his single system, thereby keeping alive the myth of the transformation problem. Sheik's commitment to a physicalist interpretation of Marx, not in the sense that he ignores the role of money or the value form, but in the sense that he regards the labor actually expended in production as regulative of capitalist reproduction, finds clear illustration in Figure 3 presented earlier in this chapter. The commentary accompanying that figure included the following quote from Sheik: "Labor involved in the production of commodities produces value, while exchange merely realizes it in money form. It is only because of this that Marx can distinguish between the amounts of value and surplus value created in production and the generally different amounts realized through exchange." 96. Later in the same article, Sheik wrote, "Both inputs and outputs are the use forms of materialized value, and we can then say that in the real process it is values that determine the physical production data, T is values that also determine prices. In a double sense, prices are the forms taken by values in exchange, and the magnitude of these values dominate and regulate the movements of their price forms. 97 These early fundamentalist arguments from Sheikh are worth recalling because they have a direct bearing on both of the contemporary debates that we are now considering, the debate surrounding a production-only theory of the constitution of value, and the debate on the value-price transformation. One should also note that none of the more recent debates on the transformation problem has moved Sheikh to alter his position. Indeed, in his latest work, he ignores them all, with the exception of the debate surrounding the new interpretation originated by Dumenil and Foley, an approach that enjoyed a brief vogue in the 1990s and early 2000s and that Sheikh dismisses. 98 Sheikh's general interpretation of Marx is a powerful one, and his own distinctive strategy for demonstrating the coherence of Marx's approach to the value-price transformation may well provide a technically adequate foundation for sustaining the postulates of Marx's theory of value. Moreover, even where he may depart from Marx, he opens up fruitful lines of inquiry concerning questions that Marx never addressed. One example is Sheikh's exploration of value transfers in explaining how an underlying or hidden value rate of profit can differ from a money price rate of profit. More troubling, perhaps, is Sheikh's turn towards substituting what is effectively a labor theory of price for Marx's theory of value as the basis for empirical Marxist research. As we shall see shortly, this has opened Sheikh up to some incisive criticism from the TSSI theorists. And yet if we define the core position of fundamentalist value theory as involving the defense of Marx's postulate that living labor performed in production is the sole source of all new value, Sheikh's approach to value theory remains fully fundamentalist, despite physicalist tendencies that converge, to some degree, with the traditional Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy and even the Sraffa school. Elsewhere in the fundamentalist camp, and closer in some respects to the value form school, are the proponents of the temporal single system interpretation, represented most prominently by Guglielmo Carchedi and Andrew Kliman. Carchedi's stance, which was referenced earlier, is informed by a strong commitment to dialectical analysis. It is vigorously temporal, anti-equilibrium, and opposed to any conceptualization that posits a system of values independent of money prices. While conceding that there are several ways in which Marx's transformation procedure can be interpreted as logically consistent, Carchedi argues that all sides in the debate, temporalism and simultaneism. 98 For the new interpretation, see Dumenil and Levy 2000, Foley 2000, and Fine, Lipovitzes and Sodfio 2004. Sheikh points out that the double redefinition methodology of the new interpretation theorists was first used by Mage 1963, as shown in Sheikh and Tonak 1994, and concludes that the new interpretation is a purely accounting solution to the transformation problem, which simply changes a standard national accounting identity into different units and then proceeds to relabel the components. A more detailed consideration of the NI approach would distract us from the main issues of our present discussion. Currents within the value controversy. 155. Alike, should move on from being only a critique and counter-critique of each other, applying only formal logic to the issue of consistency, towards showing how their view of consistency fits into a wider theory of radical social change, thus grounding the choice of their initial postulate into labor's perspective. 99 In terms of his own understanding of the theoretical issues, Carchedi writes, the transformation seen as a dialectical process is a temporal succession of transformations, from potential to realized values and vice versa, and from determinant to determined values and vice versa. 100 In this regard, he offers the following précis of the dialectics of the relation between abstract labor and value. If the capitalist production process has been started but is not yet finished, the laborers are performing abstract labor and are thus creating the commodities. Value embodied. However, that abstract labor is not yet realized value, it is, rather, value in formation, potential embodied value, because the commodity itself, not being finished, is being created and thus it exists only potentially. If the production process is completed and thus the commodity is finished, the abstract labor which has gone into it becomes the value contained or embodied in it, whose material substance is abstract labor. Since a commodity must be sold in order to realize its value contained is also its potential realized value. When the commodity is sold, the value embodied in it becomes realized value whose substance is the value contained in it. The labor embodied determines the value realized, because the former calls into existence the latter from the realm of its potentialities and because the latter reacts upon the former but in the following period. Since C commodities are produced in order to be sold formoni the labor value realized becomes itself a substance that takes necessarily the monetary form of value. Money is the form of existence of, and thus represents value. The realized value of the output becomes the non-realized value, or value contained, or potential realized value of the same commodity as an input of the following period. Here, too, the former determines the latter for similar reasons. Finally, this potential value becomes again realized when the following period's output containing that input is sold. Here, too, the same reasons hold. It is from this point that the cycle of determination starts again. 101 Many readers, no doubt, will find this summary convoluted and difficult to follow, and yet it is well supported by a battery of arguments too detailed to recount here. In its own way, Cartesia's TSSI perspective, emphasizing the dialectics of value and knowledge in Marx's theory, is compelling, offering an alternative to Schick that allows us to vacate the formalist, static and mechanical premises of the standard interpretation/critique of Marx once and for all. However, like all the other schools of value theory reviewed in this chapter, it is in need of a firmer grounding in an explicitly realist ontology of value. Cartesia's reference to abstract labor as the material substance of value, for instance, suggests a surprisingly physicalist conception of what Marx himself refers to as the social substance of value. While there are hints of a holistic and social relational understanding of abstract labor and value, and of an ontology of non-particular entities, this understanding remains murky, often raises more questions than it answers, and is not developed in any consistent fashion. Where Cartesia's complex, dialectical argumentation can seem unduly obscure at times, Clemen's discussion, by contrast, is a model of clarity and accessibility, albeit achieved through a quite strict adherence to the rules of formal logic. Clemen writes, "We have continually stressed that our demonstrations are not efforts to prove that Marx's theory is true, but efforts to prove that the theory can be interpreted in a manner that renders it logically consistent. And the way in which one proves this latter claim is precisely by showing that Marx's conclusions follow from his premises." 102 There are two problems with this, however. The first is that it is not at all clear that TSSI is the only way to defend Marx's theory against the charge of logical inconsistency, and the second is that it is unclear that the way in which Clemen interprets Marx's premises are always correct. Indeed, there does not seem to be complete unanimity even among TSSI authors regarding a number of Marx's theoretical premises. 103 That said, one can only agree with Cartesia's that Clemen does an excellent job within the framework of a temporalism immersed in formal logic in defending the logical integrity of Marx's treatment of the value-price transformation and thereby upholding key Marxian postulates as at least possibly true. Essentially, the TSSI approach espoused by Clemen in his book Reclaiming Marx's Capital is the same as that of Cartesia's. Marx is acquitted of the charge of error in his value-price transformation scheme on the grounds that his critics fail to appreciate that he regards values and prices as belonging to a single system and that this approach is temporalist. Unlike neoclassicism, Sraffian economics, and much modern Marxian economic analysis, Marx did not pose the problems in terms of the properties of static equilibrium states, and he therefore had no need to value inputs and outputs simultaneously. Only when his theory is transformed into a theory of static equilibrium states, and thus into a simultaneous theory, do internal inconsistencies appear. 104 Clemen proceeds with great care to demonstrate that these TSSI assumptions are supported by an abundance of textual evidence in Marx. Like Cartesias and Moseley, Clemen regards the single system of values and prices as a monetary system. Marx starts with money and ends with money, as clearly suggested in the formula for the circuit of capital, M, C, P, C, M.105. But the circuit is also a temporal process of the expansion of the value represented in the initial money capital investment. The production phase of the circuit involves the exploitation of living labor as the latter works with means of production to create new commodities and additional new value that finds expression in the value of the output. When the full value of that output is realized through its sale, a larger magnitude of money capital is now available to the capitalist class for further investment and/or personal consumption. Kliman applies his temporalist insights to a variety of contentious issues in Marxist economics, and he marshals some strong arguments against several important objections to Marx's theory, notably the Ocasio theorem. He is also highly critical of Sheikh, not simply on the grounds of his simultaneism, but also because Sheikh has sought to defend a labor theory of price on largely empirical grounds. Noting that Sheikh's iterative solution to the transformation problem failed to preserve two of Marx's three aggregate qualities, Kliman writes. Still searching for a way to uphold the labor theory of value, Sheikh turned to the data. He suggested that variations in prices are dominated by variations in values. In other words, industry-level prices do not deviate systematically from values. If one industry's value is X% higher or lower than another's, its price will be approximately X% higher or lower as well. I shall call this the labor theory of price. Sheikh and Ochoa's statistical results appeared to confirm the theory. Subsequent studies, using data from various countries and various years, seem to confirm it as well. The correlation between values and prices, a measure of the degree to which they vary together, has frequently been found to exceed 0.95, a figure quite close to the maximum value of 1.106. Kliman, however, is not as impressed with these empirical findings as many other Marxist economists. Indeed, he argues that the results of these studies do not support Marx, inasmuch as the LTP is at odds with Marx's own value theory. In support of this contention, he cites Sheikh himself, who states, "It is worth recalling that neither Marx nor Ricardo argue that cross-sectional variations are negligible. Indeed, they both emphasize that at any moment in time prices of production may significantly differ from values." 107. Kliman also points out that one of the implications of Sheikh's LTV is that, other things being equal, profits will tend to be lower in industries in which a greater proportion of the capital invested is constant rather than variable, even though Marx explicitly recognizes the possibility of there being higher. 1081. Can argue, however, that Kliman rather overstates matters when he concludes that evidence that supports the LTP does not serve to confirm Marx's value theory. 109. This point is arguable, but what should be clear is that such evidence cannot be said to undermine the core fundamentalist postulate referred to earlier, that living labor is the source of new value. If anything, the plausibility of that postulate is strengthened by these empirical studies. Finally, we arrive at Fred Mosley's macro-monetary interpretation of Marx's theory. As previously mentioned, this interpretation has both value form and fundamentalist features. On the one hand, Mosley maintains a resolute theoretical focus on money as the necessary form of appearance of value and is insistent that Marx's capital is concerned, not with the determination of the labor values of individual commodities but first with the determination of the total increment of money, or total surplus value, produced in the capitalist economy as a whole and then later with the circulation and distribution of that total surplus value. 110. This points toward a relatively unique genre of value form theory, one focused on macroeconomic quantities of money and prices rather than on the changing value forms of the individual commodity. On the other hand, this macroeconomic orientation and focus on total value and surplus value allows Mosley to circumvent many microeconomic issues that have led other value form theorists to distance themselves from the proposition that nous valeurs created solely by living labor in production, a core fundamentalist claim. Mosley's approach also allows him to understand value and surplus value as definite quantitative magnitudes, another core fundamentalist postulate. What separates Mosley from the fundamentalist camp is not his insistence on Marx's own proposition that money is the necessary form of appearance of value, but rather his insistence that all labor value interpretations of capital are mistaken. Money magnitudes and prices are determined by quantities of labor time, which are taken as given. In logical terms, money magnitudes and price sereth explanandi the variables that are to be explained are determined, and quantities of labor time are the explanans, the givens in terms of which the explanandi are explained are determined. Money magnitudes and prices in volume I are not inessential illustrations or shorthand for labor values, but are themselves the variables that are determined or explained in volume I. 111. Many theorists would suggest that, by treating labor time simply as a given, Moseley is not entirely true to Marx's analysis. Fundamentalists like Schick, as well as neo-Ricardians like Steedman and Ravignani 112 consider the real starting point of Marx's analysis to be not the money quantities invested but the physical quantities of the means of production and the means of subsistence, from which Marx then derives the money quantities of constant capital and variable capital respectively. There is considerable textual support for this in Marx, just as there is support for Moseley's interpretation. For Carchedi, the reason for the ambiguity engendered by this debate between more physicalist interpretations like Schick's and Moseley's version of value form theory is that the two opposite interpretations capture only one aspect of Marx's theoretical richness, with both still remaining in a simultaneous framework. 113 In the concluding section of his paper Money and Totality, Moseley summarizes the implications of his approach for addressing the transformation problem. With regard to logical consistency, this macromonetary interpretation implies that there is no logical contradiction in Marx's determination of prices of production in Part 2 of Volume 3. There is no contradiction between the value rate of profit in Volume I and the price rate of profit in Volume 3. There is only one rate of profit in Marx's theory, the price rate of profit. The price rate of profit is derived in Volume 3 from the total surplus value which is determined in Volume I, and is then taken as given in the determination of prices of production in Volume 3. Marx did not forget to transform the inputs of constant capital and variable capital from values to prices of production, because the same quantities of money constant capital and money variable capital are taken as given in the determination of both values in Volume I and prices of production in Volume 3. Marx's determination of prices of production is logically consistent. Therefore, the very widespread reason for rejecting Marx's theory, logical inconsistency, is not justified. The further evaluation of Marx's theory should focus on its empirical explanatory power, compared to the explanatory power of other economic theories. 114. It is clear from this that Moseley and TSSI achieve an almost complete convergence in their conclusions regarding claims of Marx's logical inconsistency. There is, however, an important difference, one already moved by Carchedi. Moseley's interpretation of Marx, from the standpoint of TSSI, is neither temporalist nor free of problematic physicalist implications. Thus, Clemen argues that Moseley's is a simultaneous single-system interpretation, which obtains the same rate of profit as other simultaneous models. The reason for this characterization is as follows. Moseley's givens are not given in any meaningful sense. Although he claims that his interpretation is non-simultaneous, because its value magnitudes are determined prior to its price magnitudes, the constant Kapitalheit is taken as given and transferred to the price of the final product is the current replacement cost of the existing means of production. Thus the sum of value transferred is not the actual, given cost of the means of production when they entered into their production process, but what it would cost to replace them when the output is sold. In other words, the constant capital is retroactively revalued at post-production prices, as in every other simultaneous model. If Moseley's interpretation seems to produce Marx-like results, that is only because his given sums of value mask the changes in technological and real wage coefficients that actually determine his rate of profit, that he expresses his rate of profit as the ratio of surplus value to capital advanced, instead of as a ratio of physical coefficients, makes no difference. It is all value form and no value substance. 115. Suffice it to say here that one does not need to subscribe to Clemen's view about the need for historical cost accounting to agree that Moseley's whole interpretation of Marx, in particular his treatment of quantities of labor time as simple givens, elides the key issue of value substance. Indeed, what Cartchadai calls the dialectics of the relation between abstract labor and value are conspicuously absent from Moseley's account, replaced entirely by the phantom-like objectivity of the money-value form. Those very dialectics, however, can only begin to be clarified on the basis of a coherent ontology of abstract labor and value. This is a major topic of our next chapter, which is devoted to assessing some significant but often overlooked aspects of the value controversy. Chapter 6. An assessment of the value controversy. All theory is gray, my friend. But forever green is the tree of life. Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, Faust, 1808. I never once made a discovery. I speak without exaggeration when I say that I have constructed 3,000 different theories in connection with the electric light. Yet in only 2 cases did my experiments prove the truth of my theory. Thomas Alva Edison, 1878. 1 Preliminary thoughts on the road just traveled. Following the long discussion of the value controversy in the last chapter, it should now be abundantly clear that complete agreement amongst those who defend some version or interpretation of Marx's theory of value is an elusive goal. The attempt to forge one through highly abstract theoretical debates, hermeneutic-style analyses of Marx's texts, and appeals to Marx's own original position can only serve to divert a great deal of intellectual energy from more pressing tasks. Plainly, Marx is open to a variety of interpretations, and several reasonable and illuminating approaches to defending the core postulates of his value theory, and applying them in the analysis of capitalist reality, are on offer. The transformation problem in particular should not be seen as a sort of theoretical Rubik's Cube. It can be approached in a variety of ways, and no single solution or refutation of the myth of Marx's inconsistency in dealing with it will ever allow everyone interested in Marxist political economy to view it in precise lithsome way, or for that matter prevent bourgeois economists from using it as a stick with which to beat the dead dog Marx. To be sure, some interpretations can make stronger claims to fidelity to Marx's own position than others, but it should go without saying that greater fidelity to Marx on specific 164 Chapter 6 issues in no way guarantees a scientifically correct position on them. Marx was not infallible, nor did he solve or even fully consider, from every possible angle, all the problems that he encountered, much less anticipate every problem identified by those who came later. What's more, it is vitally important to recognize that the dialectic of programme and theory is at work in the controversy among Marxists no less than in the wider controversy between pro-capitalist and anti-capitalist theorists. One's conception of what needs to be achieved in order to put the world aright will inevitably inform the questions one is interested in asking about it, and therefore the answers one finally reaches through research and reflection. By no means does this suggest that studying the value controversy is a futile exercise, but what it does mean is that it is ideological reflex and not the spirit of scientific discovery that animates those who would simply dismiss the labor theory of value as a guide to human action. Marxists should continuously remind themselves that, whatever theoretical gaps or problems may still haunt the Marxian analysis of capitalism, they pale in comparison to the fallacies of the leading schools of bourgeois economics. 1 Where then does that leave us? Many, perhaps most, recent participants in the value controversy agree that Marxian value theoretic analysis is not at all incompatible with empirical analysis of the concrete realities of contemporary capitalism, and that, indeed, value theory is indispensable to penetrating the phenomenal forms of capitalist economy and disclosing its essential relations and hidden laws of motion. No doubt, the application of value theory to empirical Marxian analysis of the real dynamics at work will reveal many differences in theory and method between researchers, but perhaps it is precisely on this plane that the results and implications of these differences will not only become more evident but more susceptible to political assessment and scientific adjudication as well. The controversy surrounding Marx's theory of labor value can be approached and assessed at three relatively distinct levels: the philosophical methodological, the substantive theoretical, and the political programmatic. This chapter is mainly concerned with the philosophical methodological dimension of the value controversy. However, brief assessments of the theoretical and political dimensions of the controversy are also undertaken by way of offering some final reflections on its apparent intractability and reorienting our thinking toward issues of capitalist crisis and their empirical investigation. 2. Some philosophical and methodological considerations. Reference to the distinctive methodological aspects of Marx's theory of value is de rigueur for defenders of that theory. Dialectics are counterposed to formal logic. Marx's holism is invoked against the methodological individualism of the positivist tradition. Abstraction and contradiction are located in the real rather than being viewed as purely mental constructs. Yet, discussion of the scientific method that guided Marx's elaboration of his theory of value has often been confused or inadequate, and the salience of the above-mentioned methodological principles to the value controversy has remained obscure. This has led many of Marx's critics, and some of his more positivistically oriented defenders, to dismiss them as either obscurantist or metaphysical. Such characterizations, it must be said, are wholly unfounded. Far from being obscurantist, Marx's views on scientific method are vital sources of illumination concerning his theory of value, and far from being metaphysical, Marx's concept of science is formulated and applied in a consciously anti-metaphysical spirit. These points are well established in Patrick Murray's important study Marx's Theory of Scientific Knowledge, which, despite some important weaknesses and lacunae, will serve as a useful point of departure for our discussion. Point 2. 2.1 Patrick Murray on Marx as scientist. An overarching theme of Murray's study is that Marx's concept of scientific knowledge stands outside and against the positivist tradition, reflecting not only the enduring influence of Hegel's dialectical method on his thought but also the results of his early critique of Hegel's absolute idealism. Marx's anti-positivism, however, is not at all of a piece with any neo-Kantian insistence upon an epistemological gulf between the natural and the socio-cultural sciences, and therefore has little in common with the putative anti-positivism of 20th-century critical theory, despite the latter's Marxist overtones. As Murray points out, Marx disavows any radical separation of natural science from human, social, or cultural science. 3. Rather, what distinguishes his theory of scientific knowledge from all positivist versions is its attention to the practical, historical rootedness of the concepts of science, as well as the values which guide it. For in this, as in so much else, Marx owes a considerable intellectual debt to Hegel. Marx accepts Hegel's demand for a unity of form and content in scientific knowledge. Method ought not to be some abstract, formalist procedure hovering over the specific content of a science. Rather, method needs to take its shape from the specific objects under scrutiny. Marx views science as a matter of getting at the logic of things in themselves. Since this logic is not ascertainable a priori, purely formal methodologies have no place in Marx's conception of scientific knowledge. Point 5. Murray neglects the point, but it is instructive to register it, that an aversion to methodological formalism is also one of the hallmarks of contemporary realist theories of science. Point 6. Among the scientific realists, Ted Benton in particular has argued that the methodological diversity of the sciences establishes no epistemological fault lines either within or between the natural and the social sciences. To establish any formal methodological principle as inviolable, as Karl Popper did with methodological individualism, for example, betrays an appetite not for scientific rigor but for a truly metaphysical and dogmatic approach of third thought. Positivists routinely condemn. In this sense, Marx's aversion to formal methodological precepts attests to a highly up-to-date regard for the methodological pluralism celebrated by scientific and critical realism. For Marx, it is precisely the methodological open-endedness of the materialist dialectic that makes it a powerful tool of scientific analysis and a necessary antidote to both naive impressionism and speculative metaphysics. On this view, the methods of scientific analysis are, of necessity, internally related to the real objects of analysis, objects involving abstractions that take shape according to the specificity of that object itself. 7. Murray refers to this methodological strategy as Marx's logically well-bred empiricism, or, alternatively, his empiricism in second intention. And it is not to be confused with either the dogmatic determinism associated with some versions of dialectical materialism 8, or the eclecticism and subjectivism of purely social constructionist accounts of the scientific enterprise. 9. Key to an appreciation of the scientific principles underlying Marx's theory of value is his distinction between general and determinate abstractions, as well as his understanding of the logic of essence. Both derive from a critical encounter with Hegel's philosophy and with classical political economy, that is, with bodies of thought that Marx linked to the deep structures of capitalist society. Marx's methodological injunction to ascend from the abstract to the concrete is well known and is properly regarded as fundamental to his analytical strategy. Frequently, however, the hurried invocation of this formula has served as a substitute for a careful recovery and specification of Marx's understanding of such notions as abstraction, abstract, and concrete. In the first place, says Murray, Hegel's logic educates Marx to realize that abstraction is the medium of thought, and that the medium has a message which needs to be thoroughly heeded. 10. In science, abstract categories of thought cannot simply be dispensed with in favor of empirical facts, yet science does demand that abstractions that are prefabricate and subjectively applied to a particular object of scientific inquiry should be replaced with abstractions that emerge from the specificity of the object itself. Thus, the movement from the abstract to the concrete does not refer to a movement from cognitive abstractions to a description of the empirically concrete. Rather, the terms abstract and concrete are applicable to abstractions, as categories of thought themselves. The movement from the abstract to the concrete corresponds to the development of ever more concrete abstractions, of concepts that the labor of thought endows with increasingly complex determinations. As Murray puts it, on the one hand, Marx uses concrete to distinguish the actual from the conceptual, while on the other, he uses concrete and abstract within the sphere of the conceptual to distinguish concepts that are more or less synthetic. 11. These principles contrast in the starkest of ways with the procedures of positivism, that is, with what Hegel referred to as scientific empiricism. Murray avers, the logical training that Marx gleaned from Hegel, in particular from science of logic, taught him to demand a clear ordering of scientific categories in terms of their conceptual concreteness and to respect the differences among them. 12. It was precisely the failure of the political economists to respect these differences of form and to avoid the premature positing of concrete categories in the scientific elaboration of more abstract categories that moved Marx to reproach them for putting the science before the science. Marx is most emphatic on these themes in the introduction to the Grundrisse, where he highlights the methodological salience of the distinction between general and determinate abstractions. General abstractions consist of those abstract concepts that are minimally synthetic, short on determinations, and relatively unladen with forms. Typically, they are concepts that refer to phenomena abstracted from definite historical or social settings, for example, use values, division of labor, social organization, population, means of production, and so on. These notions have general applicability in the description of a wide variety of historically constituted forms of human social existence. Yet it is impossible to find very much of scientific value to say about any of them without considering the forms in which they are necessarily manifested. Hence, while it may be true that a division of labor is a general presupposition of any human society, an expression of an imperative on the part of human beings to mediate their collective relation to nature through definite social arrangements governing the allocation and distribution of social labor, it is also the case that the division of labor assumes many different forms and that no division of labor exists apart from such forms. Just as soon as real, historically and geographically variant social forms are taken into account in scientific analysis, general abstractions are transformed into determinate abstractions, albeit of varying degrees of concreteness. The general abstraction product of labor divides into the determinate abstractions potlatch, tribute, rent in kind, tithe, commodity, each a definite socio-historical form of products of human labor. The matter does not end here, however, since, from another point of view, at least some of these determinate abstractions may require further analytical concretization. The forms taken by commodities as means of production, for example, need to be distinguished from the forms assumed by commodities as wage goods or luxury goods, and all of these forms need also to be distinguished from the money commodity. From a certain point of view, then, commodity is one socio-historical form of the product of labor, but from another, commodity subsumes a variety of specific social forms, finding concrete expression through one or more of them. The most demanding point of all, says Murray, is that Marx's concept of scientific knowledge requires us to ascertain which are the determinate abstractions appropriate for a particular object of study and how to order them properly among themselves, moving from the abstract to the concrete. 13. To do this, the scientist must uncover the object's logic of essence, that is, the ways in which essence must appear as something other than itself. 14. Marx regards the logic of essence as logic of division, of alienation under conditions in which essence is concealed by misleading appearances. Indeed, scientific method becomes necessary only where appearances serve to obscure or distort reality, and this is as true in political economy as in natural science. Thus, for Murray, Marx's mature theory of value shows that the logic of value is the logic of necessarily appearing in something other. 15. Value must appear and find expression in the money prices attaching to individual commodities. At the same time, this necessarily diverts attention from the structure of social relations outside of which value could have no existence whatever. Hence, Hegel's emphasis and immanence of Thelowof appearance to the appearances themselves carries over into Marx's theory of price. 16. This understanding of the essence-appearance relation is fundamental to Marx's analysis of the fetishism of commodities and to his distinctly anti-metaphysical theory of value. As Murray observes, complaints such as Joan Robinson's about the metaphysical character of Marx's theory of value rest on a serious misunderstanding of Marx's model of essence and appearance. Is not the burden of Marx's critique of the fetishism of commodities precisely to attack the metaphysical understanding of value on the model of a natural, sensuous object or quality? Marx's theory of value is not non-metaphysical, it is anti-metaphysical. In criticizing value, he criticizes the functioning of capitalist society according to the logic of appearing in an other. Marx stresses that his theory of value is not intended to uncover some abstract essence existing behind the veil of appearances, but rather to characterize the relations of capitalist society as determined by the dualistic, third-party logic of appearing in an other. 17. In his eagerness to rid Marx's theory of value of all metaphysical tropes, Murray eventually falters in his analysis by insisting that Marx does not ontologize value and by asserting that value does not exist as an actual tangible thing, but as the reflection of actual things. 18. But this formulation erroneously suggests that something can exist only as a tangible thing or as a reflection of such things. What's more, Murray is inconsistent when he insists that value should not be ontologist even while also suggesting that it exists as a reflection of things. For to say that value has a real existence, in any sense, is to pose the question of its precise ontological status, and thereby to ontologize it. 2.2 The ontology of abstract labor and value. In Chapter 4, we considered Baumgart's argument that Marx has no justification for positing labor, even labor in general, as the sole common property of commodity values. Baumgart insisted against Marx that one can just as easily, and perhaps more reasonably, adduce utility as such a common property. We then consider Jeffrey Kay's counter-argument according to which the category of abstract labor differs from utility in that the former is not a particular, while the latter can only exist in particular forms. Kay maintained that because it can achieve a form of existence independent of particular concrete expressions of labor, abstract labor is not a mere mental generalization of the sort that the category of abstract utility can only be. Abstract labor is something more than a mental generalization because it has a real existence, grounded in the labor process and expressed in money. Thus, for Kay, in searching for the form of existence of abstract labor we are merely looking for the value form. The philosopher Norman Fisher has extended K's argument, beginning with an important observation about its incomplete character. Argues that abstract labor does exist both in the commodity, and in money. But cannot Bohm-Bawerk make the same claim with respect to utility? K's analysis is incomplete insofar as he does not make it clear whether or not the existence of abstract labor in the form of the commodity or as money is the existence of a particular point. 19. Fisher insists that an argument against Bohm-Bawerk along these lines can only be completed by rendering explicit a key difference between Bohm-Bawerk's empiricism and Marx's realism, a difference pertaining to whether or not universals or generalities can be said to have a real existence, and further, whether these universals can be regarded as having ontological priority over individual particulars. Fisher adds that this question needs also to be considered in conjunction with Elson's thesis that abstract labor and value are internally related to one another. The question posed by Fisher, then, is quite simply this: is the category of abstract labor an abstract universal or an abstract particular? Fisher's answer is that Marx regarded abstract labor as an abstract universal, as the kind of general social structure that is posited in an ontology of social, non-particular entities. Whereas empiricist or positivist conceptions of science are two-tiered, Marx's ontology is three-tiered and posits real structures that mediate the relationship between general laws and particular entities. On this view, a scientific explanation of social reality must disclose the existence and explain the nature of these intangible yet actually existing structural entities. Abstract labor, the substance of value, is precisely one such structure, and yet the question remains, how can it exist other than as a mental generalization or ideal abstraction? Fisher observes that what characterizes Marx's philosophy within those that are three-tiered is its holistic interpretation of the entities mediating laws and particulars. 20. Within Marx's theoretical construction, there are several social structural entities that enjoy holistic ontological status, among them abstract labor, value, and the world of commodities. In our initial reconstruction of Marx's theory of value in Chapter 4, the holistic inflections of Marx's analysis in the first chapter of Capital I were deliberately stressed, particularly in the discussion of the distinction between value and exchange value, where Marx implicitly establishes value as a general or universal concept corresponding to a real social process. But it is unnecessary to read between the lines of Marx's texts in order to discover his commitment to a holistic ontology. We need only consider the rather explicit holism of the following passage from his appendix to the first German edition of Capital I. Within the value relationship, the abstract universal is not considered to be a property of the concrete sensuously real, but on the contrary, the sensuously concrete is considered to be the form of appearance of the abstract universal. The labor of theta Euler, which for example is contained in the equivalent code, does not possess the universal property of being human labor. Rather, the opposite is the case. It is its essence to be human labor. To be the work of the tailor is only its apparent form. This quid pro quo is unavoidable because the labor which is represented in the product is only the creator of value insofar as it is undifferentiated labor. Thus, the labor which is objectified in one product is completely undifferentiated from the labor which is objectified in the value of a different sort of product. This reversal, whereby the sensuously concrete is considered as only the form of appearance of the abstract universal, as opposed to the case where the abstract universal is a property of the concrete, characterizes the value expression. At the same time it makes its understanding difficult. 21. Marx's observations here would seem to support the notion that abstract labor, a real structure, finds expression through the concrete particulars of the products of labor. Thus, to conceive of abstract labor as a universal structure is not to deny that it finds particular expressions or concrete forms, it is to insist that it also has an existence that is independent of these concrete particulars. The quantitative dimensionality of abstract labor is, therefore, not confined to concrete particulars, but exerts itself also at the level of its social structural existence, precisely, as socially necessary labor time. On this conceptualization, Marx's theory of value constitutes the unity of a qualitative treatment of the value form and a quantitative concern with the magnitude of the substance of value. Moreover, the conceptual nexus of the theory is revealed to be abstract labor, a category that bridges the divide between value's particular and universal aspects. Key to this interpretation, as the cited passage from Marx suggests, is an extension of the ontological reversals described by Marx in his capital I discussion of the value form to include the relation between commodities as sensuously concrete particulars and abstract labor as a real universal structure, whose necessary form of appearance is money. As Marx makes clear in his discussion of the fetishism of commodities, these reversals are not illusory, but essential aspects of the social relations of a commodity-based economy. The holistic social structures abstract labor and value are real, not because they are empirically tangible, but because they reflect and project determinate social relations of production and reproduction. This points to an important error in Patrick Murray's application of Marx's theory of scientific knowledge to his theory of value. Murray notes correctly that, for Marx, method needs to take its shape from the specific objects under scrutiny. But if the specific objects scrutinized by Marx possess a social structural dimension distinguishable from but internally related to their particular manifestation as tangible things, then Murray is quite wrong to insist that Marx's theory of value is not intended to uncover some abstract essence existing behind the veil of appearances 22-4 of thesocial phenomenon structure if abstract laborist abstractessence in question. Then of course Marx wanted to tear away its veil of appearances and expose this essence to the light of day. What's more, in doing so, Marx wanted not only to characterize the relations of capitalist society as determined by the dualistic, third-party logic of appearing in an other, but to show that this third-party logic has a real and persistent basis in the determinate social relations of production of capitalism. Only by overturning these social relations could the reality of economic regulation by the law of labor value be dissolved. Point 23. The root of Murray's error here is a failure to consistently resist a formal methodology, that of methodological individualism. Indeed, implicit in his treatment of Marx's theory of value is an unacknowledged ontological privileging of individual particulars and a general failure to acknowledge any holistic aspects in Marx's dialectical monistic analysis. Small wonder then that in defining the differences between Marx's and positivist approaches to scientific inquiry he neglects to mention positivism's dogmatic insistence upon ontological nominalism, that is, the doctrine that only particulars exist. Little wonder, too, that he labeled Marx's theory of scientific knowledge as empiricist in second intention rather than as realist. For one of the central differences between realism and all versions of positivism/empiricism is precisely the former's commitment to the kind of three-tiered and holistic approach described by Fisher. Fisher's clarification of the ontological status of abstract labor and its relation to value has several important implications for the debate between the neo-orthodox/value form and fundamentalist value theorists. Within the neo-orthodox/value form camp there exists a strong tendency to either reduce abstract labor to a particular aspect of social labor, an aspect finding expression only at the level of particular commodities and/or in particular money prices, or to regard abstract labor as a substance that finds expression or embodiment only in money. The first tendency, typified by Elson, results, as Fisher notes, from an apparent unwillingness to pursue the issue of whether or not abstract labor is actual, or to probe the ontological division between empiricist and non-empiricist approaches. Point 24. The second tendency, typified by Himmelwaite and Mahan and carried to its furthest extreme by Eldred, is to deny that abstract labor finds any kind of embodiment or expression at the level of the individual commodity, and that it can only be meaningfully measured at the level of individual money price. The proponents of this position also elide the issue of the ontological status of abstract labor. Indeed, it is noteworthy that, like Murray, their thinking appears to be influenced by a residual empiricism expressed as a tacit adherence to nominalist ontology. The practical result of both of these neo-orthodox tendencies is to evacuate Marx's theoretical framework and to approach positions remarkably reminiscent of the neoclassical tradition. Although Fisher argues that the holistic conceptualization of abstract labor lends itself to an improved version of Elson's value theory of labor, such a conceptualization is, in my view, already the implicit ontological basis of the fundamentalist account of value theory. As we have seen, fundamentalist value theory stresses the importance of both the magnitude of value and the form of value. The magnitude of value problematic directs attention to the macro level and to the measurement of value in terms of socially necessary labor time. The form of value problematic directs attention to the macro level issue of the quantitative relations between particular, individual commodities as expressed through the money form. The dissociation of these problematics can only lead to a dualism of the universal and the particular, that is, to a denial of their dialectical unity. In practical terms, such a dualism must eventuate in the sort of methodological privileging of the particular that is characteristic of all theories of value that focus on the individual commodity at the expense of an understanding of the world of commodities. Such an approach informs Ricardo's theory, Mill's cost of production theory, and neoclassical marginal utility theory. Orthodox Marxist value theory is characterized by an uneasy, and ultimately untenable, compromise between a dualistic and a dialectical handling of the universal/particular relation, while Neo-Ricardianism represents a bold reassertion of a dualistic position, but one that accords an analytical privilege to macro-level economic phenomena. Neo-Orthodox or pure value form theory, in this context, can be interpreted as a reassertion of the microeconomic side of Marx's value theory within a larger theoretical space that presupposes a dualistic framework and a macro-level analysis that eschews any value magnitude theory. What needs to be stressed by the Marxist fundamentalists in relation to the neo-orthodox school is that money becomes the form of value in its role as the universal equivalent. To cite Marx, since all other commodities are merely particular equivalents for money, the latter being their universal equivalent, they relate to money as particular commodities related universal commodity. Money as universal commodity, is the expression of undifferentiated abstract labor. Significantly, Marx goes on to say that the money form is merely the reflection thrown upon a single commodity by the relations between all other commodities. 25 This can be expressed otherwise as follows: money is the form of appearance or reflection of a structure of abstract labor that mediates the myriad relations existing between commodities. Yet to understand this structure's mediating role, one must begin by positing the pre-existing ontological status of the total magnitude of value as it emerges from production. Hence, abstract labor needs to be conceived as a structure grounded in production but reflected by individual commodities in the sphere of circulation, and this is precisely the general position of fundamentalist value theory as we defined it in Chapter 5. It seems to me that it is solely on this basis that the fundamental postulates of Marx's value theory can be sustained, that living labor and living labor alone is the source of all newly produced value, and that value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude at the level of the capitalist economy as a whole. In other words, what is most operationally significant in Marx's theory of value, as it lays the basis for his larger theory of capitalism's laws of motion, can be defended only on a fundamentalist and not a neo-orthodox or narrowly value-form basis. We are now in a strong position to specify a key difference between the neoclassical and Marxist accounts of economic value. When marginal utility theorist Baumgartner argues that abstract utility can as easily serve as the common factor shared by all commodities as abstract labor, he sidesteps the question of the ontological status of utility. As Kay observes, abstract utility is merely a mental generalization, an ideal abstraction rather than a real structure of relations. Furthermore, utility is a property of commodities, which, as Marx insists, must be abstracted from in the exchange process. The use value of a commodity is always a particular use value. While this hardly makes it irrelevant to the price it can fetch, it does make it irrelevant to a specification of the larger social processes in which value is enmeshed, and that set definite limits on purchasing power, profits, and the realizability of set prices. The methodological difference between Marx and Baumgartner, so often commented upon yet inadequately defined by the orthodox tradition of Marxian political economy, turns then on very different conceptions of the ontology of social life, Bombaerk's positivism reflecting a thoroughly nominalist outlook, Marx's dialectical method a profoundly realist one that allows for the existence of both individual and holistic entities. The necessary upshot of this difference is that the marginalist account of value expresses an indefinite and quantitatively indeterminate relation between two incommensurable spheres, an ideal sphere of human predilections, norms, and rational calculations, and a material sphere of scarce economic resources. Marx rejects such a psychologistic naturalistic reduction of value, insisting that the value relation is irreducibly a social relation among people, one that forms part of a dialectical monistic reality in which the material natural, conscious activity and the social are seen to be internally related aspects of an ontologically unified totality. 26. From this monistic single system perspective, values and prices do not belong to two distinctly different realms or realities. Their relationship is that of content to form, where the law of value in turn is understood to be a historically particular social form with a natural content, the universal human imperative to organize a division of labor to satisfy human needs. It follows from this that the value rate of profit and the money rate of profit are not parallel yet ontologically separated entities. Instead, they are two ways of apprehending and distinguishing conceptually the major determinants of human economic activity under the sway of the capitalist law of value, the first in terms of the essential relations governing economic production and reproduction, the second in terms of the concrete choices made by conscious economic actors operating at the surface of economic life. 27 The foregoing considerations are also germane to a response to the logico-analytical argument deployed by G.A. Cohen in support of neo-Ricardian and analytical Marxist critiques of Marx's theory of value. The following passage is the core of Cohen's critique. Theory entails that past labor is irrelevant to how much value a commodity now has. But past labor would not be irrelevant if it created the value of the commodity. It follows that labor does not create value, if the labor theory of value is true. 28 As we have seen, however, Marx's position is not that labor creates value in some direct and unmediated sense, but rather that abstract labor creates value. Let us therefore consider Cohen's criticism as it would need to be amended to address Marx's actual position. The theory entails that past abstract labor is irrelevant to how much value a commodity now has. But past abstract labor would not be irrelevant if it created the value of the commodity. It follows that abstract labor does not create value, if the labor theory of value is true. Cohen's legerdemain can now be more easily exposed. It is of course quite true that past abstract labor does not create the value that a commodity presently represents. But it in no way follows from this that abstract labor does not create value if one understands abstract labor as a real structure of relations determining the value of that commodity on the basis of the social production norms currently required for its production. Cohen's argument is therefore an entirely specious one, predicated on a serious misunderstanding of Marx's theory of value as well as an unaccountable refusal to appreciate the distinctive social ontology and method informing it. 2.3 Alienation and value theory. No discussion of the philosophical dimension of Marx's theory of value should overlook the need to articulate the latter with his essentially humanist philosophy of praxis and his critique of alienation. Marx's humanism is grounded on an insight enunciated in the German ideology. The premises from which we begin are, the real individuals, their activity, and the material conditions of their life, both those which they find already existing and those produced by their activity. 29 In the course of making their own history, human beings must, before all else, secure the material conditions of their existence. The first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of material life itself. 30 This in turn leads to new needs, since the satisfaction of such elementary requirements as food, clothing, and shelter necessitates the continuous creation and development of new means of production, forms of cooperation, and determinate, yet changeable, social relations of production and reproduction. By objectifying their labor, Marx asserts in his Paris manuscripts of 1844, human beings embark on a project of transforming nature through praxis, thereby affirming their species being. Accordingly, Marx rejects Hegel's idealist view that the material objectification of human capacities is the source of human alienation. He proposes instead that such objectification entails the alienation of the worker only under well-defined and historically specific social conditions. Thus the alienation of labourers is where a labour is external to the worker in the sense that it belongs to another, is coerced or forced labour, and is performed only as a means to satisfy needs external to it, where the worker experiences the product of labor as an alien object exercising power over him and the objects of nature as an alien world inimically opposed to him, where the worker experiences the labor process as an activity which is turned against him, independent of him and not belonging to him, and where human beings are generally estranged from their species life and from one another due to a compulsion to transform their capabilities into a means of individual existence. 31 In short, for the young Marx, the alienation of labor is not an eternal anthropological condition, but is bound up with the presence of class antagonistic social relations of production, above all those associated with capitalism. What needs to be demonstrated in response to the many Marxological commentaries that have insisted upon a basic disjunction between the young and the mature Marx is that the methodological and philosophical precepts informing Marx's youthful writings on alienation and human history are substantially the same as those that inform his later critique of political economy. 32 In the German ideology, Marx and Engels write, the production of life, both of one's own in labor and of fresh life in procreation, appears as a twofold relation, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relation, social in the sense that it denotes the cooperation of several individuals, no matter under what conditions, in what manner and to what end. 33 The twofold relation involved in the production of life is here defined as embracing both a natural aspect and a social aspect. With this statement, Marx and Engels announce that the study of the concrete forms of human existence must take as its starting point a focus on the internal dialectical relation between the natural and the social. Such an approach fundamentally distinguishes Marx's analytical project from the great majority of social theories that begin with a focus on a presumed external opposition between the material and the ideal. Marx's dialectical social ontology stands irreconcilably opposed to the ontological dualism sponsored by this material-ideal opposition, dualisms that posit discrete levels of reality or even different worlds as they problematize the relationship between facts and values, subjects and objects, structure and agency, noumena and phenomena, what is and what ought to be, science and philosophy, and so on. It was precisely in light of such a dialectical social ontology that Marx berated Proudhon in 1847 for a dualism between life and ideas, between soul and body, a dualism which recurs in many forms. 34 Of course, Marx does not deny that dualities are a persistent feature of human existence. But he nevertheless insists upon approaching these dualities with due regard to their singular foundation, the materialist connection of men with one another, which is determined by their needs and their mode of production, and which is as old as men themselves. 35 This materialist connection holds pride of place in Marx's social ontology because it, and not consciousness or ideas springing from a realm considered independent of the material world, is the real basis upon which the nature-society relation is mediated. This connection is ever taking on new forms, and thus presents a history, irrespective of the existence of any political or religious nonsense which would especially hold men together. 36 This concept of an internal, dialectical relation between the natural and the social is the actual starting point of Marx's critique of political economy, a point he makes abundantly clear in Notes on Adolf Wagner. As previously noted in Chapter 4, Marx asserts here that his analysis does not begin with the concept of value but with simple social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, the commodity, something which is revealed to have both a natural form and a form of appearance that is the autonomous mode of appearance of the value contained in the commodity. 37 Thus, 34 years after the German ideology, Marx explicitly restates the methodological principle that consistently guided him in his historical materialist critique of political economy, that the objectifications of human praxis simultaneously express a relation to nature and a relation to society. If the inner anatomy of capitalism is to be fathomed, the elementary form in which human praxis is manifested in capitalist society, the commodity, must be seen for what it is, a contradictory unity of natural and social aspects, an expression of the concrete labor that fashions its natural form and an individual manifestation of the larger social processes that define its value and its price. The Marx of Capital, no less than the Marx of 1844, understood only too well the imminent tendency of capitalist production to subordinate the subjective aspects of the process to the objective. But if there is a shift in Marx's thinking, it surely concerns the fact that the Marx of 1844 is far more concerned with the subjective experience of the individual worker than is the Marx of Capital. In Capital, the human subjectivity requisite to use value production is no assigned to the collective worker. At the same time, however, the subjectivity requisite to securing surplus value production is assigned to the agents of capital, if only tenuously. Tenuously because these agents are unable to comprehend or fully control the invisible Leviathan, the overall, macroeconomic processes governing the magnitude and rate of surplus value production and capital accumulation. Indeed, the mutual powerlessness of labor and capital alike in the face of unconscious market forces, forces that remain free to dominate and exert a tyranny over human agency under capitalism, is the necessary point of departure of any attempt to adequately articulate Marx's theories of alienation and value on the basis of his philosophy of praxis. On this view, the decent ring of the human subject in capital involves no repudiation of humanism or praxis, that is to say, of the idea that human beings are purposive, reflexive agents with the capacity to consciously transform their circumstances. Rather, it is a theoretical expression of the consequences of a human alienation from a condition of mastery over the societal division of labor, of a fragmented and necessarily partial praxis. Indeed, the whole of Capital can be read as an extended analysis of a phenomenon of objective alienation that is much more profound and far more encompassing than the phenomena discussed by Marx in 1844. The alienation of the producer from the product, from other human beings, from nature, and from species life constitute the dimensions of an alienated condition apprehended from the point of view of the producer as a real living individual. In the Grundrisse and in Capital, however, Marx shows that these are aspects of a more comprehensive alienation, the alienation of human beings from a condition of mastery over their social and economic life processes, what might be called the collective alienation of the species from a truly free and authentic human praxis. Abstract labor, the social substance of value, is precisely alienated labor, as Coletti long ago pointed out, it is labor separated or estranged with respect to man himself. 38 But abstract labor, as a determinate abstraction, also bridges and mediates the subjective particularistic and objective holistic aspects of alienation. The young Marx's theory of alienation remained incomplete to the extent that it failed to identify the dialectical unity of these aspects, a task conforming to the methodological imperative to overcome any dualism of the general and the particular. The implicit theory of value of the Marx of 1844 was an obstacle to this task, not because he rejected Ricardo's labor theory of value but because any value theory other than that fashioned by Marx on the basis of his later transformation of Ricardo's theory must focus on the value of the individual commodity in abstraction from the world of commodities. It must therefore tend toward a simple conflation of price and value rather than encourage an exploration of their complex, dialectical interrelationship. In elaborating his own, distinctive labor theory of value, then, Marx did not abandon his philosophical standpoint of 1844, on the contrary, he radically transformed the content of labor value theory in light of the results of his critique and critical appropriation of Hegel's and Feuerbach's philosophies. Marx's analyses of the fetishism of commodities, the value form and the alienated social power of money are replete with observations strongly reminiscent of the alienation critique of 1844. This suggests not only the obvious fact of continuity but also establishes that capital represents a more finished version of this critique. the alienation of the producer is revealed to be a manifestation of the alienation of all human beings from control over their own affairs, and this collective alienation results from economic laws rooted in principles of social organization that are by no means immutable. By exposing the historically specific character of the pillars of human alienation, Marx points the way to an historical resolution of the problem of alienation and to a future in which the field of praxis will be generalist, for collective humanity no less than for the individual human being. 3 Theoretical considerations. 3.1 Dialectical monist versus dualistic approaches to economic value. In general terms, we can delineate 3 broad approaches to the theorization of economic value: the physicalist, the subjectivist, and the dialectical monist. Physicalism and subjectivism are both grounded in a broadly dualistic, nominalist, and static ontology. They are symbiotic poles of a common problematic, with physicalism emphasizing the material natural determinants of value and subjectivism the ideal. The dialectical monist approach is temporalist, anti-dualist, and realist, focusing heavily on the social, without, however, ignoring the natural physical dimension or the role of conscious human activity. 39. In ideal typical terms, the physicalist approach treats economic value as an objective relation of things to things, the subjectivist approach regards it as a subjective relation of people to things, and the dialectical monist approach considers it a social relation of people to people. The first 2 approaches are united in conceiving economic values root in a material world governed by unalterable natural laws. Hence, value is considered eternal, a category necessarily present in all conceivable human societies. In classical political economy, human labor itself is treated as a thing, a force of nature, which is related to other things within the economic life process in a purely objective way. Value theory, from this perspective, is a way of determining natural prices on the supply side, that is, from the standpoint of costs incurred or resources expended in the material production process. To the extent that subjectivity or consciousness enters into this approach at all, it pertains mainly to the decisions made by capitalists or their managerial agents with respect to micro-level investments, choices of technique, and the management of labor processes. In the marginalist theory of value, the problem of determining the natural prices of commodities is displaced and an attempt is made to specify the mechanisms that determine actual market prices. Since the level of demand is regarded as based on subjective perceptions of the uses to which commodities can be, but marginalists propose a subjectivist theory of value. On this view, the production of a commodity may entail definite costs that have their basis in a material physical object world characterized by scarcity, but the actual price of a commodity cannot be predicted solely or even mainly by supply-side considerations. Rather, given a determinate level of supply, actual prices are finally determined on the demand side, that is, by the psychological relation of prospective buyers to particular goods or services. From this standpoint, the value of a commodity is preeminently a function of its marginal utility, and value is conceived to be an essentially subjective category, detached from any material or properly social determinations. The subject-object dualism that is either latent or openly expressed in classical and marginalist theories of value follows ineluctably from a more fundamental dualism that considers the ideal and the material as unmediated by specifically social relations and forms. This leads to a common microeconomic focus on the formation of individual prices. In both of these bourgeois approaches to value, the constitution of individual prices is considered in isolation from the historically determinate forms and processes that imbricate commodities in a structure of specifically social relations. Value and price are treated essentially as either material natural or ideal categories. These 2 approaches to the question of economic value have long dominated mainstream economic thought. To be sure, some economists have sought to dispense with the theory of value entirely while continuing to account for the formation of prices in allegedly more concrete ways. But the predominant tendency within non-Marxist economic thought has been to embrace one or both of the approaches just outlined. An assessment of the value controversy. 185. What, then, does it mean to regard value, in the Marxist, dialectical monist way suggested here, as a social relation of people to people. As discussed in Chapter 4, Marx defined his own conceptual starting point in capital as the simplest social form in which the labor product is presented in contemporary society, the commodity. The commodity reveals both a natural form and a form of appearance, that is, the autonomous mode of appearance of the value contained in the commodity. Point 40. Thus, in adopting the commodity as his starting point, Marx was guided by a fundamental principle of his social ontology and materialist conception of history, a focus on the internal dialectical relation of the natural and the social to the scientific analysis of a concrete socio-economic formation and its laws of motion. Indeed, it seems clear that Marx selected the real abstraction commodity as his starting point in Capital because the commodity constitutes the simplest expression of the dialectical unity and opposition of the categories use value and value, the first corresponding to the material/natural/physical content of human societies and the second corresponding to the social forms and social substance of capitalist production, the specific production relations of people to people under capitalism. Yet no the rehearsal of Marx' analysis of the value form is hardly necessary to establish that specifically capitalist social relations of production are a presupposition of that analysis. Before turning to the question of money, Marx had already identified the social substance of value as abstract labor, and the measure of this value-creating substance as socially necessary labor time. Moreover, in his discussion of the relative and equivalent forms as the two poles of the simple expression of value, Marx had already identified three peculiarities of the value relation: the appearance of use value as value, the appearance of concrete labor as abstract labor, and the appearance of social labor as private labor. The ontological inversions or reversals revealed by these peculiarities presuppose the presence of the social conditions and relations of a system of generalist commodity production and exchange, that is, the capitalist mode of production. Once again, Marx's theory of value yields two postulates that are central to his critical analysis of capitalism: 1. Living labor is the sole source of all new value, and 2. Value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude that establishes parametric limits on prices, profits, wages, and all other expressions of the money form. The law of value can predominate only where capitalist relations of production mediate the relationship between the satisfaction of human needs and the creation of use values. Value can have neither theoretical pertinence nor concrete existence outside of these relations. From even this very brief synopsis we can readily see that Marx's value theory is fully in accord with the focus on the historical materialist triad represented in Figure 5. This triad can be represented more conveniently as NSA. Here sixth dominant, mediating term. For purposes of historical materialist inquiry into economic value, this focus is the necessary starting point, since the predominant purpose of Marx's theory of value is to disclose the historic laws of motion of a determinate social totality, the capitalist mode of production, and not the mechanisms of individual price formation. That being said, it would be a disservice to Marx's historical materialist theoretical agenda to stop there, for historical materialist analysis must also involve SAN and SNA, albeit in supporting roles. The first of these suggests, among other things, the need to recognize the role of conscious activity in mediating the relationship between the material natural costs of production and the imperatives of capital. This places on the agenda the traditional marginalist preoccupation with the immediate subjective determinants of price formation, a subject taken up but not fully explored by Marx. The second supporting triad focuses attention on the role of N in mediating between S and A, among other things, the ways the physical coordinates and natural conditions of production mediate the relationship between capitalist imperatives and human consciousness/activity. In doing so, it places on the research agenda a range of issues pertaining to choices of technique, as well as the hidden costs of capitalist production, among them, damage to the biosphere, unsustainable consumption of natural resources, the injuries inflicted on wage laborers by capitalist production, and the uncompensated domestic labor performed by women in the social reproduction of the commodity labor power. Hence, A historical materialist research agenda proceeding from this system of dialectical triads is, in principle, capable of addressing many of the central concerns and preoccupations of non-Marxists in relation to the problem of economic value. But because it also addresses the dominant role of the capitalist relations of production in mediating the natural and conscious activity, and exposes the growing contradiction between the social and the natural under capitalism, it yields the conclusion that value must be abolished as the central organizing principle of social life. It is precisely on this point that it parts company with all agendas that seek merely to reform or fine-tune the capitalist price mechanism, whether from a marginalist, an ecological, an institutionalist or a feminist perspective. All this points to how historical materialism and a properly specified Marxian theory of value can illuminate physicalist, ecological and feminist concerns while also highlighting the crucial role of specifically capitalist social forms in stimulating or retarding specific types of technological innovation, exacerbating environmental problems, and sustaining family values as the ideological bulwark of a structure of unpaid female domestic labor. In principle, this type of analysis can be extended and applied to a wide range of contentious issues in social theory, public policy, and socialist strategy, serving always as a reminder that the supersession of capitalist social relations constitutes a necessary condition of human progress. Marxist value theory, and the many different interpretations of Marx's own articulation of it, has inevitably been subject to the influences of the physicalist and subjectivist approaches, with the best and most fruitful versions, those that emphasize the need for analysis of the substance, magnitude, and form of value, all approximating a dialectical monist articulation. But precisely because a dialectical monistic theorization involves a highly complex articulation of three distinguishable ontological fields, fields that interpenetrate one another and whose relationships are at once mediated, mutually conditioning, and contradictory, a myriad of such theorizations should be expected, with subtle and not so subtle differences in emphasis leading to divergent conclusions over many concrete issues. Over determining how a specific theorist will view many of the disputed questions in Marxian value theory, and cognate issues, such as the law of the falling rate of profit and the dimensions of capitalist economy crisis, will also that theorists' political programmatic interests and orientations, a matter we will turn to shortly. There is, of course, no a priori basis upon which one can judge the truth of Marx's social ontology as against the nominalism and dualism that pervade not only non-Marxist thought but much ostensibly Marxist thought as well. As Marx remarks in his second thesis on Feuerbach, man must prove the truth, i.e., the reality and power, the this-worldliness of his thinking in practice. 41 If the fundamental postulates of Marx's theory of value can be sustained only on the basis of a realist holistic and dialectical monistic ontology, this in itself does not establish the probity of that theory. Rather, it is that ontology which acquires credence to the extent that the theory and methodology that it informs demonstrate their power to explain social reality, precisely with a view to changing it. 3.2 Substantive implications of Marx's value postulates. What then are the substantive implications of the Marxian postulates that living labor is the sole source of new value and that value exists as a definite quantitative magnitude at the macroeconomic level? Apart from the considerations just canvassed, the real power of these postulates stems from their ability to breathe life into Marx's account of the historical limits of capitalism. Taken together they constitute the essential presuppositions of Marx's law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, a law that Marx regarded as central both to his theory of cyclical crisis and to his account of the historical structural crisis of capitalism. In a nutshell, this fundamental law of capitalist economy dictates that the tendency of the social capital to increase its organic composition must exert a downward pressure on the rate of profit, the decisive regulator of capitalist accumulation. To be sure, Marx's law of value is merely a necessary presupposition of this law of profitability, not a sufficient one. Yet, there is a sense in which the latter stands as a corollary to the former, even if not a theoretically ineluctable one. For capitalism is a mode of production in which the goal of economic activity is only incidentally the production of particular things to satisfy particular human needs or wants, while its real overriding goal is the production of capitalist social relations through the production of value, that social substance, which is the flesh and blood of Adam Smith's powerful yet also fallible invisible hand, of our invisible Leviathan. In the end, Marx's theory of value is concerned with the historical promise and fateful implications of a labor process that has assumed the social form of a valorization process. Marx's theory awakens us to the reality that the imperative to produce value is a social imperative, an imperative of capitalist social relations, and not a technical or natural necessity inherent in the metabolic relation between humanity and nature. Only a society burdened by the need to produce value can give birth to so absurd and monstrous a phenomenon known as a crisis of overproduction. And only such a society can transform the benefits flowing from labor-saving technological innovation into ecological devastation, declining living standards, unemployment, bitter trade rivalries, depression and war. Marx's theory of value in sum provides a compelling basis for the conclusion that capitalism is, at bottom, an irrational and historically limited system, one that digs its own grave by seeking to assert its independence from living labor even while remaining decisively dependent upon the exploitation of living wage labor for the production of its very lifeblood, the surplus value that is the social substance of private profit. For value theory and program. Neither Marx's theory of value, nor the controversy surrounding it, is divorced from, innocent of, practical, programmatic considerations. The various interpretations and positions pertaining to it not only generate programmatic perspectives, but tend to reflect them as well. Alternatively expressed, value theory as a theory is shaped by the dialectic of theory and practice. A powerful tendency is perennially at work for program to generate theory. 42 Let's begin by considering neo-Ricardian political economy. The latter has often been associated with vaguely left-wing currents that seek to establish microeconomic foundations for Keynesian and post-Keynesian macroeconomic theories. In this regard, Lebowitz, following the example of Bukharin's classic critique of marginalism, has located the social roots of neo-Ricardian theory in the requirements of the managerial functionaries of capital for an objective understanding of price and profit formation. Neo-Ricardian theory in general is an attempt to analyze all of the concrete forms that appear on the surface of society. It does so from the perspective of the technostructure, and in this sense may be described as a new vulgar economy. 43 Marxist neo-Ricardianism has essentially the same analytical agenda, even while claiming to pursue its analysis on behalf of labor against capital. Typically, it emphasizes the role of working class struggle in not only altering the political relation of forces between capital and labor, but also engendering the crisis tendencies of the capitalist economy in a very direct sense. Since the division of the surplus between wages and profits is said to reflect the balance of forces in the class struggle, and since this division determines the limits of capital accumulation, neo-Ricardians often echo the arguments of bourgeois economists according to which capitalist economic crises are often the result of a wage push/profit squeeze and/or declining rates of productivity growth resulting from labor strength or resistance at the point of production. However, whereas pro-capitalist economists deplore the irresponsible and unrealistic demands of labor, left neo-Ricardians, historically at least, have tended to celebrate them as harbingers of consciously anti-capitalist struggle, which brings them into proximity with the Ricardian Marxist orthodoxy. Marxist fundamentalists take a different view, even while arguing that capitalist economic crises serve to both instigate and necessitate anti-capitalist action by workers. According to this view, such crises are not exclusively or immediately attributable to struggles of workers for improved terms and conditions of employment, but are rather the result of an ensemble of structural contradictions endemic to capitalism as evoked in Marx's pithy observation that the barrier to capital is capital itself. Capital itself, in this context, encompasses a whole set of social production relations that increasingly ensnares bourgeois economy in a contradictory logic and movement. A proper understanding of specific, conjunctural economic crises as well as the long-term historical structural crisis of the capitalist mode of production requires a profound scientific analysis of this contradictory movement. Fundamentalists do not deny that the class struggle, even as this might manifest itself in tepid business unionism, plays a role in articulating the crisis tendencies of the capitalist economy. But most would emphatically reject the implicit neo-Ricardian/post-Keynesian notion that capitalism could enjoy a crisis-free evolution if the class struggle could somehow be rationally contained, managed, or suspended. Such a notion is a pure fantasy, in the first place because no economic, political, or managerial policy can eliminate the class struggle under capitalism, and secondly because it involves a fundamentally faulty understanding of capitalism, its endemic contradictions and sources of its economic crises. Neo-Ricardians have frequently reproached fundamentalists for having a fatalist outlook, for underestimating the role of human agency and unjustifiably pinning their hopes for a general crisis of capitalism on deterministically conceived laws of motion, that is, laws that unfold inexorably toward an anti-capitalist negation of the negation independently of human praxis. 44 Since the 1970s, fundamentalists have almost always denied this charge, while nevertheless insisting upon the need to base political practice, education, and program on the results of Marx's scientific analysis of capitalism's laws of motion. On this view, any socialist political program or anti-capitalist strategic perspective that ignores or rejects this analysis must tend toward an accommodation with bourgeois reformism, that is, with the view that real human progress remains possible within the framework of capitalism. The programmatic views of the neo-orthodox and value form theorists are more difficult to pin down, with some appearing close to the neo-Ricardian perspective, others to the fundamentalist. To some extent this reflects the theoretical heterogeneity of the neo-orthodox school, in part, a characteristically anti-determinist understanding of capital's laws of motion. Thus, even such exponents of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall as Ben Fine, Lawrence Harris and John Weeks, who in the 1970s and 80s, at least, combined neo-orthodox and fundamentalist inclinations, tend to place this law on a co-equal footing with tendencies that counteract the fall in the rate of profit. This theoretical move attenuates any notion of the inevitability of capitalist economic crisis, potentially opening the door to the notion that the social capital can contain or at least strongly mitigate crises through the adroit mobilization of the requisite counteracting tendencies. There is another matter of theoretical and practical interest that should be considered an important programmatic touchstone in the value controversy, namely how the transition from capitalism to socialism, as well as the content of the future socialist society, should be envisioned. It can scarcely be stressed too strongly that the actual experiences of socialist construction in the 20th century have weighed heavily on the ways would-be Marxists have interpreted the theory of value and differed, often fundamentally, as to its meaning. Suggestions have already been made that mid-20th century orthodox value theory had a strongly Ricardian inflection, and, as we have seen, Ricardo regarded the law of value as eternal, as a natural constraint on all conceivable human economies. Against this, Marx maintained that the socialist society of the future could and should dispense with the law of value and substitute for it methods of allocating social labor based on conscious planning and the satisfaction of human need. In light of this, an intriguing question is posed. What were academic Marxist economists, who were either sympathizers or members of pro-Moscow communist parties, to think when Joseph Stalin proclaimed in 1936 that socialism had been fully realized in the Soviet Union? Moreover, what were Marxist economists to make of the following opinion expressed by Stalin in the early 1950s? It is sometimes asked whether the law of value exists and operates in our country, under the socialist system. Yes, it does exist and operate. Wherever commodities and commodity production exist, there the law of value must also exist. 45 To those inclined to accept Stalin's assertion that a socialist system was already in place in the Soviet Union, the admission that commodity production occurs and that the law of value operates under socialism could only open the way to a Ricardian embodied labor theory of value, for it was obvious that the Soviet economy lacked the production relations requisite for the social structural existence of abstract labor. 46 For many theorists, however, Stalin was simply wrong to have claimed that a socialist system prevailed in the Soviet Union, and the fact that commodity production existed and Thelowof Valyopertinitskonomy only confirmed that the Soviet Union was not fully socialist. Most Trotskyist fundamentalists in particular have argued that the Soviet economy was at best in transition between capitalism and socialism, while conceding that the law of value must continue to operate at some level in a post-capitalist transitional economy until such time as conscious, democratic planning becomes the exclusive principle of labor and resource allocation, entirely dispensing with market allocation. 47 With all this in mind, it could be said that the Ricardian/physicalist propensities of both the old orthodoxy as well as some within the neo-Ricardian/post-Sraffian school or close to it can be explained in good part by an appetite to develop a Marxist labor theory of price as the point of departure for constructing models of socialist economy. 48 The early neo-orthodox and contemporary value form theorists have shown an opposite tendency, to treat value theory as simply a critique of bourgeois economic theory, and as a means to negate in thought the conditions of capitalist alienation, reification, and exploitation. One might also say that TSSI stands somewhere between pure value form theory and fundamentalist theory with respect to its programmatic commitments. For example, Kliman, Harman, and Freeman all seem wary of constructing models of socialist economy, and are therefore loath to consider the role prices might play in a post-capitalist economy. Fundamentalist Marxian value theory, however, is concerned with both the form and the magnitude of value, and is therefore quite capable of conceiving of a post-capitalist economy that, while no longer dominated by the law of value and moving towards socialism, remains in need of markets. Insofar as it can provide insight into how the measurement of wealth in a transitional economy would still rely to some extent on the allocation of social labor through money/price signals, Marx's value theory can indeed be deemed a useful resource for socialist economic planning. In very general terms, it seems this is the stance of both Mondale and Seymour. 49 In a critique of Stalin's argument about the law of value operating in the socialist Soviet Union, the neo-orthodox theorist John Weeks observed in 1981 that the confusions and internal contradictions in economic problems derive from considering the law of value as the law of embodied labor. 50 Yet, while Weeks's argument has real merit as far as it goes, it neglects to identify Stalin's characterization of the Soviet Union as a socialist system as the most important faulty premise of his argument. By failing to do this, Weeks may have a help at the door, perhaps unwittingly, to the notion that the kind of market phenomena that Stalin subsumes under a socialist law of value are actually compatible with the operations of an authentically socialist economic system. His argument may therefore lend itself to support for market socialism as a viable alternative to the bankrupt Stalinist model of bureaucratically centralist planning. From Marx's own standpoint, however, market socialism in one country, no less than Stalin's model, can only be regarded as an obstacle to the realization of a socialism that will finally transcend the law of value, a matter to be considered in greater detail in Chapter 11. Chapter 7. Value, Economy, and Crisis. On the basis of communal production, the determination of time remains, of course, essential. The less time the society requires to produce wheat, cattle, etc., the more time it wins for other production material or mental. Just as in the case of an individual, the multiplicity of its development, its enjoyment, and its activity depends on economization of time. Economy of time, to this all economy ultimately reduces itself. Society likewise has to distribute its time in a purposeful way, in order to achieve a production adequate to its overall needs, just as the individual has to distribute his time correctly in order to achieve knowledge in proper proportions or in order to satisfy the various demands on his activity. Thus, economy of time, along with the planned distribution of labor time among the various branches of production, remains the first economic law on the basis of communal production. It becomes law, there, to an even higher degree. However, This is essentially different from a measurement of exchange values by labor time. Karl Marx, Grundriss 1. The law of value, relative to the general abstraction economy of time, is a determinate abstraction that enforces and regulates the distribution of labor time among economic branches and units through processes of the social equalization of labor. Even in situations where it operates only to a limited degree, at least some economic reproduction is governed by the exchange of commodities representing socially equalized labor. But wherever socially equalized labor assumes the still more determinate form of abstract labor, the law of value is further concretized as the capitalist law of value, and as the dominant principle of socio-economic reproduction. 1 Marx 1973, pages 172-3, emphasis added. 196 Chapter 7. Historically, what distinguishes the capitalist law of value from that which operates under conditions of simple commodity production is that the latter stimulates progress in productive technique and exacerbates the internal contradictions of pre-capitalist societies, while the former, constituting the governing principle of labor and resource allocation, and subsuming under itself the dominant mode of surplus appropriation, is subject to a historical limitation stemming from its own achievements. The logic of the law of value, its systematic promotion of technical scientific rationality and associated gains in labor productivity, becomes increasingly incompatible with the appropriative imperatives of the capital-labor relation. In Chapter 2 that Marx regarded the drive to increase the productivity of labor as deeply rooted in the humanity-nature relation, and that history could be said to possess a developmental pattern to the degree that this drive manifested itself in real and enduring developments in general human capacities. In this connection I also pointed to commodity value relations as the social relations that have hitherto most consistently promoted a logic of technical rationalization conducive to progressive advances in labor productivity. This is so for at least two reasons, both of which are logically and historically prior to the capital-labor relation. First, production for exchange encourages the phenomena associated with what Sohnrethel calls the exchange abstraction, that is to say, cognitive faculties and forms of thought conducive to scientific breakthroughs and technological innovation. Second, production for exchange involves production for society rather than production for personal consumption, and, as such, it stimulates a competitive dynamic between commodity producers, one that promotes/facilitates product diversification, cost-cutting production innovations, and numerous technical departures that serve to enhance the productivity of labor. It is true that such competition is severely circumscribed in pre-capitalist formations due to the presence of guild monopolies and other forms of social regulation of the activities of independent commodity producers. But competition is not entirely suppressed, and, with the extension of markets and the emergence of a world market, the competitive dynamic immanent in simple commodity production becomes altogether uncontainable. What is distinctive about the capitalist law of value is that it operates through the generalization of commodity production and the value form, and thereby as the overwhelmingly dominant principle of labor and resource allocation. And since it also operates in a largely unconstrained way, it is able to give much freer expression to its underlying drives and imperatives, perhaps most importantly, from the historical standpoint, to the drive to enhance labor productivity. Much of the first volume of Capital is devoted to answering the question, what is the source of the formidable historical dynamism of the capitalist mode of production? The burden of the third volume of Capital is to answer a different question: what are the limits of capitalism's historically progressive mission? The elements of Marx's answer to the first question can be briefly stated. The historical dynamism of the capitalist mode of production stems from the insatiable appetite of individual capitals to continuously accumulate. This drive toward capital accumulation is not primarily a function of personal avarice, or of any subjective proclivity to save or to postpone personal consumption to the future. Such personal, subjective traits may play a more or less important role in the behaviors of individual capitalists. But what must compel all capitalists to accumulate is their objective role and position within capitalist relations of production. All capitalists must contend with two basic conditions of their activity: an antagonistic relation with the workers they employ, and a competitive relation with other capitalists. Both of these relations compel individual capitalist firms to seek out methods to enhance labor productivity. At the same time, each complements the other in promoting the use of such methods. Thus, it is only because an individual capitalist firm can realize the surplus value produced by workers employed in other firms that the displacement of living labor from production is a viable micro-level tactic for capitalists seeking to achieve greater independence from recalcitrant workforces and attempting to cut labor production costs per unit of output. At the same time, the pressure of inter-capitalist competition is a key factor in pushing individual firms to secure their positions in relation to the vicissitudes of the class struggle. By becoming less dependent on living labor, individual capitalists are better positioned to cut costs, expand markets, and meet the many challenges of competition. The upshot is this: the fundamental social production relations that define capital in general push inexorably toward an enhancement of labor productivity at the level of the individual capitalist firm. At the level of the social capital, however, matters are much less straightforward. Indeed, a value theoretical specification of the law of increasing productivity within the capitalist mode of production requires a holistic analysis of the contradictory. 198 Chapter 7. Developmental tendencies of capitalism, both its progressive role in developing the forces of production during its ascendant stages and its retrograde role in restraining such development during the stage of its historical decline. 1. Capitalist development and its cyclical crises. Capitalist production is production for profit, and profit of productive enterprise is necessarily a money form of surplus value, realized through exchange in the sphere of circulation. At the macro level, surplus value must first be produced before profits can be realized. But the production of surplus value is not the self-conscious aim of individual capitalists in the micro-level production processes under their direction. Rather, the capitalist's aim is to produce the greatest amount of product that the market can bear at the lowest cost. By reducing the costs of production, the individual capitalist is positioned to more successfully compete in the market and to realize the largest possible magnitude of profit. Thus, in the subjective calculations of the individual commodity-producing capitalist firm, what is uppermost is not whether the rate of return on invested capital is equal to the average rate of profit, for this rate is never precisely known. What is crucial is that the firm's rate of profit remain on a par with that of its competitors, that its mass of profits be just as large as possible, and that its market share not be sacrificed on the altar of profitability. All of these considerations are taken into account when capitalist firms deliberate about the techniques they should employ in the production of their commodities. In general, choices pertaining to productive technique will tend to favor increases in labor productivity, that is to say, new investment in capital stock will be directed primarily toward reducing costs per unit of output through labor-saving innovation. The advantage of such innovation over so-called capital-saving innovation is that it allows the individual capitalist firm to simultaneously reduce unit costs and its dependency on what Marx called the limited basis of capitalist expansion, the working population. The subjective microeconomic decisions of individual capital seeking to navigate the perilous waters of the capitalist market have major implications for what is transpiring at the level of commodity values. Labor-saving innovation has the objective effect of changing the forms of surplus value production, for the logics of inter-capitalist competition and capital-labor antagonism promote a continuous revolution in these forms. The historical presupposition and structural prerequisite for the production of surplus value is what Marx termed the formal subsumption of labor by capital, which involves separation of the direct producer from ownership of the means of production, the commodification of labor power, and the intervention of the capitalist into the production process as its director or manager. For formal subsumption to occur, it is enough that handicraftsmen, who previously worked on their own account, or as apprentices of a master, should become wage laborers under the direct control of a capitalist. Point 2. In contrast to formal subsumption, Marx defines the real subsumption of labor by capital as an ongoing and distinctive feature of what he terms the developed form of the capitalist mode of production. This process involves not only a change in the situation of the agents of production but also a revolution in the actual mode of labor and the real nature of the labor process as a whole. With every improvement in labor productivity comes a change in the parameters of socially necessary labor time and therefore in the social structural properties of abstract labor and value. To keep pace with these changes, which create competitive challenges for individual capitalist firms as well as a diminishing relative magnitude of surplus labor for the social capital as a whole, capitalists must be prepared to repeatedly revolutionize the labor processes under their direction. Point 3 Marx's distinction between the formal and the real subsumption of labor by capital is closely related to the distinction he draws between the production of absolute and relative surplus value. The former corresponds to a form of capitalist exploitation that relies on a lengthening of the working day in order to reduce the proportion of necessary labor time required for the social reproduction of the laborer in relation to the surplus labor time expended. Accordingly, absolute surplus value may be conceived as an extensive magnitude, an expansion of which depends upon increasing the total quantity of labor time performed. Relative surplus value, on the other hand, is an intensive magnitude which arises from the curtailment of the necessary labor time, and from the corresponding alteration in the respective lengths of the components of the working day. Point 4. Since work time cannot be indefinitely extended, absolute surplus value faces a clear limit in the length of the working day and in the maximal intensity of the labor process. Relative surplus value, however, faces limits set only by the level of development of labor-saving technology. Consequently, relative surplus value techniques constitute an increasingly important method of raising the rate of surplus value over the course of capitalist development, especially in the face of successful struggles by working people for a shorter work week with no loss in pay. Precisely because such techniques allow individual capitalists to produce more output with less labor, productivity improvements are sought through increases in what Marx called the technical composition of capital. The problem, argues Marx, is that such increases find a value expression in the diminishing relative role of living labor in the overall process of production. Living labor is displaced by labor-saving machinery representing a proportionally expanding magnitude of invested constant capital values, and this signifies a relative diminution in the role of living labor in the process of production. At the level of the social capital as a whole, this displacement must entail a fall in the average rate of profit, since what is involved in this increased value or organic composition of capital is an overaccumulation of constant capital in relation to the volume of surplus value being produced by living labor. This argument is squarely based on what is the key postulate of Marx's theory of value, that living labor and living labor alone generates the new value from which surplus value arises. The upshot of all this is that capital moves in contradiction, compelled by the imperatives of the accumulation process to adopt relative surplus value techniques, even though these techniques tend to produce a decline in the average rate of profit and, therewith, crises of accumulation. The crisis tendencies associated with declining profitability exert both short-term and long-term influences upon regimes of accumulation. Yet the key to understanding both of these expressions of capitalist crisis is the law of the falling tendency of the rate of profit, a law that stands as something of a corollary to the capitalist law of value. This law and its relation to capitalism's crisis tendencies will be considered in greater detail in the next section. For now, it will suffice to consider its intimate relation to the drive toward increasing productivity under capitalism. Concerning this, Marx writes, "The barriers to the capitalist mode of production show themselves as follows: 1. In the way that the development of labor productivity involves a law, in the form of the falling rate of profit, that at a certain point confronts this development itself in a most hostile way and has constantly value, economy, and crisis 201. To be overcome by way of crises. 2. In the way that it is the appropriation of unpaid labor in general, that determines the expansion and contraction of production instead of the proportion between production and social needs, the needs of socially developed human beings. Point 5. Marx presents the law of the falling rate of profit in this passage as a precipitant of conjunctural interruptions of the accumulation process. In this connection, capitalist economic crises are conceived to be the mechanism whereby a rate of profit adequate to resumed accumulation can be restored. In a sense, then, Marx is arguing that a fall in the rate of profit, involving a development of labor productivity, is the cause of capitalist crises. At the same time, however, he suggests that crises produce the conditions in which the rate of profit can experience an upswing and accumulation can proceed. The above passage also establishes very clearly that, for Marx, the capitalist process of promoting the productivity of labor is internally related to the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. The technical composition of capital, expressing the material relationship between accumulated and living labor in production, is an index of labor productivity, while the value expression of this composition, Marx's organic composition of capital, is an index of profitability. Capital promotes increased labor productivity through labor saving and labor displacing innovation, and in this way undermines profitability. When profitability suffers, a crisis occurs characterized by economic contraction, reduced capacity utilization, unemployment, and other well-known phenomena that, at the level of the social capital as a whole, signify a massive decline in aggregate productivity. But the ultimate function of such cyclical crises is to bring about a restructuring of the regime of accumulation through a slaughtering of the values of capitals. As capital values fall, reflecting the inability of capital stocks to sustain an adequate level of valorization, the organic composition of capital falls and the average rate of profit begins to rise. Recovery is based substantially upon a de valoris stock of capital operating at a higher rate of return. As employment and capacity utilization are restored to pre-crisis levels, the technical composition of capital, together with labor productivity, may remain as high as ever, but the composition of capital will also have a value expression that is no longer immediately inimical to production for profit. While Marx is often concerned to establish how the overaccumulation of capital associated with a falling rate of profit is a mere barrier to capitalist production, one that is surmountable through temporary short-term crises, he also regarded the law of the falling rate of profit as the expression peculiar to capitalism of a historical structural crisis reflecting the growing incompatibility of the social relations and material forces of production. Indeed, the law may be regarded from this standpoint as establishing a limit to the progressive mission of capitalist development. Marx's analysis of the law of the falling rate of profit and of its counteracting tendencies provides the necessary basis for addressing this question, but, for reasons already outlined in Chapter 1, this analysis needs to further develop if it is to adequately explain the concrete manifestations of capitalism's historical structural crisis as this has unfolded since Marx's own time. 2. The falling rate of profit and the dimensions of capitalist crisis. As conceived by Marx, the law of the falling rate of profit is an ineluctable concomitant of the capitalist process of accumulation. Capital's drive to augment the physical means of production without a corresponding augmentation of the living workforce that sets them in motion can only signify a relative diminution of the role of living labor in the overall process of accumulation. Such a pattern of accumulation must precipitate a fall in the average rate of profit, since it entails an increase in the total capital advanced for production without a corresponding increase in the magnitude of surplus value produced. Contrary to the interpretations of some critics, 6. Marx's law of the falling rate of profit is not at all predicated on a constant rate of surplus value. On the contrary, Marx explicitly states that the law of the falling rate of profit, as expressing the same or even a rising rate of surplus value, means, an ever greater portion of is represented by means of labor and an ever lesser portion by living labor. 7. The same point is made in his following succinct formulation of the law. The progressive tendency for the general rate of profit to fall is thus simply the expression peculiar to the capitalist mode of production of the progressive development of the social productivity of labor. This 6. See in particular Robinson 1942. 7. Marx 1981b, p. 322. Value, Economy, and Crisis 203. Does not mean that the rate of profit may not fall temporarily for other reasons as well, but it does prove that it is a self-evident necessity, deriving from the nature of the capitalist mode of production itself, that as it advances the general rate of surplus value must be expressed in a falling general rate of profit. Since the mass of living labor applied continuously declines in relation to the mass of objectified labor that it sets in motion, i.e. the productively consumed means of production, the part of this living labor that is unpaid and objectified in surplus value must also stand in an ever-decreasing ratio to the value of the total capital applied. But this ratio between the mass of surplus value and the total capital applied in fact constitutes the profit, which must therefore steadily fall. 8. Marx's contention that an increasing rate of surplus value finds expression in a falling general rate of profit merits underscoring here, given the enormous confusion surrounding the interpretation of the rate of surplus value and the organic composition of capital, C/V or C/ as codeterminants of the average rate of profit. Both Robinson and Sweezy, along with many others, have detected a telling indeterminacy in Marx's theorization of the falling rate of profit, an indeterminacy stemming from the notion that a rising rate of surplus value could negate the depressing effect of a rising organic composition of capital on the average rate of profit. But this indeterminacy is conceivable only when the organic composition of capital is defined inadequately. Before this issue can be examined more closely, a few preliminary observations are in order. In the preceding paragraph, the uppercase C was used to denote the constant capital in the formula for the composition of capital. Up to this point, the quantitative relationships of Marx's theoretical system have been specified in the same way Marx did for purposes of simplified arithmetical illustration, that is to say, as relationships between flow variables. However, while it is appropriate to treat variable capital and surplus value exclusively as flows, compelling grounds exist for distinguishing between stock and flow expressions of constant capital. Indeed, in both theoretical and empirical investigations of the organic composition of capital and the movements of the rate of profit, constant capital should be treated as a stock subject to long-term depreciation as well as short-term consumption. A crucial element of Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit is fixed constant capital embodied in technologically sophisticated machinery, the value of which is not completely consumed in a single production period. The uppercase C in the formula C/V and C/ refers, then, to the total value of the constant capital stock, the capital advanced for purposes of capitalist production, to use Marx's own terminology. For mathematical as well as theoretical reasons, this conceptualization of constant capital also enjoins us to redefine Marx's expression for the rate of profit in a particular way. Instead of S/, we now have S/C, where the capital advanced or invested in production is the value of the total constant capital stock. This procedure, which involves the elimination of V from the denominator of the rate of profit, might seem problematic given the crucial role played by variable capital in the accumulation process, but its advantages more than outweigh any disadvantages, particularly in the empirical analysis of trends in the rate of profit. 9 With this matter clarified, we are better able to address the question of how determinate the relationship really is between a rising organic composition of capital and a falling rate of profit. If the economy-wide OCC rises, must the average rate of profit fall? Sweezy, having defined the OCC as C/V and the rate of profit as S/, presents the following formula to express the codetermining influences of the rate of surplus value and the OCC on the rate of profit, R, uneasy face. On the basis of this formula he concludes, there is no general presumption that changes in the organic composition of capital will be relatively so much greater than changes in the rate of surplus value that the former will dominate movements in the rate of profit. 10 But this is correct only if Sweezy's formula for the rate of profit fully reflects Marx's understanding of the relationships between the quantitative ratios in question. This may be doubted for two reasons. First, Sweezy operates entirely within the conceptual ambit of flow variables and in this way sidesteps the crucial role of fixed capital in the law of the falling rate of profit. Second, his conceptualization of the OCC as the ratio of constant to variable capital is questionable, since an excellent case can be made for conceptualizing the organic composition of capital as the ratio of the constant capital stock to the total value newly created by living labor in production, that is, as C/. Our revised formulas for the rate of profit and the OCC provide the basis for a different specification of the relationships between Marx's three fundamental ratios, one that renders the relationship between the OCC and the rate of profit far more determinate than does Sweezy's formula. This specification, originally proposed by Shane Mage 11, proceeds as follows. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of two flows of living labor, which together comprise the net value of the commodity product, surplus value and variable capital. Hence, S equals S/V. It follows that S equals L, V equals L, equals L/equals L. Now if the OC cis equals C/, then Q equals C/L and the capital stock C equals L times Q. If the rate of profit is the ratio of surplus value to the capital stock, then we arrive, through substitution, at the following formula. R equals L/L, Q equals S/Q. In this formula, changes in the rate of surplus value will have an impact on both the rate of profit and the OCC, so that if the OCC increases, this must mean a fall in the rate of profit. An increase in the rate of surplus value can contribute to maintaining or increasing the rate of profit only if it occurs without an increase in the OCC defined as C/. Compelling theoretical reasons exist for specifying the OCC as C/ rather than as C/V or C/V. First, by positing a far more determinate relationship between the OCC and the average rate of profit, C/ allows a clearer view of the relationship between the law of the falling rate of profit and the tendencies counteracting it, for it is precisely in the interaction between the law as such and these counteracting tendencies that many of the law's internal contradictions can be located. Thus, an appreciation of these contradictions permits a clearer perspective on the real history of the capitalist mode of production as shaped by the capitalist law of value. Second, by employing C/in preference C to C/Vo can allow for a non-constant rate of surplus value while retaining the element of determinacy in the relationship between the OCC and the rate of profit that is so vital to Marx's theoretical exposition of the law of the falling rate of profit. Finally, C/ is more faithful than C/V to Marx's own conceptualization of the real impact of a rising OCC on the profit rate. In capital I, Marx distinguishes between technical, value and organic expressions of the composition of capital as follows. The composition of capital is to be understood in a twofold sense. As value, it is determined by the proportion in which it is divided into constant capital, or the value of the means of production, and variable capital, or the value of labor power, the sum total of wages. As material, as it functions in the process of production, all capital is divided into means of production and living labor power. The latter composition is determined by the relation between the mass of production employed on the one hand, and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. I call the former the value composition, the latter the technical composition of capital. There is a close correlation between the two. To express this, I call the value composition of capital, insofar as it is determined by its technical composition and mirrors changes in the latter, the organic composition of capital. Point 12. This passage leaves little room for doubting that Marx saw the value composition of capital as determined by the proportions in which it is divided between constant and variable capital, that is, as C/V or C/V. But as capital actually functions within production, it has a technical composition in which it is necessary to distinguish between means of production and living labor power, or between the mass of means of production employed on the one hand, and the mass of labor necessary for their employment on the other. But the mass of labor necessary for their employment must be specified in relation to what the means of production are being employed to accomplish, the production of value and surplus value. For the organic composition to be an expression of the value composition that mirrors changes in the technical composition of capital, it must therefore be understood as a value expression of the constant and variable capital relationships as these appear in production, where a variable capital is no longer identified with the sum of total wages but rather with the living labor force engaged in creating all new value. Point 13. To summarize, the OCC is best conceptualized and measured as the ratio of dead to Living labor in production understood in terms of value magnitudes, that is to say, as C/S plus V. If and when this ratio rises, the rate of profit S/C can only fall. 3. Tendencies counteracting the fall in the rate of profit. In evaluating what Marx cites as counteracting tendencies to a falling rate of profit, we can begin by distinguishing those factors that contribute to an increase in the rate of surplus value from those that pertain directly to the OCC. With respect to the former, we can identify increases in the intensity of exploitation, reduction of wages below their value, and relative overpopulation. With respect to the latter, we can identify the cheapening of the elements of constant capital and foreign trade. 14 Increasing the intensity of exploitation encompasses two distinguishable modus of increasing exploitation, only one of which can counter a falling rate of profit. In this connection, Marx points to specific methods employed by capitalists to increase labor productivity that do not involve investments in labor-saving technology conducive to a rising OCC. Such methods are generally associated with the production of absolute surplus value and include speed-up and prolongations of the working day, methods that run up against physiological limits, workers' resistance, and pressures to increase wages. Marx also mentions productivity-enhancing technical innovations as these are applied by individual capitalists before they are universally applied and, presumably, before they have an impact on the economy-wide OCC. As with the measures employed to increase the intensity of labor exploitation, the reduction of wages below their value is generally an ephemeral factor in countering the fall in the rate of profit, for any permanent reduction would 1. Amount to a lowering of the value of the commodity labor power, thereby compromising workers' performance within the labor process and eventually inciting serious worker resistance. Thus, a long-term reduction of wages below their value can be envisioned only under conditions of severe anti-labor repression. Relative overpopulation can also have a positive impact on the rate of exploitation by pushing down wages, but it encounters a significant barrier in the limited size of the working population. Only where capitalism is in the process of uprooting non-capitalist modes of production and constantly replenishing a massive reserve army of the unemployed is it likely to have anything more than a short-term impact as a counteracting factor. Conjuncturally, all three of the above factors can play a role in increasing the rate of surplus value without inducing a rise in the OCC. Even so, Marx's apparent expectation that the rate of surplus value will display a secular tendency to rise is inseparable from his view that it will rise mainly due to an increased technical composition of capital. And such an increase, Marx assumed, will find a value expression in a rising OCC. Only if a rising TCC occurs without a concomitant increase in the OCC can this lead to a situation of rising productivity with no falling rate of profit. It is in just this connection that the cheapening of the elements of constant capital assumes its exceptional significance as a counteracting factor. Marx writes, same development that raises the mass of constant capital in comparison with variable reduces the value of its elements, as a result of a higher productivity of labor, and hence prevents the value of the constant capital, even though this grows steadily, from growing in the same degree as its material volume, i.e. the material volume of the means of production that are set in motion by the same amount of labor power. Marx insists that the OCC will rise less impetuously than the TCC, but he does not assert that a rise in the OC will be altogether prevented by a higher productivity of labor. For saying the OCC to be fully blocked, the elements of constant capital must increase while their total value remains the same or even falls. 15 Marx is clearly alluding here to a range of possible capital-saving innovations and techniques, for example, more durable fixed capital, increased efficiency in fuel and energy consumption, or the discovery and utilization of less expensive substitutes for fuels or raw materials currently in use. As he suggests, however, such capital saving is only possible in certain cases. While the limits of constant capital saving as a factor inhibiting the fall in the profit rate are not well specified by him, it is reasonable to assume that Marx considered labor-saving innovation a greater priority for capitalists. After all, the drive by capitalist enterprises toward labor-saving innovation is deeply rooted in the totality of social production relations in which they are enmeshed, relations that impel them to not only cut costs per unit of output to meet the challenges of competition, but to cut them in ways that strengthen capital's hand in relation to labor. Marx's fifth counteracting factor is foreign trade and investment, a factor that is clearly germane to the performance of national rates of profit, but much less so to an increasingly internationalist rate of profit. Even so, this factor can play a role in elevating the average rate of profit of particular national economies only to the extent that the terms of trade continue to improve or the rate of return on capital invested abroad continues to rise from the standpoint of a given national social capital. Accordingly, the results of foreign trade and investment need to be viewed as a double-edged sword, capable of depressing as well as raising national rates of profit. This survey of the tendencies counteracting the law of the falling rate of profit suggests that the lawasuch and the counteracting tendency the law are not co-equal tendential laws, as proposed by some theorists. 16 While the counter-tendencies are unquestionably key components of capitalist dynamics, all of the counteracting tendencies cited by Marx, with the possible exception of the cheapening of the elements of constant capital, have clearly defined limits as means to stemming a fall in the average rate of profit. On the other hand, the law as such, a rising OCC, accompanied by a falling rate of profit, finds its limit only in economic crises that bring about a devaluation of capital assets. In Marx's theory, it is capitalist crisis that creates the conditions for a recovery of the profit rate and resumed accumulation. Moreover, it is precisely the recurrence of capitalist crises that induces the capitalist class to deploy ever-changing tactics to increase the rate of profit, ensure the conditions of accumulation, and mitigate the destabilizing influences of severe economic dislocations on capitalist society's class equilibrium. 4 Theoretical arguments surrounding the law of the falling rate of profit. Apart from the Robinson-Sweezy indeterminacy claim discussed above, 3 basic arguments have been associated with the attempt to refute Marx's theory of a rising OCC/falling rate of profit. These are, the neutral technological progress argument, the rising technical composition/stable organic composition argument, and the choice of technique argument. Our limited purpose here is to summarize the broad contours of these arguments without entering into the algebra of the controversies and to show that Marx's theory stands its ground against the major theoretical challenges that have been mounted against it. The question of the empirical actuality of a long-term fall in the rate of profit correlated with the rise in the OCC will be considered in Chapter 8. 4.1 The neutral technological progress argument. Marx's law of the falling rate of profit postulates that technological progress under capitalism has an inherently labor-saving bias. Against this, several of his critics argue that, given a constant real wage, there are no good reasons to believe that capitalists will economize more on labor than on constant capital. 17 Neo-Ricardians like Van Parages typically emphasize the assumption of a given real wage precisely because they conceive of fluctuations in the rate of profit as deriving primarily if not exclusively from movements in the wage rate. Accordingly, a rising OCC/falling rate of profit scenario can be theoretically sustained only if one abstracts from changing wage rates. However, a constant real wage is by no means a given in the real world, and it is precisely the real-world possibility of wage increases that outstrip the growth of the labor productivity that ensures that technological progress must exhibit a labor-saving bias. What needs to be emphasized here is that the labor-saving bias of capitalist innovation has its most fundamental basis in the real subsumption of labor by capital, a process involving the relegation of living laborers to mere detail functions of the production process, the descaling of the labor force to the greatest possible extent, and the denial of the primacy of living labor to capitalist production as a process of producing use values. Labor-saving technical innovation, the utility of which is really to increase the production of relative surplus value, strengthens capital's hand by rendering it as independent as possible of living labor in general and skilled labor in particular. This is the first functional benefit accruing to capital from a rising technical composition of capital, the real subsumption of labor by capital is advanced and the mystification inherent in capital-labor relations is intensified. 18 The second benefit of labor-saving innovation is more straightforward, and was alluded to earlier. Since the limited size of the working population is an obvious barrier to the accumulation process, capitalists must find ways to increase output in the face of labor shortages. Labor-saving technological innovation is by far the most effective solution to this problem. If technical change were to exhibit a neutral tendency or a constant capital-saving bias, capital's dependence on the available working population would become ever greater, depleting the reserve army of labor and forcing up wages. 19 If Marx's TCC refers to what modern economists call capital intensity, the quantity of capital goods in real terms cooperating with each worker at some normal level of full employment. 20 Then the TCC can be defined as the ratio of means of production, expressed in constant dollars to the number of production workers, or, better still, as the constant dollar value of capital stock employed per hour worked. All theoretical speculation aside, empirical studies establish unmistakably that technological Keynesian Dedecabai pronounced labor-saving bias in the long term, and furthermore that this tendency entails a marked increase in the TCC. 21. 4.2 The rising TCC, stable OCC argument. The most frequently encountered theoretical objection to the law of the falling rate of profit concerns Marx's expectation that a rise in the TCC will be accompanied by a rise in the OCC. 22 As noted above, Marx acknowledges that the rise in the OCC will not be as pronounced as the rise in the TCC owing to productivity increases associated with the latter. His critics go further, however, arguing that productivity increases in industries producing means of production in particular have the effect of reducing the value of constant capital, the numerator of the OCC. It can be demonstrated, however, that productivity increases cannot completely negate the tendency of the OCC to rise along with the TCC. As we have already noted, the rise in the TCC is attributable to a labor-saving bias in capitalist technical innovation, a notion rooted in Marx's explicit recognition of the capital-labor relation as antagonistic. Such a notion is absent from the neoclassical theory of technical progress, and for just this reason it is difficult to see from the latter perspective that the use value of a capital good is a function not only of its capacity-increasing effect but of its labor-saving effect as well. 23 Once this dual function of capitalist means of production is recognized, it becomes clear that the TCC is neither proportional to nor quantitatively coextensive with labor productivity. Labor productivity is the ratio of the mass of use values produced to the number of hours worked. The TCC, on the other hand, refers to the ratio of the use value of the means of production in relation to the number of hours worked. Accordingly, the use value of the numerator of the TCC encompasses both output/capacity expanding effects and labor-saving effects. If technical innovation displays a labor-saving bias, for all the reasons pointed to by Marx, then the numerator of the TCC should increase at a faster rate than the numerator of labor productivity, since all positive changes in the latter will be reflected in the former but not all positive changes in the former will find expression in the latter. 24 Since the OCC is the value expression of the TCC, it follows that a rise in the OCC will be restrained by increased labor productivity, but not entirely blocked. 4.3 The choice of technique argument. If a rising OCC is compatible with a stable or rising rate of profit for particular capitals, the precise microeconomic criteria by which individual capitalist firms choose different techniques of production need to be established. The much-cited Ocasio theorem attempts to show that the criteria actually employed by capitalists would rule out a fall in the general rate of profit. 25 Van Parages summarizes the argument as follows: under competitive capitalism, a profit-maximizing individual capitalist will only adopt a new technique of production, if it reduces the production cost per unit or increases profits per unit at going prices. A technical innovation which satisfies this requirement, enables the capitalist to get a transitional rate of profit higher than the initial general rate in the economy. 26 Consistent with the dubious neo-Ricardian presupposition of an absolute tendency toward profit rate uniformity, The Okishio theorem assumes that the new average rate will be higher than the old average to solidify the introduction of a cheaper technique. 27. In his response to this choice of technique argument, Sheikh suggests that Okishio's theorem merely underscores Marx's own thesis that the battle of competition is fought by the cheapening of commodities and that the cheapest method of production will win out in the wars among capitals. 28. But there is a crucial difference between the cheapest method of production per unit of output and the cheapest method from the standpoint of capital invested. In order to grasp this, the distinction made earlier between stocks and flows must be appreciated. The cheapening of commodities is predicated on the lowering of unit cost price, that is, a reduction in the flow of capital used up in the production of each unit of output. Marx's argument is precisely that this reduction is generally accomplished through increased investment in the fixed capital stock. The increase in the productive powers 29, which brings about the lowering of unit costs, is paid for through an increased roundaboutness of production. Elaborating on Marx's point, Sheikh argues, lower production cost per unit of output is achieved by means of a greater investment cost per unit of output. Once the difference between production costs and investment costs is grasped, it immediately follows that there in fact exist two different measures of profitability, profits in relation to capital used up in production, which I shall call profit margin on costs, and profits in relation to capital advanced, or the profit rate. The former is a ratio of two flows, the latter a ratio of flow to stock. It becomes apparent that what Okishio has in fact demonstrated is that such a choice will raise the average profit margin, which corresponds to a given real wage. 30. Since the Marxian rate of profit is a ratio of the surplus value flow to the constant capital stock, the increased fixed capital needed to cheapen commodities will lower not only the maximum but also the actual rate of profit, precisely because this cheapening necessitates a costly and expensive apparatus. 31. The argument does not end here, however, it merely shifts its ground from the realm of rigorous mathematical proofs to the realm of theory. Why, the neo-Ricardians might ask, would innovating capitalists opt for a technique that would lower their transitional rate of profit, even if it increased profit margins? After all, even Marx asserts that no capitalist ever voluntarily introduces a new method of production, so long as it reduces the rate of profit. 32. The answer is that the transitional rate of profit of the innovating capitalist firm will not be lowered, unless it seeks to turn its technical advantage against its competitors immediately. Very such new method of production cheapens the commodities. Hence, the capitalist sells them originally above their prices of production, or, perhaps, above their value. He pockets the difference between their costs of production and the market prices of the same commodities produced at higher costs of production. 33. If the innovating capitalist sells the cheapened commodities at prevailing market prices, then a surplus profit can be reaped and the transitional rate of profit on the capital investment will rise. If they are sold at a market price reflecting their lowered cost price, a decent rate of profit can still be realized, competitors can be undercut in the market, and increased market share may produce a larger mass of profits. Faced with all this, the innovating capitalist's competitors are no longer confronted with a voluntary choice as to whether or not to adopt the new technique of production, they are compelled to do so, on pain of competitive ruin. Once the new technique becomes generalist, however, the result must be a lower average rate of profit. 34. 5 Dimensions of capitalist crisis. Although the law of the falling rate of profit obviously occupies a central place in Marx's own theory of capitalist crisis, it has not enjoyed a comparable status in the crisis theories advanced by most 20th century Marxists. Since the 1970s, the wage push/profit squeeze hypothesis has been prominent in Marxist economic literature and the most popular explanation for the stagflation and profitability crises of that decade. Unquestionably, however, underconsumptionism has been the dominant paradigm within Marxist crisis theory for well over a century. Obschurth underconsumptionists recognize that declining profits precipitate crises, but they differ decisively from Marx in pointing to insufficient effective demand as the underlying cause of profitability crises. In other words, Underconsumptionists view capitalist crises centrally as crises of realization. 35 While some elements of an underconsumptionist position can certainly be found in Marx, these elements should not be seen as standing in contradiction to his theory of the overaccumulation of capital. On the contrary, they are part and parcel of this same theory. It is the putatively Marxist underconsumptionists who counterpose Marx's observations in this vein to the law of a rising OCC and falling average profit rate. And in so doing, they distort the real meaning of his supposed underconsumption observations. Let's consider what is perhaps the most frequently cited of these observations. The ultimate reason for all real crises always remains the poverty and restricted consumption of the masses, in the face of the drive of capitalist production to develop the productive forces as if only the absolute consumption capacity of society set a limit to them. 36 What Marx is not saying here is that consumption necessarily lags behind production due to the persistent poverty and exploitation of the working masses under capitalism. Rather, his point is that the restricted consumption of the masses constitutes an imminent barrier to capitalist production, a kind of structural constant the dimensions of which might exacerbate capitalist crises while not necessarily causing them. Regardless of the concrete, proximate events that may trigger a particular crisis, its manifestations can be contained and its consequences mitigated through an expansion of effective demand, making possible the sale of commodities at prices that might otherwise not be realized. As Marx suggests, the overproduction of commodities associated with capitalist crises can be mitigated to the extent that their sale is not wholly dependent on the narrow basis on which the relations of consumption rest. In this connection, he points to the central importance of an expanding world market. The internal contradiction seeks resolution by extending the external field of production. 37 For Marx then, successful penetration of an expanding world market along with capital investment in foreign countries become increasingly important strategies for curbing crisis tendencies within national capitalist contexts. The same thesis is suggested in Marx's discussion of foreign trade and investment as influences counteracting the falling rate of profit. Yet, as previously noted, all of this is very much a double-edged sword. Every capitalist country seeks to use such strategies to curb its locally manifested crisis tendencies, even though it is only too obvious that not all of them can succeed in any given conjuncture. The condition for resolving the internal contradiction through an extension of the external field of production for the social capital of one country is that the social capitals of other countries fail in this same strategy of exporting, so to speak, their crisis tendencies. Furthermore, as all capitalist countries become increasingly interdependent, as the weakest of them reach the limits of their capacity to absorb the global effects of these tendencies, and as capital exerts itself more and more as an international power, unhampered by national loyalties or nation-state regulation, such strategies diminish in effectiveness, even to the point of becoming counterproductive.